Good morning, everybody, and welcome to the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and Estonia. We're at the Kandava's Kartodroms near Jelgava. And well, we've got a lot of racing coming up today. We're going to be starting off with our micro and mini maxes, the amateur micro and mini maxes, followed by the Rotax Max mini maxes, then the Rotax Max micro maxes. We've then got the juniors heading out onto circuit, followed by the DD2s. We've then got our seniors, followed by the amateur heavy and master DD2s, before ending off with our Tillotson T4s on the track. Track temperature 12 degrees currently. It is 10 a.m. Latvian time, and the track temperature should be picking up as the day goes on. A little bit of cloud cover as well over the circuit, so not roasting temperatures, and I think what most people would refer to as perfect karting temperatures. Not too hot that the tires get way too sticky and drivers get a little bit dehydrated out on circuit, but this is a nice cool temperature. We've got two heats before heading into a super final. The heats have already been determined by qualifying that occurred yesterday and indeed this morning. And our first heat, that amateur, micro, and mini max heat, is going to be 7 minutes plus 1 lap. Both of their heats will be. And there you can see the timetable. So we are heading on to heat number 1, which is the micro 60 on the timetable in front of you. We've got a total of 2, 4, 6, 8 threes, 24 races today. 3 for each category as well, and we should be ending the day at around about 4:40, give or take, or maybe a bit closer to about 5 p.m. Latvian time. So our first race of the day should be starting in not too long, in the not too distant future. Reminder as well that the second round of the championship will be here at the Kandava's Kartodroms on the 29th and the 30th of May. So in just 2 weekends' time, the karting season has well and truly begun. And this circuit, 1,012 meters, 9 corners, depending on what you kind of consider as a corner, some really harsh braking zones, particularly into turn 1. That's going to be the main overtaking opportunity. And then that final corner, this kind of long sweeping left-hander with an ever-changing radius that gets tighter and tighter before you've got to flick it back through the right kink onto the start-finish straight. Now, I am hearing engine notes rising, and I am seeing micro and mini maxes taking to the circuit. We have got a total of, I think it is 10 drivers for this, and we will be having the grid up on your screens shortly, so we can run you through the order of drivers that we find. We've got 2 drivers who are in the mini-max category, and then we've got 8 who are in the micro max category. The micro max are the slightly faster cars, and you can already see them getting into 2x2 order. And you'll see the final 2 cars at the backs that will be in the mini max category, as our drivers are now heading in towards the final corner. This long left-hander that then leads on the start-finish straight and cambered as well. Are we ready to go racing? I think we might be. Well, are we green? Yes, we are. And away we go then for the very first race of the day. Good start from pole, however, wide through turn 1. A couple of karts are very slow and having to take evasive action to avoid any contact from occurring. But leading the way seems to be, I think that's a 196 up to second, which is Valter's Vajnis. And he's now looking for a move as he goes up the inside, gives an almighty squeeze as well. Great move. So that's our Minimax driver who is up a position, and to the very front of the field, he loses the rear end, and he has gone rearing off the circuit. I'm going to start for Vasnis. He now has a lot of work to do. Over the line they come then to start lap number 2 of this race. As a little bit of a moment under braking, here is the 37, followed by the 169. So the 169 is Andris Vasnis, who makes a great move late on the brakes on the outside, takes the lead. However, takes the lead, takes the position. Leos Samoulionis is currently leading the race by 1.7 seconds. And that is from Kursis in the 37. And then it is Vasnis that we've just seen taking 3rd place and moving up a position, as is the Minimax driver. You can distinguish between the Minimaxes and the Micromaxes. The Minimaxes are the 3-digit numbers, so 169 or 196, and the Micromaxes are all the 1 and the 2-digit numbers, the one with the red strips appearing on your timing tower. A little bit wide there from Samoulionis. That's going to open up the door for Vasnis, who puts a wheel on the grass and almost ends up going onto the grass himself. Micro versus Mini here. Excellent that these two karts are at similar enough pace that they can battle. A little bit wide though from Samoulionis, who then slams the door shut, heading down into the penultimate corner essentially of the circuit. That fast left kink into right-hander that leads onto the back straight and then comes into the final corner of the circuit. That right kink, rather easy for the Micro and Minimaxes, but once we get to our juniors and seniors, that right kink is going to be really, really difficult to navigate. Samoulionis, again, a little bit wide coming out of the first sequence of corners as we now head into turn number 3. And he's going to go for a move up the inside into the left hairpin. I think he's made it work as well. Potential switchback for Samoulionis, but he can't quite make it stick. He's going to have to slot in behind for now, but excellent battle that we are having at the front of the field for our amateur Micro. Minimax is really late on the brake from Samoulionis, heading in to the right-hander, but can't quite get it stopped now. And Vasnis is leading this race. I have a sneaky suspicion that he might be able to just run away with this one. His pace is looking very, very good. Can already see that gap that he's pulled out. 7 seconds is the gap between the top 4. Your fastest driver on circuit is Vasnis, but not your race leader Vasnis, it's the other Vasnis. The one that's number 6 of Baltic, who is the driver who was leading the race temporarily before he locked up the rears, and that sent him into a bit of a spin on the open lap, and then he had to wait for everyone to really come past. Again, that fast left kick and then leads into the right hander. Then 37 and 196. That's Kursis with Vasnis directly behind him. Vasnis is just made a new fastest lap of the race, and he is only a 10th behind Kursis. And is that him going for the move? It is indeed, and he is through and up a position, up into 3rd place. The question is, can he gain the near 4-second deficit that he has to Samoulionis, which would give the Vasnis duo a nice 1-2. However, this is just heat number 1 of the day. It's not do-all, end-all. They'll have another heat before the final. Forming a nice little switch over to the inside, as that is being lapped by Vasnis. The car looks to be on absolute rail speed there. Look how fast Vasnis is. That gap has been almost half to Samoulionis. Vasnis is really, really quick out of the circuit. The gap is now 3 seconds with 1 minute and 30 seconds remaining on the clock. Very 37, Francis, who is in 4th place. And there is the race leader, Andris Vaznis, in the Mini-Max category. And there is Emilionis, who is being quickly hunted down by Valton Vaznis. As they come off onto the start-finish straight. And well, we've got at least 2 laps remaining. So Emilionis, fair play to him. He's putting his personal best of the race. But it doesn't matter because Vaznis is putting in fastest lap after fastest lap after fastest lap. Through the right-hander we go of turn 3. And Vaznis is all over the back of Samuilionis. Through turn 4, and now we're heading into turn 5, and up the inside goes Valton Vaznis, and up into second place. A little bit of contact between the two of them, and now into the fast-flowing left-hander of turn 6, hard onto the brake as we send it through turn 7 and on to the back straight. Fair play to Samuilionis. He's trying to stay within touching distance of Vaznis, but I don't think going to be able to stay there for much longer. You see the rear end twitching of Samuilionis as he tries to eke on the power coming out of turns 8 and 9. New personal best for both of them. Fair play as well to Andris Vaznis. He is leading this race and he's kept the gap to Valton Vaznis very respectable. It was about 6 seconds, 3 or so laps ago. It's come down by about a second, but not by a huge amount. Valton is on absolute fire right now. Really, really quick out on a circuit. Not careful, you have to jump up. The Rotax Max class will Valton is safe at the moment. I'm sure we'll be watching the upcoming Rotax Max Micro Max and the Rotax Max Mini Max races with much anticipation, with much excitement, and trying to really pick up a few little tips and tricks that some of the Rotax Max riders will be using out on the circuit. There is Emilionis. Kurtis also putting in a personal best. He's down in 4th position. But we are on to the final lap of the race. And that is the 55 of Valter Gibson, who has been lapped. Coming down in 10 is Gibson. And through the final corner then, for the checkered flag comes the 169 of Andris Vaznis, ahead of Valton Vaznis. And then in 3rd position was Pius Samuilionis. And, well, an excellent victory to start off the day. And we are going to be taking a short break before we head into our second race of the day, which is the Rotax Max Mini Maxes. Well, here we go then for our second race of the day. Moving on to our Rotax Max Mini Maxes. Now, we've got some big drivers in this making their return after a while. Carlos Anderson will be starting the pole with Martin Verstappen in second in the 118. Then it's Ivo Ost ahead of Carl Kekuki in fourth place. Then it's Michelis Joubert in fifth, ahead of Remigius Kraušunas in sixth place. Watch out for him. Tauras Zimnikas and Emilis Kapkauskas are on row four. We've seen these two battle time and time again. Jokubas Jozaitis in ninth, ahead of Dominiks Dargis in 10th place. Then it's Kasparas Adamonis ahead of Henrys Laps in 12th position. Now, let's not forget Martins Lapins. He represented Latvia at the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Final last year, actually alongside Mikel Grantins. So keep an eye out for Martins. Also, Emilis Kapkauskas, he was in the Micromaxes, so he's made the step up from Micromaxes into Minimaxes. So let's see how Emilis Kapkauskas performs, having moved up the category. And that will definitely be something to keep an eye out for. No Jokubas Vaškelis, we sometimes see him, the Lithuanian representative. He's not here for this particular event, but we are pretty much ready to go racing. Carlis Bernsen, what a driver. He has had some absolutely phenomenal races. Always a driver to watch out for. Super aggressive. He gets his elbows out. We know how to race, and so does Carlis Bernsen, who leads the field away. What a move! A straight round the outside to take the lead of the race. Carlis Bernsen did not see that one coming, and he is now going defensive into turn number 2. But it is an almighty lead that we are already seeing from Martins Lapins. Martins Lapins, what a start and a half that was. Phenomenal race getaway, but Carlis Bernsen is under a lot of pressure. I think Ivo Ost and Carls Korkekuhi right behind a big train of cars, and this is all working very well for Lapins. I think that this time around, that's going to put him under a little bit of pressure from the 127s of Carl, who's now looking to the outside. Bernsen just focusing on holding that second place. And now two abreast, the 163 of Ivo Ost, getting a little bit swallowed and eaten alive as he has 1, 2, maybe even 3 cars going up his inside. Audacious move from the 141. That's Emilis Kapkauskas going for the move up the inside. Remember, Kapkauskas moving up from the Micromax category up into this Minimax category, and he's making good work up the field, is Emilis Kapkauskas. And a position gain, I think that's him up into 4th position. Now, Bernsen is giving the old finger wag. He's saying, look, let's work up the order. However, Carlos, I think you might have slightly missed the opportunity to try to get your head down, because there is a big gap to the race leader, Martins Lapins, the Latvian representative at the RMC Grand Finals. He is starting off 2026 exactly how he finished 2025, with some really solid pace. Made it into the overall finals at the Grand Finals event. A bit of a battle going on for third, right behind Carlis Bernsen, which is probably easing a bit of the pressure that he might have otherwise been feeling, with Korkekuhi and Kraušunas nose to tail. Kraušunas searching for a way through is Remigius in the 199. So Martins Lapins leads. 1.2 seconds was the gap last time round. New personal best and a fast lap of the race. The fast lap just keeps on being picked up by pretty much everyone. Bit of a defensive move from Korkekuhi, then contact as Kraušunas just runs into the back of him, heading into turn 3, I think it was. Now through 4 and heading up towards turn 5. Look over the shoulder from Korkekuhi. And he's just trying to think, right, is Kraušunas going to work with me? Can we actually hunt down Bernsen? Or do I have to focus on defending this third position? Needs to be careful as well, because Emilis Kapkauskas is not too far behind the pair of them. Remember, this is the battle for third place. Third and fourth, Jorge Cuji and Kraušinas nose to tail. And then it's about a half a second gap down to Emilis Kapkauskas, followed by Michelis Zubet. And great move up the inside. Kraušinas sends it switchback straight away from Jorge Cuji. They're now side by side, heading into turn 4. There is no working together. Kraušinas is through and up into third position. Now the question is, can he pull away? The answer, I reckon, is no. I have a feeling that Jorge Cuji is going to be able to stick right on his back end and is going to throw one back at Kraušinas. Over 3 minutes to go in this race, so still plenty of time. There should be about 4, maybe 5 laps left in this race. Kraušinas then up into third position. Kraušinas, who is racing in on the Gillard chassis, and just behind him you can see the distinct orange, white and black of the Sodi chassis from Jorge Cuji, the Estonian representative, the highest placed Estonian as well in the race. So there is a little bit of self-pride that I'm sure Jorge Cuji can have. Although I say that, I've just realised he's the only Estonian, so he would have had that pride regardless. Through turn 6 and 7, they go. A little bit of a wider line from Jorge Cuji, which will allow him to carry a bit more speed as they head into this fast-flowing turn 8. I tell you what, they must be pulling so much G. The next strength that you do need for karting, anyone who's watching this broadcasting might not have seen much karting, you do need to have a lot of neck strength. And some of these young lads, I don't know how their necks hold on. And you do often see when drivers move up from, especially when you go from micro and mini maxes up into the junior categories and the cars get a lot faster, you will see their necks hanging off like crazy. It is absolutely ridiculous how much G they put. I think one driver that I kind of remember doing that, I forget his name, Nikita Lyubimov. Last year, I think it was his first year in the juniors, so fast, his neck was constantly hanging off as an attempted overtake coming in from the 102. And that is Tauras Zimnikas, who's looking for a move on Ivo Oscar to go for the move here up the inside into turn number 1, gives him the squeeze on exit, makes the move work, and now the 163 might be able to have a go at Zimnikas with a fast lap of the race. Still battling though with the 102, and just behind is the 163. That's Ivo Os. But good little switchback and a good little battle this is for 6th place as they battle with Emilis Kapkauskas, who is in 6th, ahead of now Zimnikas with Ivo Os just behind the pair of them. Nose to tail, 6th, 7th and 8th. One goes to the outside, one goes to the inside. And Ivo Os will say, thank you very much for that, Zimnikas. I'll go up your inside. If you're going to try to go wide, go for a switchback, you leave the door open. And now Ivo Os goes up the inside into turn 1. But again, very calmly, Emilis Kapkauskas looking for the switchback. Can't make it work. Can he go up the inside? No, they're going to go nose to tail as they head through the right hairpin of turn number 3. And, well, one driver goes a little bit tight, the other one goes a little bit wider, and then right at the back, going super wide, is Tauras Zimnikas, trying to get the best run of all 3 of them. 15 seconds on the clock, which means we will have this lap and one more lap. Through the kink of 6 and into turn 7 we go. It's Os from Kapkauskas, from Zimnikas. That's going to change though, because Zimnikas tries to go up the inside. Does he have space? I think he might have just about weaseled his car up the inside. But he hasn't quite made the move work. Zimnikas goes for a set. He's completely sideways. Sideways left, sideways right, sideways left again. But through goes Zimnikas. Well, that was a brave overtake. Daniel Ricciardo-esque from the Ricciardo glory days of 2017, 2018. But that was an absolutely brilliant move. His car was in all kinds of angles. And I think as well, Tauras Zimnikas has been able to pull out a little bit of a gap to Emilis Kapkauskas. Ivo Os, though, too far up the road. We're heading into the final corner, and we've not spoken much about him, but Martins Lapins, an excellent race start to take the lead, and he's held on to it from there. Fair play to Carlos Bernstens. He brought the gap down to 1/10 of a second. Just goes to show the pace that Carlos Bernstens does have. But that race was well and truly won in the opening couple of corners by Martins Lapins. It's not very often you can do that, but Martins Lapins, absolutely phenomenal race start. And then, well, just held the lead from ahead of Remigius Kraušinas. Dennis Karl in fourth place, the Estonian driver in the Sony car. Michelis Zube in fifth ahead of Ivo Ostaros, Simnikas in seventh ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas and Jokmas Juozaitis in ninth. Dominis Dargis completes the top 10 ahead of Kasparas Adamonis and Henry's Laps. And with that, we're going to take another short break before we return momentarily with the Rotax Max Micro Maxes. Well, the next set of drivers are out onto circuit, and here is our grid. Timas Rimas starts on pole in the 55 car ahead of Norkus in second. Then it's Rems Aloz Nagrad in third ahead of Marko Klavins in fourth. Karims Kukutis in fifth ahead of Rodrigo Lapins in sixth position, with David Vladson completing the field. So Domas Norkus starting in second place. So Rimas and Norkus, the two Lithuanian drivers actually, managing to pit the rest of the Latvian field in this in their qualifying session. We'll see though whether they are able to do the same in the race. It was actually very close between second down to fourth. So Domas Norkus, Rems Balos Nagrado and Marko Klavins separated by less than a tenth of a second. Timas Rimas, though, was nearly 3/10 clear of anyone else. Actually, 2/10 clear of Domas Norkus. So, well, pace-wise from qualifying, Rimas is certainly the driver to beat. But for second, it is anyone's game, as our drivers have reached their formation 2 by 2 as we get ready for their 7-minute race plus 1 lap. And then after this, we'll be moving on to our junior race, which is 9 minutes and a lap. So this is our third race of the day. Again, for those of you joining us, welcome to the broadcast. We have got 2 heats and a final for all of our categories. We are currently on to our Rotax Max Micro Maxes. Next up are the juniors, but we're ready to go. Timas Rimas on the inside in the number 55 kart, and on the outside, Domas Norkus, as we get ready to go racing. Is the green flag going to get dropped? Yes, it is. On the left-hand side, I was looking at the marshal on the right, but it is a good start from the 55. Timas Rimas leads the way, and we're going to have a move. Nope, yellow flag's being waved. It is a false start, which is what I suspected, having seen the main marshal on the gantry not having dropped the green flag. And I think that's because drivers weren't staying in their tram line. So we do often see it, especially with some of the younger drivers. They get so excited for the race start, they then forget, oh, we need to stay in the tram line. So hopefully race start number 2 will be a little bit better. Another reason that we can also get these false starts is if the leading driver goes a bit too early. Is that a Lightning McQueen helmet? I think that is a Lightning McQueen helmet from Karim Kukutis. So we've got Lightning McQueen himself, Owen Wilson, out on circuit in the 95 car. He's got the full suit and livery to match it as well. We just need to have... I'm trying to remember the rest of the cars from the Cars movie. What is it? Chick Hicks in the green car. And the king. Who is the king here? Well, Timas Rimas will certainly be thinking he's the king, having put it on a pole. Rimas in the light green and black car with the white suit, white and blue suit. He's on the left-hand side of the screen, starting in pole with Tomas Norkus alongside. Will our drivers get in their tram lines? Well, it's definitely better. One driver is a bit stuck in the middle. We are green and away we go. Well, Lightning McQueen is up into third, so a very, very good start. We've got three drivers very close to each other and a bit of contact, a bit of dust going up into the air as well, but a great start from Karim Kukutis up into third position. Rimas leads ahead of Baltic Negrado from moving up the field into second place. So it's not a great start from Tomas Norkus, who has dropped down to fourth place, having started this race in second. So Timas Rimas winning that kind of jump at the line with the reactions to the green flag. Now, we did say, just before the race started, that from qualifying pace, Rimas looks very, very quick. And then it would be a three-way battle for second place. And that is exactly what we're seeing at the moment. So the qualifying pace that our drivers have exhibited yesterday is certainly being transferred into this race. A little bit wide, that from Kukutis, which might open up the door for Norkus. Actually, Kukutis carries so much speed out of the corner that it doesn't really matter. Norkus having a look up the inside. He's got to go for the move. Beautifully done. Almost collects Baltic Negrado. Such was the amount of pace that Norkus carried into the corner as he went up the inside of Kukutis. But upper position this for Norkus up into third place. Now Baltic Negrado. Then the question is, can he try to close in Timas Rimas, who is at the front of the field? And, well, one of these drivers, I lost my train of thought there, but Baltic Negrado in second place, and he's got the very fast Kukutis directly behind him. As we're seeing mechanics and dads on the side giving the old finger wag, push, push, push. And to be fair, they are pushing and they are closing back in onto Timas Rimas. Fastest lap that time round at Tomas Norkus. And he's going to go for the same move. No, I thought he was going to send it up the inside, heading into turn number 4. Decides against it. He's got the run coming out of the corner. He tries to go up the inside, squeezed onto the grass by Baltic Negrado, who is moving over to the inside to cover him off wide. Coming out of the corner is Baltic Negrado, the Latvian driver, trying desperately to hold on to second position. And he's doing a good job of it, but this is all allowing Timas Rimas to keep his lead, because right now Tomas Norkus looks so quick out on circuit. The pace is unreal. Is he going to go for a move? No, he's going to slot in behind Tomas Norkus in the Paralin chassis car, searching for a way through on the energy chassis car of Rems Baltic Negrado. Here we go then, through turn 3. Now turn 4, this is the corner where we saw Norkus go for the overtake on Kukutis. This time he doesn't go for it. He's going to slot in behind. Has he got the drive out of the corner? He has. He's going to go to the inside. He gets squeezed again, but not fully this time. And through goes Tomas Norkus, maybe a little bit wide. Kukutis searching for a way through on Baltic Negrado. Slots in behind. Now, 3 minutes, 52 seconds to go, plus 1 lap. Norkus is free. He has space in front of him. Can he close down Timas Rimas at the front of the field? The gap is fairly large. It's fairly substantial now. Also give a shout out to our driver in 5th place, Marko Klavins, in a lonely 5th place. A couple of seconds behind this three-way group for second. And then he's got himself, well, 4 seconds to David Vladsons in 6th position. Through turn 4, once again, we go. And you can definitely see that Tomas Norkus is pulling away. So, fastest laps, 49.6 last time round for Timas Rimas. That was the fastest lap of the race. The best other time that we've seen is actually Marko Klavins, who's put in a 49.7. So if this pace continues, Klavins might be able to catch up to these two. By these two, I'm talking about Baltic Negrado and Kukutis, because they have started to get gapped by Norkus. Let's look at the lap times this time round. 49.3 for Timas Rimas, 49.4 for Domas Norkus, and then it's a 49.9, 49.8 for Ballas Negrado and Kukutis, 49.6 for Marco Clavin. So he's gained a couple of tenths, but he's still 1.6 seconds behind. If you are a Clavins fan, you really need Norkus, Ballas Negrado to start defending from Kukutis so that he can close in and turn this two-way fight for the final podium position into a three-way fight. But Timas Rimas converting the pace that we saw from him in qualifying, and I'm sure Domas Norkus would be thinking, if he was in second out of the opening lap, could he have stuck with Timas Rimas? Because he had this battle, that's allowed Rimas to pull away. Now he doesn't have slipstream, he doesn't have that kind of pulling factor to bring him up to the pace of Timas Rimas. He's put in another 49.3, excellent pace at the front of the field. 49.6 for Domas Norkus. However, it's a 49.5 for Ballas Negrado, 49.7 for Karim's Kukutis, 49.7 as well for Marco Clavins. So Ballas Negrado seems to be upping the pace slightly, although it doesn't look like it because Kukutis is still pretty much on his bumper as they head into turn 5. The slightly more fast flowing of the three hairpins on this circuit. Through turn 6 and 7 goes our race leader, Timas Rimas. And nose to tail is Ballas Negrado and Kukutis as they go through the long left-hander of turn 8, through the kink of turn 9, and on to the start-finish straight. Another 49.4 for Timas Rimas, 49.4 for Norkus as well. But it's only enough to match the pace of Timas Rimas, who's showing really good pace and, more importantly, really good consistency up at the front of the field. Through hairpin 3 we go. I wonder if Kukutis will pull off the same move that Domas Norkus did on Ballas Negrado, which was getting the run coming out of the corner we just went through, turn number 4, and then sliding up the inside on the straight to go up the inside into turn 5. Well, through 6 and 7 we go. And again, nose to tail for these two. 30 seconds remaining in this race. And a little bit wide was Kukutis as he went through. I thought maybe he was trying to get a slingshot out of the corner, but it just seems that if you go off that racing line, you don't quite have the grip. And that seems to be what affected Kukutis there. However, he's still within a kart length. And this is where you need to get the exit. This is the move that Norkus liked to do. Is how Norkus got past Kukutis on, what was it, lap 4 of the race. Here, though, comes Kukutis. He's looking for the move. No, slots in behind. Again, he needs to get the big run out of turn 4 to make that overtake work. And because he looked to the inside, he's now lost a huge amount of time. Although, saying that, he is closing it straight back up. And the gap is back to about a kart length between these two. Now, I was going to say before, this is a big opportunity. This season's a big opportunity for a lot of our Micromax drivers because a few Micromax drivers from last year have moved up into Minimaxes, which means that there is an opportunity for these drivers to essentially be, you know, the Latvian representative or the Lithuanian representative come the RMC Grand Finals later on in the year. So it'll be excellent to see these drivers, how they develop, how they progress over the course of the year. At the moment, though, it does look like the driver to beat is Timas Rimas. Last lap of the race, and here comes Kukutis. Oh, he is looking for it into the kick of turn 6. That would have been audacious. Great run, though, out of a 7. Is he going to be close enough to go for the move into the long left-hander? No, it's just too fast. Not enough of a braking zone. Winning the race, though, is Timas Rimas from Domas Norkus, and Rems Ballas Negrado takes third ahead of Karim's Kukutis. Marco Clavins did close into those two at the end of the race, but it was just a little bit too little, too late. He finishes ahead of Rodrigo Lapin in 7th position. And with that being said, we will now once again take a short break before we head into our next race of today, which should be a big one. The Rotax Max Juniors and the Amateur Juniors. Onto circuit we go then for our Rotax Max Juniors and our Amateur Juniors. On pole is Patrikas Josius and Markus Jauk in second place. Jack Collinson in third, ahead of Remy Rubin in fourth position. Then comes Emilis Juozaitis and Klaus Hans in sixth position. Martins Dreiber in seventh, ahead of Adam Six in eighth. Then it's Keita Spike and Joris or Zigimanta Stankevicius in 10th. Juris Pluxna in 11th, ahead of Gustavs Narvais in 12th. Marks Kononovs in 13th, ahead of Hugo Kimons in 14th. Then it's Sebastian Nienemaer in 15th, ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas in 16th. Rudolf Alexis in 17th, ahead of Majas Mažinas in 18th. Now, Majas Mažinas won the Rotax Max Challenge Grand Finals last year, and he's starting in last. Is this a case of Majas Mažinas wanting to have a little bit of fun, or did something happen in qualifying that meant that he didn't get a lap in, or maybe he was underweight? Either way, Majas Mažinas will be a driver to watch out for. Another driver to watch out for is Oskaras Pitkovas, because I remember Pitkovas being quite a quick driver, and he's starting very far down the order. Keep an eye on Majas Mažinas at the very back of the field in, I think he's in the 296, if I'm not mistaken. But we need to focus on our front. Patrikas Josias is starting this race in first position, with Markus Jauk alongside the Estonian driver starting in second position. The juniors always give some excellent racing. 251, 288 on the front row of the grid. Josias and Jauk. Jauk in the light green helmet, Josias in the golden helmet. We are racing, and away we go. It's a good start. Jauk has been eaten alive on the outside of the grid, and there is a yellow flag out, which means we have a false start. Although I don't know if the drivers have realized. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe we are still racing, but I'm pretty sure I saw a yellow flag being waved. At the moment, though, Patrikas Josias is leading, and I think, yes, we are going back into formation. Never quite know. Sometimes I get thrown off. I see the yellow flag, I think, right, full start, and then the drivers haven't noticed it straight away, or they don't obviously slow down immediately. And I start thinking maybe it's just a local yellow. Not the case here. Markus Jauk back up into second place. Attempt number 2. Jauk will not be wanting another race start like what we just saw, because that was not ideal. He dropped down to about 4th or 5th place. Very easy to happen when you've got a stream of karts going up your inside. Jack Collinson being the driver in 3rd place. He's got his hand over his radiator, just making sure he's got all of his right settings and everything before we get going. So, race start attempt number 2. Josias on pole, then it's Jauk, Collinson, Remy Rubin in 4th place. It's Estonia 2 and 4. But we really need to watch out for Majas Mažinas at the back of the field. He is certainly a driver to watch out for in the 296. But we're ready to go racing. Josias and Jauk, round number 2. Ding, ding, ding. Away we go. It's another very good start from Patrikas Josias. Jack Collinson goes up the inside. Markus Jauk holds on to 3rd. But we've got to spin further down the order. 3, 4, 5 karts collected in that as they all try to get going. But they're all blocking each other. No yellow flags from what I can see. There is going to be no race restart, and that is really bad news for a whole bunch of drivers. We'll see when they come over the line. Jack Collinson, no, spin further down the order. I think that was Remy Rubin who spun, locked up the brakes going in to turn number 5, and that is absolute disaster all on his own as well. It might not be Remy. I'm not entirely sure who it was. Again, we'll see when they come over the line. But 1, 2, 3, 4, nose to tail coming out of the final corner to start lap number 2. Being led by Patrikas Josias, not for much longer. Up the inside goes Jack Collinson. Through goes Markus Jauk as well. And dropping down the order like a fly is Patrikas Josias. It just shows how easy it is for a stream of cars to go up your inside. Who has dropped down the order? Sebastian Nienemaer has dropped down. Majas Mažinas is not on circuit. So Majas Maginus is not on the track, so we won't be seeing him come through the order. Now, Joris Zigemantis Stankovic has dropped down the order. So did Klavs Hans, Oskaras Pitkovas down the order too. So those were all some of our drivers who got affected by that opening lap incident. So Jack Collinson leads the way, goes defensive from Marcus Jauk, who looks to the inside. Just behind the pair of them is Patrikas Josias, searching for a way through. There's yellow on the other side of the circuit. Look over the shoulder for Jack Collinson, who keeps the door shut. Up the inside goes the 2-1-0 of Emilis Juozaitis, up into fourth place, into third, and now up into second. Straight through Marcus Jauk. Doesn't take a second to breathe, but Jauk got to fight straight back up the inside into five. Following through comes Emilis Juozaitis. Or was that Patrikas Josias? I think it was Patrikas Josias retaking the position. Pardon me. Head down for Marcus Jauk. Now, the question is, the top two have been able to get a bit of a gap to Patrikas Josias, who, now that Josias is back into clear air, is trying to get his head down and close back into the leading duo. Marcus Jauk, though, looks very good. Or a bit of contact. Josias getting a tap, a love tap from Keita Spike in fourth place. Keita Spike, he's had a really good race as well so far, having clambered up the order into fourth position. Emilis Juozaitis, he's dropped down into fifth place. Well, this has been a really good race, and this is not going to be a race that's determined by pace, because pace-wise, I think Patrikas Josias is the quickest driver out on circuit. This is a race that's going to get determined by racecraft. How smart are you? How savvy are you? How well can you defend? And, well, Jack Collinson so far, the Latvian driver, has been showing that he is the best. It's Latvia from Estonia, from Lithuania. Round the outside goes Marcus Jauk. Jack Collinson holds it inside very well. And here is Patrikas Josias back into the fight for the lead. Here's Marcus Jauk looking to the inside, but Collinson slams the door shut, takes his racing line and says to Jauk, you're not far up the inside enough. I'm going to take my racing line. You do you, buddy. Door slam shut. Marcus Jauk head down, still fighting hard for this. We've got 5.5 minutes left of this race. Nose to tail as we head through the kink of 6 and into 7. Jauk is all over the back of Collinson. But where can he make the move? Collinson goes defensive heading into turn 8. Will keep it tight all the way round. Is that going to allow Jauk to get a slingshot coming out of the corner? It's certainly a good drive. Collinson will once again go defensive. And he's just pretty much parking it in front of Jauk, who does not dare to go to the outside because he knows Josias will then go for a move, and Josias almost makes the move going into the hairpin of turn 3. Jauk now having to go defensive because Josias is searching for a way through. And, well, I'm not going to say it's easy for Jack Collinson right now, but it is easier because he's just focusing on defending. Marcus Jauk, on the other hand, has to focus on attacking and defending. And Patrikas Josias is not a driver who would sit behind and say, you know what, Marcus, you know what, you try to overtake Jack. I'll just sit behind and watch. If he gets the opportunity, you know Josias is going to go for an overtake. The pole sitter who dropped down to fourth place momentarily. Again, Collinson early on the brakes, making sure that he can get a very good exit coming out of turn 1. And, well, it's just really, really good driving from Collinson at the moment. I feel like, a bit of a bump and pass maybe from Josias. Just goes into the back of Jauk. And, again, that opens up the door for Adam 6. Is that Adam 6 or Emilis Juozaitis? I think it's Juozaitis up, but Adam 6 is up into 5th place. He's had a really good drive. Now, Josias does not look very happy because, once again, he's been trying to find a way through on Jauk and it's cost him a position. That time, well, he did run into the back of Marcus Jauk. Jauk went wide, and I think Josias was a bit careful of overtaking from that contact, potentially. And that's what's then cost him 4th place. So Juozaitis is going to have to do this one again as a move comes up the inside from the 2-1-1. That is Rudolf's Alexis moving up into 7th position. Or into 6th position ahead of Juris Pluksna. Now, right now, Juozaitis is looking very quick. Who has the fastest lap of this race? It is Emilis Juozaitis, 44.697. So he's quick. Collinson again defending. Jauk searching to get the drive. I think he needs to do it around the outside. He just needs to full send it around the outside of Collinson. Collinson, who's breaking early. Great move up the inside from Josias. And somehow he narrowly slots in between the fine gap that was between Emilis Juozaitis and Marcus Jauk up the inside. That was clean from Juozaitis. And following through is Patrikas Josias as well. So Josias now up. Sorry, Emilis Juozaitis up into third. Patrikas Josias up into second. I got those two mixed up. It was Patrikas Josias who made the move into turn number 3. And now Patrikas Josias, can he find a way through on Jack Collinson? Collinson hasn't had to defend from Josias before, so this is a new dynamic. To the outside goes Josias. This is the move that we were expecting to see. Looks for the switchback. Oh, cut straight up the inside and airborne as well. Well, Emilis Juozaitis, he saw the gap that had been left by Patrikas Josias and thought, I'll go for that. Josias didn't see it coming, and they kind of went over each other. Thankfully, we're all still in this race, but back up into second place is Marcus Jauk. Emilis Juozaitis, though, in that Sodi, with a Sodi suit, Sodi chassis as well, I believe, up into third position. Looking to the outside, Collinson, again, he's just parking the bus, keeping it on the apex and driving a fantastic drive. To the outside then goes Alexis. A bit more contact. It is getting very, very feisty. Keep your eyes on Patrikas Josias on the outside in the 251, trying to go around the outside. He's going to get a squeeze. He's really getting squeezed on the exit of the corner. And again, Collinson goes defensive. Jauk trying to keep Alexis behind. So it's Rudolf's Alexis up into third place. Sorry, it's not Emilis Juozaitis. Alexis started this race down in P17 and is up into P3. Well, that is something and a half. He's about to go up into P2 as well because he's all over the back of Marcus Jauk. This is a phenomenal race. We've got 2 laps remaining. Can't we have another 10 because this is such good battling? Again, Collinson goes defensive. Penultimate lap of the race. There's not much time left for Marcus Jauk, and just down the order I'm seeing Patrikas Josias having gained a position, the 256, that's 6. Searching for a way through. Up the inside goes Alexis. Who's he battling with? That's Emilis Juozaitis. So Emilis Juozaitis up into third place. Back through on Rudolf's Alexis. Oh, little breather momentarily. Collinson, he's 1 lap and a corner away from winning what has been an absolutely phenomenal move up the inside. I think that was from 6. However, it does look like it is still Juozaitis who is in third place. Defensive again from Collinson. Good run out of the corner from Alexis. Is he going to be able to go for a move? He goes to the outside. He's trying to go around the outside of the pair of them. He gets squeezed. What a move from Rudolf Alexis. 2 for the price of 1. Jack Collinson gives a finger wag forward, but he fools him. He sends it up the inside. We're not working together. Oh, Rudolf's Alexis, the greatest move I've seen today. But he gets baited by Jack Collinson, who said, let's work together. And, well, that did not happen. Jack Collinson, you sneaky boy. What a drive. What a win from Jack Collinson. But surely, your driver of the race has to be Rudolf's Alexis. That was incredible. What a battle. I'm almost crying. That was so good. Rudolf's Alexis, 2 round the outside, but he then left the door open. I am gutted for him. But Jack Collinson, it was almost flag to finish. Jack Collinson takes an emphatic victory from Rudolf's Alexis. Emilis Juozaitis in third. Then it's Marcus Jauk. Adam 6 in 5th place. Patrikas Josias in 6th. Then it's Oskaras Pitkovas ahead of Joris Zigimantas Stankevicius in 8th. Then we've got Klaus Hand in 9th ahead of Remy Rubin. Martins Driver in 11th. Juris Pluxner, Gustavs Narvaez. Then it's Hugo Dumont and Sebastian Ninemeyer in 15th place. And the rest were in Steve Pike and Mark Dumont. That was the lap 1 incident. That was the spin. I'm not sure who it was who did spin there. But wow, oh wow, what a race. We had some crazy moments. There was the one big one, which was Emilis Juozaitis and Patrikas Josias going over each other. I'm sure we'll see that in a moment on this replay reel. But Jack Collinson, I said this is a race that's not going to be won by pace, it's going to be won by racecraft. And Jack Collinson really showed that. Really showed that. And I said as well before, the only way you're going to overtake Collinson is going around the outside. And that is what eventually happened. It was a move around the outside. Oh, what happened there? That was the 217. That's Keita Spike, who lost his front Nassau panel. Seemed to lose a bit of airflow as well. And this was the moment we had that contact. Well, you can't really blame Juozaitis for going for that move. And what a move that was. Absolutely brilliant. Collinson tried to give him the squeeze, gave him the squeeze. And, well, Alexis said, nope, I'm staying here. I'd rather crash than lose it. But it wasn't quite enough to claim the victory. Right, I'm going to take a 1-minute break before we return with our next race of the day, which is the Rotax Max DD2s. On to track we go then for the Rotax Max DD2s. Starting on pole is Edgar Zvilkans ahead of Romans Rodionovs in second position. Then is Tonis Johannes Tomingas in third ahead of Joel Kasper Jopere in fourth. Roland Juris Sprude in fifth, ahead of Noyos Gerulaitis in sixth position. Then we've got Andreas Opgaup in seventh, ahead of Richard Kansims in eighth. Then is Juris Zalitis in ninth, ahead of Rodrigo Frams in 10th. Well, Richard, I'm sorry, I have no idea how to pronounce that surname. Kansims. If someone wishes to let me know, please drop me a message. For those of you new to the broadcast when I'm on them, I do like to try to get everyone's names correct, of course. However, not being a native Latvian or Lithuanian or Estonian, a lot of them I'm sure I will be butchering to some degree. So I do apologize in advance if I've been getting any names wrong, or if I will get any names wrong. Bit of housekeeping. Edgar Zvilkan starting on pole, the RMC representative for Latvia. He actually started 10th in the grand finals, however had a DNF to finish down the order. Tonis Johannes Tomingas representing Estonia as well, finished that in 24th place, having made it into the grand finals. There you can see Tonis Johannes Tomingas in the 405, the nice white and blue, representing the Estonian colours very nicely. 10-kart field, we are pretty much ready to go racing. Vilkans, Rodionovs on the front row of the grid. Pace-wise in qualifying, only 300ths to separate these two. We should be in for a very, very good race. Here we go then. Green flag is ready. It is dropped. It's a very clean getaway from everyone. And we all go nose to tail early on the brakes from Edgar Zvilgans. And there's a bit of a Constantina effect behind him. But Tomingas is up into second place. It's a very good start from third for the Estonian driver. Rodionovs dropping into third, which is what we tend to expect from the driver in second place. It's very hard to hold on to second here at the Kartodroms. But yeah, let's just see how this pans out. I think it's our fifth race of the day at the Kandava's Kartodroms in Jelgava. And on to the DD2 race. After this, we'll have our Rotax Max Seniors, then the DD2 Masters and Amateurs all in one race, followed by the Tillotson T4s before we head into our lunch break. And then we have our second races of the day, followed by our finals. Remember, the heats are just to sort out the starting position for the finals. And well, at the moment, Edgar Zvilkans looking very good at the front of the field. These DD2s are gearbox karts. So 2 gears, I think that's what the 2 in DD2 stands for, direct drive 2. So there is no clutch in it, but you can do cool gear shifts. I've always wanted to drive a gearbox kart. It looks so much fun. And well, at the moment, Edgar Zvilkans is having a lot of fun. He's driving very well at the front of the field. However, Johannes Tomingas is very close to him. And Tomingas, I mean, not to take anything away from him, but last year, it didn't quite seem, at least at the events that I was commentating, that he had quite the same pace as Edgar Zvilkans. This year, it looks like he's keeping him really, really honest. I know it's just the first round of the season, but it looks like the DD2 class is a lot closer than what we saw, or at least what I was able to see last year. And Rodionovs, with the fast lap of the race, he might be making a move on Tonis Johannes Tomingas. Let's see, though. Still fairly close between them into turn one. Good move up the inside from the 429. That's Joel Kaspar Jopere up the inside of Roland Juris Sprude. So move for fourth position. Jopere up into fourth place. To be fair, I do not mind saying the Estonian names because I've got an Estonian friend, so I tend to send him messages beforehand and say, how do I pronounce these names? And then he tells me. Whether he's telling me the truth or not, because knowing him, he's the kind of person who'd give me a wrong pronunciation and then just laugh to himself as I then say it wrong on a broadcast. But Edgar Zvilkans is starting to stretch out a lead. It's not a big lead, but it's a lead. 0.4 of a second is the gap between first and second place, as Tomingas still trying to keep Rodionovs at bay, and is doing a very good job of that, as he just tries to stay latched on to the race leader, Edgar Zvilkans, who has a look over his shoulder just to check where Tomingas is. last time round. 42.1 for Vilkan, 42.2 for Tomigas and Rodionovs. Fast lap of the race that was for Edgars Vilkans. However, looking in fourth position, that is Joel Kasper Jopere, who is definitely closing in, is a driver for AGS Racing on a KR chassis, same as Andreas Opkaup. As there goes the move up the inside for Rodionovs. It's looked like it was going to be happening for a while. Rodionovs has finally been able to pull it off up into second place. Now, the question is, does he have the pace to close in to our race leader, Edgars Vilkans? Fast lap of the race, Joel Kasper Jopere. We said he was looking fast. We said that he was bringing that gap down. And 42.091, nearly a tenth quicker than Edgars Vilkan, who's still pumping in 42.1s. 42.1 for Rodionovs as well. 42.2 for Tonis Johannes Tomingas. Very, very close pace between our top four, all within pretty much a tenth of a second of one another. However, this lap is going to be important. This is the first lap in clean air that we've got for Rodionovs. New fast lap of the race from Jopere. No, it's a 42.1 again. So pretty much identical pace to Edgars Vilkans. But let's see what Rodionovs can do now that he's got clean air. 6 tenths behind Edgars Vilkans. 5 minutes on the clock. He needs to start taking nearly a tenth a second out of Vilkans if he wants any hope of winning this. Now, Tomingas is being closed in by Jopere. This is Estonia versus Estonia pride on the line here between Tomingas and Jopere. Well, last time round then, Rodionovs 42.2, not quite the pace of Edgars Vilkans, fastest man out on circuit. Joel Kasper Jopere once again, 42.0. So the pace is really, really good from the 429. And not just promising for this heat is this for Jopere, but promising for the finals as well. Rodionovs losing a tenth and a half to Edgars Vilkans that time round. So I think if we see anyone moving up the order, it's surely got to be Jopere. Further down the order, Noyes Gerolaitis has overtaken Andreas Aupkaup for 6th position. And over the line we go once again, 42.1 once again for Edgars Vilkans. Every single lap within a tenth of a second for Edgars Vilkans. Jopere 42.2 that time around. He's pretty much on the back of Tomingas, so I wonder if this might have caused him to lose a little bit of pace. But he's going to be getting a big waft down the straights, which might be one of the reasons why his pace is so electric. But take nothing away from Jopere, this is fantastic, fantastic driving from him. Just under 4 minutes to go. And, well, Jopere, I think he's going to need to start making some moves if he wants to claim second place. I think first place is too far gone. Edgars Vilkans just showing incredible pace, incredible consistency. 42.2, bit of a mistake that for Rodionov's opportunity. Slams the door shot in Jopere's face. Jopere, though, with the switchback out of 3 into 4. Again, Jopere will look for the switchback. Can he get to the inside? No, he can't. Rodionov's now having to defend as they go into turn number 5. And now they'll head down the straight into the fast kink of 6 and then on the brakes into 7. In these DD2 carts, they might actually have to brake before the kink. Good exit, though, from Jopere, and through he goes, past Rodionovs, who loses 2 positions in 1 lap. It's Estonia 2 and 3. Tomingas in second, and up into third is Jopere, who puts in 42.8 that time around. So loses half a second to Tomingas, but clean air for Jopere. So let's see what kind of lap this is for the 429 Estonian driver now that he's once again in clean air, and whether he can drag Romans Rodionovs along with him back up to his fellow Estonian countryman of Tonis Johannes Tomingas. But this is going to be a very big lap for Jopere, who has definitely gapped Rodionovs. That gap is significantly bigger than before. Now, the gap was 7 tenths of a second between Tomingas and Jopere. This time round, let's have a look. Not a great lap, 42.4 for Jopere. He drops half a tenth to Tomingas. But he's definitely pulled the pin on Rodionovs, gaining half a second on that lap. Rodionovs putting in a 42.7. But Edgars Villikans stretching clear at the front of the field as we head into turn number 8 and then into 9 once again. This looks like a very good lap from Jopere. What's it going to be? 42.1. Well, Edgars Villikans, his pace has dropped into the 42.3s as his tyres, I presume, are starting to go off ever so slightly. Tomingas also 42.3, but Jolkasper Jopere is still pumping in those low 42s of 42.1. And when he's 6/10 behind Tonis Johannes Tomingas, will he be able to close in any further in the remaining few minutes of this race? He looks very close now to Tomingas. Edgars Villikans has a look over his shoulder. Don't worry, Edgars, you've got a big, big gap behind you. You don't have to worry about anything. Just bring it home. 3 laps remaining, I think. 42.199. Again, another 42.1 for Jopere. He's gained 2/10 on Tomingas. Edgars Villikans 42.5. I wonder if Villikans is just taking it easy now. He knows he's got a gap, so just preserve his tyres a little bit. Don't absolutely destroy them. Keep a bit of life for the next heat and indeed the final. Jolkasper Jopere, though, there is no tyre saving going on. He wants this second place. Look over his shoulder. He's got loads of space to Rodionovs, who's put in a 42.7, so almost dropping into the 43s now is Rodionovs. Good pace actually from Andreas Opkalp, 42.3 from him down in 6th position. 42.3 from Jopere. I think now that he's got into some of the dirty air behind Tomingas, he has started to lose a bit of pace. 2 laps to go. And defensive from Tomingas to the outside looks Jopere. Will he be able to get the switch back? No, has to sit in behind. There'll be no way through 5 and 6. Pardon me, through 6 and 7. Could go for the move up the inside into 8, but they'll just stay line astern through the long sweeping left-hander. And onto the start-finish straight once again. Defensive from Tomingas. Jopere looks to the outside once more. 42.7 for Villikans. He's definitely just controlling the pace now. Keeping his tyres, and up the inside goes Jopere. Well, you saw Tomingas looking to his left, but Jopere was on his right. Up the inside goes Jopere and up into second place. Now Jopere needs to make sure he puts in a really good lap so Tomingas can't come back at him. Hard on the brakes. You can see the rear end squirming on the back of the 429 kart. But he has managed to pull off the move. He's done it cleanly. He's pulled a kart or 2 kart length gap over Tomingas. And now he just needs to make sure he keeps the gap. Checker flag is out. Edgars Villikans picks up the win. And it's a last lap overtake for Jolkasper Jopere to take second ahead of Tonis Johannes Tomingas. Romans Rodionovs in 4th ahead of Roland Juris Spruder. Then it's Andreas Aupkalp in 6th position ahead of Norris Gerulaitis, the sole Lithuanian, in 7th. Ricards Kalnsims in 8th ahead of Juris Zalitis, and Rodrigo Frams 4 laps down, so having a DNF. Fast lap of the race, 42.089 for Jolkasper Jopere. And with that, we are going to go into a short break before we return with our next race, which is arguably the kind of feature race of these days, the Rotax Max. On to track come our seniors. Now, this is the event that I hate the most because it's such good racing. I lose my voice every single time they take to the track. This is not a race you want to miss. And if you are going to miss it, make sure you're here for the super final. Fernando Paimre in third, ahead of Artyom Sestakovs in second. Then it's Tom Strel in third, ahead of Alistal Sermane in fourth position. Rodrigo Kakers in fifth, ahead of Martin Wallström in sixth place. Then it's Timofey Vladimirov in seventh, ahead of Domdas Gudelevicius. Kaspar Kiskuela in ninth, ahead of Matas Balchus in 10th. Then is Marcus Papp in 11th, ahead of Linas Volungavicius. Watch out for Volungavicius, very quick driver. Adrian Tions in 13th, ahead of Oliver Kerg in 14th. Then we've got Rafael Zernask in 15th, ahead of Marta Spike in 16th. Very big grid this. Kimi Kumulainen in 17th, ahead of Martin Svalts in 18th place. Then it's Endrik Pietz and Marius Karshauskas in 20th position. Karlis Kirikovs in 21st, ahead of Domas Karalevicius in 22nd place. Elizabeth Sulse and Kaius Petkus are on row 12, ahead of Laurinas Karalevicius and Jonas Liotkauskas in 25th and 26th. Hans Marcos Narusk and Kevin Leines in 27th and 28th place. We're still going because it's Rikard Skai Kulis and Maya Gomberga are on row 15, completing the top 30. Then it's Kaur Jesper Sumets and Sara Tabo in 31st and 32nd. Rem Smits and Kristen Hjovainen, pardon me, 33rd and 34th. Then is Ginas Rimkus and Robin Shemet completing the field. What a field. Paimre starts on pole. Are we ready to go racing? We are, and away we go. And it's another full start for Fernando Paimre. Oh, we've got to spin it further down the field. Now, for those of you who don't know, Fernando, if you're watching this back, I'm really sorry to call you out on this, but there was a race last year in, I can't remember if it was the Latvian Championship or the Lithuanian Championship, where Fernando Paimre got 3 full starts and got sent to the back of the grid because he kept going too early for the race start. I made a video about this. If anyone wants to watch it, feel free to do that. But Fernando Paimre is a very, very quick driver. He was the junior representative 2 years ago. Last year was his first year in the seniors. So this is his second year in the seniors, and Paimre has definitely gotten even quicker, taking the challenge to Tom Strel. Tom Strel, the Latvian representative in Rotax Senior Max. Actually finished third in the pre-final at the grand finals, ended up finishing down in 22nd, unfortunately. Fernando Paimre will be looking to be the Estonian representative this year in the senior class. We're ready to go racing. Green flag is dropped. A better start this time. Paimre will lead Tom Strel straight up into second position through on Rodrigo Kakers, who was also one of the Latvian representative at the grand finals last year. 1, 2, 3, then Paimre from Strel from Kakers. And Tom Strel, one of our few drivers who started the race in second and held on to second through the opening corner. Tom Strel, a very, very quick driver and, well, very well-versed driver. Fernando Paimre is going to have his work cut out. Spin further down the order. About 6 carts collecting with each other as well. You've then got 20 other carts trying to get through. And, well, 2 drivers not very happy. We've got a 5-way fight at the front. Is that Alistal Sermane up into third place? It might be. Who's got a good run. Maybe looks to the outside of Tom Strel. Tries to switch back to the inside. But Kakers almost blocks her off. Up the inside of Strel. Makes the move work. Strel goes wide. Through goes Kakers, I think. Up into third position. Alistal Sermane, really, really good stuff. And now gives a finger forward. Says, look, right, let's work together for a few corners. However, what I've seen from people is when they say, let's work together, not to trust that, because that's what we saw in the previous race from one of our drivers. So let's see how this goes. Alistal Sermane, though, is looking quick. Seems to actually be pulling ever so slightly from Kakers. And by pulling ever so slightly, I'm talking about maybe a 1/10 of a second. Strel looks to go to the inside, just about makes it work. Great move. And right behind them is the Finnish driver of Martin Wallström, who is trying to search for a way through. Strel now goes offensive into turn 3 and still going defensive into turn 4. Wants to make sure there is no way back through for Rodrigo Caicas before getting his head down. Look over the shoulder. Caicas saying, right, go, go, go. And Tom Strel, I think, might have actually trusted Caicas here. He's still looking behind him. So I don't think Strel is going to trust what Caicas is saying. And now there's a bit of a train forming behind Caicas. Because actually, no, Caicas has been overtaken by Wallström. So we missed that. Wallström up into fourth place. And now behind Caicas is Sestakovs, Balchus, and Pap. So as they come over the line, it's very, very close all the way down to, what is that? 9th place with Karlis Kirikovs. Move up the inside from the 333. That's Marcus Paps up the insides of Sestakovs. Artyom Sestakovs in the 357. So, well, very, very close battling further down the field. But at the front, Stolzenman is still trying to hunt down Fernando Paimre. 43.5 for Paimre, 43.6 for Stolzenman. And, well, we'll see what Tom Strel can do once he's got, now that he's got clean air, because his last lap was a 44.2. So over the line they come. 43.3 for Paimre, 43.2 for Stolzenman, 43.1 for Tom Strel. So Tom Strel has got his head down. It's also 43.1 for Martins Wallströms as well. Oh, late move up the inside from the 309. That's Karlis Kirikovs, who makes a really good overtake. And then the Estonian driver, the 363 of Oliver Kerg, trying to find a way through. Another kind of finger or hand gesture forward. Come on, let's go. As there is the 333 of Marcus Pap, who is back ahead of Artyom Sestakovs once again. Just behind Sestakovs is Matas Balchus, who is down in 8th position. So Pap having overtaken Sestakovs on the last lap. And there are your top 3. Tom Strel is closing in like a shot. 42.8 for Tom Strel. Take a bow, 3/10 quicker than Fernando Paimre and Alice Stolzenman, who pretty much matched each other pace-wise. Also, Martin Wallström, very quick as well. 43.0 that time around. Artyom Sestakovs also a 43.1 down in 7th position. So a few drivers lapping in those ultra-low 43s. Was that a little bit defensive from the driver in the white helmet? I'm just trying to remember who that is. That's the 352 of Rodrigo Caicas, who has Sestakovs right behind him. And there are your top 3. 43.1 for Paimre, 43.0 Stolzenman. Strel, 42.9. Tom Strel is loving, well, no, he's not loving life, but he's loving his pace, I'm sure, because his pace is electric. We've still got 5 minutes to go in this race. Look over the shoulder from Fernando Paimre just to check where Alice Stolzenman is. And, well, she is there. I think that was a little shake of the helmet from Stolzenman, and not too happy with how she navigated turn number 5. But Tom Strel is certainly the quickest driver on the circuit. Fernando Paimre, having stepped up into the senior class, well, his main competitor is going to be Tom Strel. That has to be his target, because Tom Strel, he's been in the senior category for a few years now, if I'm not mistaken. And, well, he is certainly the driver to beat and always shows this absolutely ridiculous pace that we're seeing. I think, where is Linus Volungavicius? Because he's very quick. He's down in 12th place. I remember there was one race where Volungavicius had an incident on the last lap of the race. I think it was him and Paimre, or him and someone else, and they ended up, it cost them the win. I think Alice Stolzenman ended up winning that race, if I'm not mistaken. But anyway, here we go then. 4 minutes to go. Paimre, 42.9. Oh, pardon me, not Paimre. That was Marcus Pap with a 42.9. Paimre, 43.4. 43.2 for Stolzenman. Strel, 43.3. Well, Strel's pace has now dropped off because he's caught up to the back of Stolzenman. And this is where you might start to get a little bit of aero wash kicking in. Here we go into the final corner. Once again, your top 3 separated by half a second, or at least they were last time round. Marcus Pap in 5th place. He's actually got through on Wallström. Through goes Strel. Well, he completed the overtake and cut back in front of Stolzenmann before the braking zone. So I think Stolzenmann not fighting that one too hard, looking at the bigger picture, which is closing into Paimre and making sure that Wallström and Papp can't close in, because Wallström 43-1 last time round, Marcus Papp 42-9. So Papp, the Swedish driver, was the quickest driver on the field last time round. It's Estonia from Latvia, Finland, and Denmark are your top 5. Marcus Papp certainly coming alive. Cake is also 43-1. Sestakov's 43-0. So seeing really good pace, but Kakers and Sestakovs have dropped down the order a little bit. Here comes a move up the inside, really cleanly done from Marcus Papp, who has been looking very quick indeed over the last few laps. Tom Strell last time around 43-1. Fernando Paimre at 43-0. I don't know. I'm guessing here, but I have a feeling that Paimre has been kind of playing with the pace a bit, because we've seen 43-3s, and now all of a sudden that it is Strel up into second place. Paimre has just upped the pace a bit to a 43-0. I don't think that's enough to keep Tom Strel at bay. Now, we've got 2 minutes to go. This is going to come down to a last lap battle between these two, well, essentially the best Estonian and the best Latvian senior drivers, although Alice Stolzenmann will be saying, no, I want to be considered in that debate for the best Latvian senior driver, and she's certainly up there and up in that debate. Driven really well last year across her campaign, and driving very well in this opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia. 43-1 for Paimre, 43-0 for Strel. Marcus Papp, though, 42.9. Papp is the quickest driver on circuit. However, I just think he's a little bit too far back at the moment. He'll be a driver to watch out for in heat number 2, and indeed in the final. I think on the... It's kind of one of those things. I think on the fresher tyres, Strel has been very quick. Papp, though, on these older tyres, I think he's probably the only driver who can keep up with Strel, who's now losing a bit of pace behind Paimre. Paimre, 43-1. Strel, 43-0. Stolzenmann and Papp, 42-9 for the pair of them. A new personal best for Stolzenmann. But the fast lap of the race, still that 42.886 set by Tom Strel on lap number 5. On to the back straight once more. 46 seconds on the clock. We are going to have 2 more laps in this race as we come over the start-finish line once again to begin what is now lap number 14, I think. And Strel is pointing forward to Paimre. I would not believe that for 1 second if I was Fernando Paimre, and Paimre is not. He is defending. He could not care less what Tom Strel is saying about working together. Strel's done it again. Paimre gives a thumbs up and then proceeds to defend into turn number 5. And I can't really blame Paimre, because why would you risk Strel being able to go up your inside and then Stolzenmann following through? Stolzenmann now on the outside, maybe looks for a switchback, but no, the corner's just too long and too tight for Stolzenmann to make that work. Now, Marcus Papp is well and truly in this fight. Anyone can win this. Stolzenmann aggressive up the inside. Papp follows through. 1, 2, slams the door shut in Stolzenmann's face. And up into second place, Marcus Papp can well and truly win this. A little bit of a push on Fernando Paimre coming out of the corner. Into the hairpin we go. Wallström is here as well now. It's a 5-way battle. Tom Strel has dropped down the order. Stolzenmann back up into second place, but Papp fights back up the inside, goes airborne, catches the rear end. Stolzenmann drops down into 5th place. Paimre is gone. Strel up into 2nd, and it is Wallström into 3rd. Marcus Papp, well, it was aggressive. We'll let the stewards decide that one. It happened in the blink of an eye, but it's not been a blink of an eye this race. Fernando Paimre wins by about 2 blinks of an eye from Tom Strel. Then it's Martin Wallström in 3rd, Marcus Papp and Alice Stolzenmann in 5th place. There might be a little chat between Papp and Stolzenmann, both with and without stewards present. Rodrigo Kakers in 6th, ahead of Karlis Kirikovs in 7th. Then it's Artyom Sestakovs in 8th, ahead of Linas Volungavicius in 9th, and Matis Balchus in 10th place. Rafael Zernask in 11th, ahead of Marius Karshauskas in 12th. Laurinas Karlevicius in 13th, ahead of Kimi Komulainen in 14th. Adrian Tions in 15th, ahead of Jonas Liotkauskas in 16th. Oliver Kirk in 17th, ahead of Rikards Keikulis in 18th. Then it's Robin Shemet and Hendrix Pietz completing the top 20. Our DNFs from this race were, I think, Mate Spike, Timothy Vladimirov, Dovidas Gudelevicius, and Kaspar Piscuela, who I think had a DNF on the opening lap of the race. That was the full start, which caught out, I think that's the 3-6-7. And then we had a start number 2. But we're going to take a short break, and we will be back for our DD Masters, Amateurs, and Heavy race in a couple of minutes. We are ready to go racing then for our DD2 Master Amateurs and Heavies. So 3 categories out on track. Starting on pole is Ivers Us ahead of Ricards Kalnesis. Mikolas Maginas in 3rd ahead of Juris Zalitis in 4th place. Then it's Carlos Brisis in 5th ahead of Rudis Klavins in 6th place. Martins Rollis and Edmunds Zusevics in 7th and 8th. Then we've got Bruno Van Hannes, Van Hanens and Armand Kantz completing the top 10. Marcos Spikis and Andrei Kurk in 11th and 12th place. Then it's Christas Smiltniks in 13th ahead of Juris Spikis in 14th. Endis Vaznis and Antinevics Dimitris in 16th, and then it's Artur Janis in 17th place. So 3 categories we've got the DD2 Masters, the DD2 Amateurs, and the DD2 Heavies. The DD2 Masters are for the most part at the front of the field. Carlos Brisis is the highest place DD2 Amateur. For those who don't know how the categories work, DD2 Masters are drivers over a certain age. DD2 Amateurs are essentially DD2 drivers who aren't racing the Rotax Max series, and then the DD2 Heavies are the slightly larger DD2 drivers. And when I say larger, I mean kind of a healthy weight of, what is it? It's normally about 80, 85 kilos is when you get into the heavyweight categories of karting, because there's so many younger junior drivers who are all about 60, 70 kilos. But we're ready to go racing. Front row of the grid, Ivers Us and Ricards Kallensims. Kallensims on the outside, drops into 3rd place, and up into 2nd is Mikolas Maginas. So Maginas up to 2nd, now trying to cover off the returning Kallensims, who goes up into 2nd place. And in 4th place is Carlos Brisis, who is doing a very, very good job as well. Don't forget, Carlos Brisis is one of the amateur drivers, so for him to be up here racing with the Masters is very, very impressive. We saw last year Carlos Brisis, I think this was when Masters weren't categorized with the standard DD2 Heavies. He was just kind of in no man's land a lot of the time. Very, very lonely. But at the moment, Carlos Brisis looking very, very good, mixing it up with the big boy master drivers out on circuit. And a close battle for 3rd place. Mikolas Maginas is your driver in 3rd. He's the one with the plain white side pods, the 577. And now going a little bit defensive into turn number 4. The sole Lithuanian driver in the field, and we've got a sole Estonian driver, which is Andre Kerk, one of the DD2 master drivers. He's currently down in P10, is the Estonian. But Iverzus with a good lead is going to be, well, knocking on nearly a second when they come over the line. Let's see, it was 0.6 of a second last time around. This time around, well, it's come down to 0.4 of a second. So a good lap from Ricards Kallensims to bring that gap down. 44.1 for us, 43.9 and 43.8 for Kallensims and Mikolas Maginas. And this is very similar pace as well to what we saw from our Rotax Max seniors. So the pace between the DD2s and the seniors, not very different out on track. I think the seniors were doing 43.1. I can't remember what the Rotax Max DD2s were doing. I think they were doing 42, so a couple of seconds a lap quicker than these drivers who are in a slightly heavier category, heavier weight limit, etc. And then you've got the heavies, which are even heavier. Here goes a move, though, for the lead. Kallensims up the inside of us, and Mikolas Maginas follows through. Mikolas Maginas, very experienced driver. I can't remember if he's always been in DD2s or if he was doing Rotax seniors a couple of years ago. Either way, Maginas knows what he is doing, follows through clinically, and dropping down to 3rd is the pole sitter, Ivers Us, who is now going to be under pressure from Rudis Klavins, with Carlos Brisis just behind him. And just behind Brisis is Edmunds Zusevics, and those two are battling for the amateur DD2 class victory. Also, Bruno Van Hanens just behind as well in 8th place. Those three are all in the same category. Move up the inside, and losing positions is Edmund Zusevic. So I think that was Rollis going up the inside of Zusevic for 6th place, which is good news for Carlos Brissis because he's got more of a buffer now to his fellow DD2 amateur drivers. But good pace from the leading two now, Callum Seams and Maginas. Maginas with the fast lap of the race, a 43.5, only a 10th off Ricard's Callum Seams last time round. But let's see what it is this time round in clean air. Look over the shoulder from Mazinas and move up the inside from Clavins on Ivers Uz, who's starting to drop down the order. Carlos Brissis now directly behind. Brissis is going to go for a move as well. Tries to go up the inside. There's a bit of contact. He rides over the back of Clavins, or pardon me, of Uz's kart. And now there's contact between the 522 and the 488. 488 is Bruno van Hanens, who is the fellow amateur DD2 driver. So that's now a battle for the amateur class lead between Brissis, Van Hanens, and Zusevic just behind. But Brissis was driving fantastically, and just a shame that little bit of contact happened. Again, we'll leave it to the stewards to decide whether anyone was at blame or at blame sufficiently to warrant a penalty. But your top three looking quick. 43.5, 43.4, 43.4 are the pace of first, second, and third, respectively. The only other driver in the... Oh, there's a couple of drivers in the 43, Martins Rollins, and further down the order, Armand's Kanks in 9th place. They're also in the 43s, otherwise everyone did 44s on that particular lap. Here we go then, through the back corner once again. And on to the start-finish rate. Let's have a look at the pace. No sends into turn 1. 43.4, 43.3, 43.0 from Rudis Clavins. Fastest lap of the race from the driver in 3rd place with a black helmet. Is he going to potentially go for a move? No, Maginas wise to it. Keeps the door shut. And Callum Seams continues to lead. Clavins gives the finger wag forward. I don't trust any of these drivers when they give a finger wag forward now after what I saw earlier on today in the junior category race. Because that, the finger wag forward followed by instant send. Yes. I'm not blaming the driver at all. It was absolutely brilliant. The mind games coming into play. But Miklas Majina still in 2nd place. 43.2 that time round, matching the pace of Callum Seams. Now going up the inside, trying to match the tarmac of Callum Seams. A little bit of contact between the two of them. And Majinas now has to go defensive to keep Clavins at bay. Brissis, further down the order, still leading in the amateur class from Van Hanens. Meanwhile, in the heavyweight class, Marcus Spikis is ahead of Juris Spikis by 4 seconds. And they're first and second in that particular category. And then it's Kristaps Smiltnieks in 13th place and 3rd in class, running in the Lando Norris chassis. Right, attempt number 2 then for Miklas Majinas. Will he be able to go for the move here? No, he won't. Instead, it's going to be a move from Rudis Clavins, who goes up into 2nd place with 3 minutes on the clock. So change for 2nd position with Clavins up from 3rd. Nicolas Maginas drops down into 3rd position. But all of a sudden, Callum Seams now has a bit of a lead. Let's see what the lap times are like. Clavins has the fastest lap of the race, 43.0. It's about 0.2 quicker than what anyone else has been able to do. So let's see now that he's got some clean air in front of him, what kind of pace we can expect. That time round it was 43.3, which was essentially only a 10th slower than Callum Seams. So despite having made the overtake, he still matched the pace of the race leader. Ivers has also put in some good pace, 43.2, right behind him Martins Rollins, 43.1. So very good pace in our group. That's 4th, 5th, and 6th. Carlos Briss is also putting in a 43.2 as well. So the pace not dropping off for our DD2s currently. As into turn 8 we go. through the kink of 9. Lap times then 43.4 for Clavins, but he's gained 1.5 tenths on Ricard's Callan Seams. Yellow flag is out. Not sure what that is for. But it does seem that Mikolas Mažines is very quick through the opening sector of the lap. And then it's in the later part of the lap where Rudis Clavins gains time on Mažines and indeed on Callan Seams as well. Pace from everyone that lap had somewhat dropped. Little flicker with the radiator settings, as there are 2 cars off. That's a 533 and 575. That's Endis Vasnis and Artus Janis, who are in 16th and 15th respectively. Our only other DNF at the moment is Juris Zalitis, one of the DD2 master drivers. Martins Rollis is up into 4th position. He's overtaken Ivers Us, the pole sitter from the start of the race. Less than a minute to go, so 2 laps remaining in this race. I think Ricard's Callan Seams has done enough. 43.1 that time round for Callan Seams. Clavins 43.2, Mažines 43.1. So the pace is starting to come back. Actually, it looked like it was dropping off momentarily, but I mean, actually, I say that this time around. 43.7 for Callan Seams, 43.8 for Clavins, 44.0 for Mažines. So I think this is all just a case of the yellow flag being out, so the drivers having to back off through that sector. And that is visible through the drop in lap times by over half a second. Well, penultimate lap of the race this is, and Ricard's Callan Seams has driven this very, very well indeed. Took the lead on the opening lap, if I'm not mistaken. And now he's just 9 corners away from picking up a very good heat victory. He's not come under immense pressure, but he's kept his cool. He's just put in quick, consistent laps. 43.2 that time around. Back to matching pretty much his personal best. Well, Rudis Clavins has had the most raw pace, but he's just not been able to consistently put that in every single lap. Which is why Callan Seams has been able to maintain this lead of, well, last time round it was nearly 0.7 of a second. So Callan Seams then rounds the final corner, and he will pick up the first heat victory of the day for the DD2 Masters category. Rudis Clavins in second, ahead of Mikolas Mažines in third to round out the Masters podium. Then it's Martins Rollis and Ivers Us. Carlos Brisis wins in the amateur category from Bruno Van Hanen. Then it's Armand Kanks, and third in the amateur category is Edmund Zusevics. André Kerg in 10th, and then we've got our heavyweights of Marcus Vikis, Kristaps Smitniks, and Juris Spikis, who finished in 13th, but third in class. Actually, I think Kristaps Smitniks was the last driver on the lead lap, from what I'm seeing on the timing tower. But anyway, with that, we are going to take another short break, and when we return, as there was the incident that really cost Carlos Brisis going a little bit airborne, dropped him down the field and off the lead group. But we're going to go into a little break, and then when we return, we'll have our Tillotson T4s out on circuit, which is the last race before our lunch break. Okay, so Tillotson time. Our last race before the lunch break in the Tillotson series. Many more karts than previous. Berzins and Lazdans on the front row of the grid. Edvards, Jimenez and Kirillis Dmitrievs in third and fourth. Row 3 is Ralph Legends and Christians Lazdans. And then moving on to row number 4, Rudolf Toms Berzins and Miroslav Novik in 8th. Kirillis Savins and Christopher Lakis complete your top 10. Then it's Dace Grossberger in 11th, ahead of Ingus Justs in 12th. Ores Maris Revals and Artur Korenko in 13th and 14th place. And then completing the field is Ralf Igals, all by himself in 15th place. Great to see a much bigger Tillotson grid than what we had last year. I think last year was the first year that the Tillotson grid was introduced to the Rotax paddock as one of the events to round off the day. And I think last year we had something like 6 or so drivers, so good to see that the number has more than doubled. And we have a much bigger grid of 15 drivers and hopefully a very competitive grid and some excellent racing out on circuit. A really good kind of, I think, again, I think they describe it as more of a budget series. Everything's kept very standard, so that even if you're on a slightly tighter budget than what you'd be able to use for Rotax Maxes, you can have a very competitive grid, very good racing with everyone having very similar and equal machinery, one make chassis as well. So there is no differences across the board, which is why Tillotson is enjoyed not just in Latvia as well now, but a lot in England as well. Very big grids. They've got a European final. I think they have that in Valencia at some point, which I'm sure many of our drivers here will be looking to compete in. Berzins Lazdans on the front row of the grid. Daniels Peteris Berzins in the 919, 907 Maris Lazdans. We are ready to go racing. Nice and slow. That's how we do a race start. That's what the organizers love to see. Great start from Edvards Jimenez, who moves straight up into second place. Lazdans on the outside, just kissing the grass as he comes out of turn number 2. But it is a good start from Edvards Jimenez, who moves up into second place. And well, you can already see what a gap there is at the front from Daniel Speteris Berzins, who leads now from Edvards Jimenez by a fairly healthy margin. And then it's a bit of a battle, 2, 3, 4, 5, and 6, all in one group. Although, as I say that, it does look like Jimenez is starting to break clear of Maris Lazdans, not by a huge amount, but just by enough. There's a bit of daylight between the pair of them. Again, we'll see how everything unfolds over the next few laps. Well, lap number 1 is completed. Fast lap of the race, expectedly, from the pole sitter of Daniel Speteris Berzins. A bit of a mistake there from Jimenez, and that has brought Ralph's Legends up into play. He's up in third. Bit of contact as well, pushing onto the back of Jimenez's Legends, and now he's got 2 drivers on each side of him. He gets overtaken on the inside, overtaken on the outside, and almost overtaken from behind. Hand raised in frustration, and you can understand why. Well, I'm sure I think that was just a racing incident. There was just 3 karts trying to go into one corner and always going to end a little bit poorly. I don't think the kart on the inside knew it was 3 abreast. I don't think the kart on the outside knew it was 3 abreast. The only person who knew it was 3 abreast was Edvards Jimenez. Sorry, not Jimenez, Ralph's Legends. Either way, it's now looking like it's Lazdans up into third place, trying to hunt down Jimenez. Is that Lazdans? No, Lazdans is in 4th place, so he's the driver with the yellow and black helmet. And it's Kirill Dmitrievs, who has the white helmet in the 965, who's right behind the green helmet of Edvards Jimenez. Last time around, fastest lap was actually Kirill Dmitrievs with a 50.9. Berzins was 3/10 quicker than Jimenez. Oh, this is looking a little bit racy here. So Lazdans all over the back of Dmitrievs. Which is surprising because Dmitrievs put in such a quick time. I thought Dmitrievs would have been the one leading the charge, but it looks like he's actually holding up Lazdans to some degree. Here goes Dmitrievs up the inside into the final corner. Never mind, Dmitrievs isn't hanging around. Up into second place. Really good move from Kirill Dmitrievs. Now, can he follow through as we've got potential move further down the order? No, they will stay where they are. That's the 908 of Novik, I think, battling with Kirill Savins. So Dimitriyev's 50.337 that time round, 2,000 slower than Daniel's Petris Berzins. Now the question is, can they hunt down the race leader? Will they work together, or will Jimenez try to fight back up into second place? Keep your eyes out for Maris Lazdans in fourth place as well, just behind this duo. Because he certainly has a lot of pace on him, does Lazdans. Let's see when they come over the line this time round. So your race leader, the Daniels Petris Berzins, crosses the line. What's his time going to be? A 50.0, 49.9 for Dimitrievs. So he gained 200ths of a second. Not that much. 50.1, 50.0, 50.1 for Jimenez, Lazdans and Legends respectively. And well, Jimenez goes back up the inside. He's decided, you know what, Dimitrievs, you're not really catching up to Berzin, so I'm going to turn this into a battle for a second rather than a hunting group for first place. So I think these are all going to squabble now, and Berzins has pretty much got one hand on the heat win. Just has to make sure he doesn't make any mistakes, because these two are going to be swapping positions left, right and center now, rather than trying to work their way to close into the race leader. And here comes Lazdans going for a move again up the inside. Great move from Lazdans up into second place. Following through is Leyens, but he's on the outside, and now that's actually allowed the other Lazdans to go up the inside. That is Christian's Lazdans trying to make a move. Leyens, though, holding on to the inside now for turn 4. Contact between Leyens and Jimenez. And that's cost Leyens a lot of time, and it's actually cost Christian's Lazdans a lot of time. It's allowed Dimitrievs, I think, to pull a little bit clear. So Dimitrievs in second place. Now it's side by side between Jimenez and is that the 907 of Maris Lazdans? I think it might be. Double check when they come over the line. So Dimitrievs is in second. Then we've got Jimenez and Lazdans fighting. So it's Christian's Lazdans who is in fourth on your screen in the 905 with the black suit and the white helmet. And then just behind is Ralph Leyens. Sorry, it's Maris Lazdans actually. Positions are changing left, right and center. So every time I check the timing tower, it's actually changed around. But Dimitriev holds on to second place. Sorry, so Dimitriev is in second. Then it's Edwards Jimenez and Christian Lazdans here on your screen. And then it's Maris Lazdans and Ralph Leyens just behind. Here comes the move from the 985. Swaps over to the inside late on. He's going to get a very good run out of the corner. Is Lazdans. It doesn't matter because Jimenez goes defensive and Christian Lazdans will have to think of something else. Maybe a switchback. And he's pulled off the switchback very nicely, but now he's on the wrong side of the circuit. Heading into turn 4. The outside is never going to work through there. And all of a sudden, Christian Lazdans looks behind him and sees Maris Lazdans right there. So it's Ralph Leyens. And not too far back is Rudolf Toms Berzins. Through 6 and 7. 1 minute 30 on the clock. These two are not going to be able to close in onto Jimenez, let alone Dimitriev, to the outside. Switchback attempted by Christian Lazdans. Maybe you'll get a push from Maris Lazdans here. If Maris Lazdans is going to work with anyone, surely it will be with Christians. And again, Christian's looking to the outside. He's going to try to send it all the way around the outside. And this time, he actually makes it work as well. Great move from Christian Lazdans around the outside of turn number 4 to claim third position. Edwards Jimenez had been trying to park it on the apex every single lap. And Christian Lazdans said, okay, well, if you do that, I'll just send it around the outside. And he made it work as well. Fantastic stuff. 20 seconds on the board. Just looking at lap times, 49.8 from your race leader. New fast lap of the race. Kirill Dmitriev's 50.0. Through turn 5 and now down into 6 and 7. 2 laps to go, or I should say about 1.5. Well, Jimenez is not being dropped by Christian's Lasdans. He's staying within touching distance. He won't be close enough to go for a move into turn 1. So he will have to wait for another opportunity. Was that a move attempted? I think I saw the green helmet of Jimenez going up the inside of Lasdans. No, he has not been able to make the move. But there is your race leader, Daniels Petris Berzins, onto the back straight ahead of Kirill Dmitrievs. It's been a relatively uneventful race for Daniels Petris Berzins, who rounds the final corner and will win heat number 1 for the Tillotson T4 series. Second place is Kirill Dmitrievs, followed by Christian's Lasdans ahead of Edvards Jimenez. Marius Lasdans in 5th ahead of Raul Lanes. Then it's Rudolf Toms Berzins and Miroslav Novik in 7th and 8th. Christopher's Lakis and Kirill Savins complete the top 10. Then we have in 11th Ingus Just and Dasir Grossberger in 12th ahead of Artur Gorenko and Ralos Igals. Orest Marist Revels is in 15th place. So with that all said and done, that is our first set of heats completed. We are now going to be taking a short break and we'll be back in about half an hour's time with our next race, which is going to be race number 2 for the amateur micro and mini maxes. So go get yourself some food, have a toilet break, whatever the case may be. I'm going to grab some water and we'll see you all in about half an hour's time. Welcome back, everyone, to the Rotax Max Challenge, Latvia and Estonia. Valters Vasnis and Andris Vasnis on the front row of the grid, followed by Pius Samulionis and Valters Ursis. Then comes Toms Gruzins and August Majors. Then we've got Majos Norkus and Patrick Slapins in 7th and 8th position. Dennis Norkus and Ralf Tietson are on row number 5, with Emma Tietson completing the field. We are heading into race number 2 for our amateur micro and mini maxes out on circuit. For your mini maxes, it is the 2 Vasnis that are starting at the front of the field. So Valters and Andris, and it is all the micro maxes behind them. We saw some really fun battling with this group in heat number 1. The green flag is being waved and away we go, side by side between the 2 Vasnis through turn number 1. But I think it is Andris who leads with Pius Samulionis. We saw Pius getting overtaken by both of these two in race number 1. Maybe Pius can take the fight to them in race number 2. Let's see. Either way, Andris is the one who's leading now. Andris was leading in race number 1, and then it was heading down the hill into this next corner where Andris locked up the rear end, spun to the back of the field, and then had to work his way back up to second. Wasn't quite quick enough to close in to Valters. Definitely had the pace advantage, but just didn't have enough laps to bring that gap down. And everything clean on this first lap of the race. I think there might have been an incident further down the field. Not sure who, but the field has definitely spread. This time it's the other Vasnis, Andris Vasnis, who loses the rear end. And Valters Vasnis leads the way by a very chunky margin. So once again, Pius Samulionis is presumably going to have a Vasnis trying to overtake him for second place overall. Samulionis so leading in the Micromax class, which is the main thing that's important, as wide goes Valters Kursis, who is second in the Micromax category. A little bit further back, we might be having a battle as well. I think that's Majos Norkus right behind Toms Gruzins. Was going, pardon me, very wide through turn 8. And here they are, nose to tail, the 16 and the 20. Norkus just having a bit of a moment with the rear end as he got on the brakes, locked it up ever so slightly, and that's why there's a big gap between the two of them now. So last time round, 49.8 for Valters Vasnis. And here is Samulionis being overtaken by Andris Vasnis, who goes up the inside into 6. And then sweeps around Samulionis into turn 7, back up into second place. But the question is, can Andris Vasnis now close in onto Valters Vasnis? So Valters Vasnis will cross the line with a 48.7. But what about Andris Vasnis? 50.1. He's lost over a second on that lap, so you would have to tentatively think that the answer as to whether he can close in to the race leader Valters Vasnis is probably going to be no. Still a long way left in this race, and we do often see mistakes. You can really see Pius Samulionis. Look at how much he has to work the steering wheel, trying to keep the car facing in the right direction, really fighting with it as he goes super wide. Coming out of turn 5 and now down into turn 6, we can see Andris Vasnis. And there again, look at the working on the wheel from Pius Samulionis. Just really fighting to get the car to turn in, and then as he deals with the understeer, he then has a kick of oversteer that he has to try to sort out. There is your race leader, Valters Vasnis, who is putting a lap now on either Emma or Ralf Tietson. Blue flag being waved. Let's see how our race leader works the steering wheel. Much smoother on that wheel. Little corrections when he gets onto the curb and stuff, and the curb pulls the kart out but otherwise much smoother than what we were seeing from Pio Samuel Leonis. He's just really struggling that little bit more. Blue flag now being waved for the 55 of Ralph Dietzen. And Valters Vazin is trying to figure out which way around he wants to go. Decides in the end to go for the outside. New personal best from Pio Samuel Leonis, 50.6. He is the quickest Micromax out on circuit by, well, nearly a second from Valters Kursis, and then by, well, nearly 2 seconds to Tom's Gruzins. Myers Norkus is only a second behind Gruzin, so Myers Norkus might be closing in for 5th place overall, which is 3rd place in class as well, let's not forget. Two Vaznis are both running in on the Energy chassis. I think the only other Energy chassis that is out is August Majors and Emma Tietzen. Interestingly, Emma Tietzen and Ralph Tietzen running with different chassis. Ralph Tietzen on the Birol ART. Maybe they swap the kart between them in different events, so they both get to try it and decide which they prefer. And then maybe into next year they'll pick one chassis to use. The two Estonian drivers in the Micromax category. But Valters Vazin is still just putting in good times. Last time around 80.5, whereas Andris Vazin is 69.5. But there's only a couple of laps left. There's another blue flag out. This time it's for, I believe, Dennis Nordkus. And another personal best for Andris Vaznis. Andris Vaznis, who put in a 49.2, but it doesn't matter because Valters Vaznis did a 48.7, so extended the lead, did Valters, by another half a second. And Pio Samuel Leonis in quite a lonely Micromax class lead, taking 1.3 seconds out of Valters Kursis. Just having a look at where there might be battles, potentially a battle for 6th place between Myers Nordkus in the number 20 kart and August Majors in the number 4 kart. They were separated by 4/10 over the line. Penultimate lap of the race then has been started by your race leaders, Valters Vaznis, at a 48.361, so new fastest lap of the race for Valters. Onto the brakes into turn 7. And through the sweeping left-hander of turn 8. And what is barely a kink to these karts through turn 9. Over the line to start the final lap, lap number 10. .48.2 that time round for Valters Vaznis, who has started to get into a really good rhythm, some really good consistent laps being done. Personal best as well for Andris Vaznis, 48.994. And there is the number 5 of Patrick's Lapins. I wonder if that's a relation to Martin's Lapins. And Patrick Lapins putting a lap on Tietzen, Emma Tietzen. But heading into the final corner then is Valters Vaznis. Might be a little drag to the line with the number 5. Is he going to lap in time? Yes, he will. And checker flag is secured by Valters Vaznis to pick up his first win of the day. Andris Vaznis will come in 2nd position, just 6 seconds off the race win. Your Micromax class winner, though, is Pius Samulionis. Very good effort to finish just 8 seconds behind the Minimaxes. And then it's a bit of a wait for Valters Kursis, 9 seconds off Pio Samulionis. So Valters Kursis 2nd in the Micromax category. Tom's Gruzins will be finishing in 5th place, so 3rd in the Micromaxes. Then it's Myers Norkus and August Majors, presuming that there aren't any changes over the line. Patrick Lapins a lap down in 8th ahead of Dennis Nordquist, then it's Ralph Tietzen and Emma Tietzen. So that brings an end to race number 2 for our Amateur Micro and Mini Maxes. We're going to be heading into a little break before we return with our Rotax Max Mini Maxes. So on to track come our next set of karts. And for this, as mentioned before, these are our Rotax Max Mini Max drivers. So let's have a look at the grid. Carlos Benson starts on pole ahead of Martins Lapins in second. Then it's Ivo Oss in third. He dropped down the order in race 1. Karl Korkekuhi is in fourth place, the Estonian driver. Michelis Zuber is in fifth, ahead of Remigius Kraushanas in sixth. Tauras Zimnikas ahead of Emilis Kapkauskas, starts in eighth. Jokubas Juozaitis in ninth, ahead of Dominiks Dargis in 10th place. Dennis Kasparas Adamonis in 11th, ahead of Henrys Lapse in 12th, which completes our field. We were talking a little bit in the previous race about Emilis Kapkauskas, how he's moved up from the Micromax class into this Mini-Max class, so he will be a driver to watch out for as he gets more used to these cars, racing with these drivers. Carlos Bernstens was very quick. Now remember, it was Lapins who had a great getaway, took the lead of the race, and got a big gap to Bernstens, who was then defending like crazy. And by the time Bernstens stopped defending, the gap was nearly 2 seconds. And as a result, even though Bernstens was a little bit quicker than Lapins, by the time he got to the back of Lapins, the checker flag had come out. So Bernstens needs to make sure he doesn't do that, because in terms of raw pace, he might be the quickest driver on the circuit. Also, Remigius, I think it was Remigius Kraushanas or Emilis Kapkauskas, who was right behind Bernstens and being dragged along. Karl Korkekuhi was very quick as well in the 1-2-7. Keep an eye out for Ivo Oss in the Lando Norris helmet in third place. We're green, we are racing. It's a clean start, it's nearly 3 abreast, and once again, round the outside goes Martins Lapins to the front of the field. Bernstens drops down to second place. Now Bernstens needs to make sure he doesn't focus on defending, otherwise he's going to lose a lot of time. He doesn't focus on defending, and that almost opens up the door for Ivo Oss to go up the inside of turn number 4. But a good decision nonetheless. There goes the 1-2-1, sending it up the inside. That's Michelis Zuber, who's working his way up through the order. But the top 3 are gone. Emilis Kapkauskas, I think that is in 4th place. And is that Kraushanas just behind him? We'll confirm once they come over the timing line. But the top 3 are absolutely gone, and Bernstens does not have to worry about anyone behind him, so he can focus on trying to hunt down the group up ahead. Kraushanas from 6th up into 4th place, and it is Korkekuhi who is in 5th, having dropped down a position. Move up the inside from the 147. Sorry, that's a 141, and we've had a spinner, so that's Emilis Kapkauskas trying to go for a move. So Emilis Kapkauskas in the Lithuanian themed suit in the light blue, white and black kart goes up the inside of, I think that's Jokubas Juozaitis, as there are your top three. But I tell you what, Kriaušinas and Korkeakohe are looking quite quick. They don't seem to be getting dropped by a huge amount. So 1, 2, 3, relatively close, and a bit of a gap to 4 and 5, and then another gap down to 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. So that time round, 47-0, 46-9, 46-9 for the top three, 46-9, 47-0 for Kriaušinas and Korkeakohe, and then 47-1s for Zuber and Taras Zimnikas. Bernssons, again, just focusing on what is in front of him. Ivo Os tagging along for the drive. And then now that Bernssons is pretty much on the back of Martins Lapins, will Lapins start to defend, or will he just try to get his head down and say, you know what, Bernssons, if you think you can outbrake me, go for it. Over the line as we start lap number 3, 4.5 minutes on the clock. These races are shorter than what we see in the senior races, so less time to try to work your way up through the order. Still, Lapins leads from Bernssons and Os. What's the pace looking like slightly further down the order? It is good. Kriaušinas 46-7, 46-8 for Korkeakohe. If these three battle, then we can see Kriaušinas and Korkeakohe joining into the battle. If they don't, I don't think they'll be able to catch up. And have a look at Michelis Zuber, who is looking very quick in 6th position. He seems to be catching up to the Estonian driver quite well. Bernssons is here. He has arrived. He is onto the bumper of Martins Lapins. It is race on with just under 4 minutes on the clock. Where does Bernssons go for the move? This corner here is one of the biggest hot spots. When all of the drivers are putting the kart back over hander for the hairpin off turn 4, you can quite easily slot, well, I say quite easily, you can relatively easily slot the kart up the inside to claim the position. Ivo also is looking very quick as well, 46-7s for both Bernssons and Os last time round. Lapin's not slow, 46-8, but there up the inside, is that going to be a move? Well, Bernssons does not care one bit. He slams the door shut and says, you got to do better than that, pal. And Ivo Os slots in behind. Bernssons, points ahead, and Os, I don't think, cares. Bernssons goes a little bit defensive, but Bernssons needs to remember the target is to win this race. And if he battles with Ivo Os, he won't have the opportunity to fight Martins Lapins for this win. Now, that battle was enough to bring Kriaušinas back into play. 46.649, 2/10 gained out of this group ahead from Remigius Kriaušinas. Into turn 7 once again, and again Bernssons is looking good. So is Ivo Os. Ivo Os has been really impressive today. My first season seeing him racing. I don't know if he is new into the Minimax category, the Latvian driver, but he is certainly keeping these two and fairly experienced Minimax drivers very honest. And Lapins and Bernssons, very good drivers, and they've been racing for a while as well, from my understanding. And Ivo Os is right up there with them. Remigius Kriaušinas wants to join the party. Carlos Bernssons is trying to say, let's work together. Ivo Os does not care. Ivo Os is saying to Bernssons, look, either you defend for me and you give up the chance to win, or you put your head down, you let me overtake, and then I'll lead the charge. And Bernssons is... I think Bernssons trying to do the right thing, which is focus on winning, but he just does not want to give Os the opportunity to get through. And it's one of those things, you can't have both the cake and the cookie. You can only have one or the other, although Bernssons is certainly going to try to have both. Will it work? Will he regret this decision? Because Ivo Os is looking quick. There goes Kriaušinas up the inside of Ivo Os. Now, this might give a bit of a breathing room for Carlos Bernssons for a few laps, but Bernssons will look behind him and see, oh, that's Kriaušinas. I might have to worry a little bit now, because Kriaušinas has appeared pretty much out of nowhere for Carlos Bernssons. 59 seconds on the clock. I think we will have 2 more laps, because we won't cross the line before 47 seconds. although it is going to be very, very tight. We missed it by a couple of seconds. So 2 laps to go in this race. Carlis Bensons, a couple of kart lengths behind Martin Slappins, who has a couple, also has a couple of kart lengths to Kriaušinas, but Kriaušinas is closing in. Kriaušinas and Bensons, these two have had some really good battles over the course of last year. Lappins as well, and I think Bensons, I think in his head, he might kind of know that Martin Slappins might be too far gone. Maybe he needs to start focusing on this battle with Kriaušinas just behind him. Ivor Was, does he have anything left to bring to this party? Can he challenge Kriaušinas as we round the final corner to start the final lap of the race? You can see any of these 3 winning it. Ivor Was maybe as well, but Oz, I think, he's just become an underdog in this now. He's just started to fall back from the leading trio. Kriaušinas, surely he goes for the move. He does indeed. The Kriaušinas special up the inside of Carlis Bensons and up into second place. Now Ivor Was trying to find a move on Bensons. Up on the grass is Ivor Was as Bensons slams the door shut, but Bensons has now dropped back from Kriaušinas. Lappins looks over his shoulder. He sees the gap to Kriaušinas, and he certainly knows he has this race win in the bag. Another double check over the shoulder. Lappins knows he's got it. He just needs to round the final couple of corners. And heat number 2 for the Rotax Max Minimaxes is won once again by Martin Lappins. Remigius Kriaušinas with an excellent second ahead of Carlis Bensons and Ivor Os. Then is Karl Korgekuhi in 5th ahead of Michelis Zube in 6th. Emilis Kapkauskas down in 7th place ahead of Tauros Simnikas. Then is Dominik Dargis in 9th with Jokubas Juozaitis in 10th place. Kasparas Adamonis in 11th with Henrys Lapse completing the field in his Expert kart in 12th position. The fastest lap of the race, if anyone's wondering, was a 46.481 set by Remigius Kriaušinas. An excellent race that we saw that was once again determined on the opening corner, really, by Martin Lappin. Excellent move round the outside of Carlis Bensons, and there was a move for second. Remigius Kriaušinas doing the Kriaušinas special into turn number 4, which almost cost Carlis Bensons another position, and that was slightly earlier in the race when Ivor Os was almost able to get his racing gloves on to a very good second place. We're going to take a short break, and we will be back very shortly with our Rotax Max Micro Maxes. Here we go then for another race. The Rotax Max Micro Maxes. Timas Rimas and Domas Norkus on the front row of the grid ahead of Rems Alos Nagrad and Marco Clavins on row number 2. Row 3 is Karins Kukutis and Rodrigo Lappins in 6th position. And then David Vladson completes the field in 7th place. Well, we had a good battle, I think, between Timas Rimas and Domas Norkus, but Rimas just had the pace edge, was able to keep a good gap to Domas Norkus for the majority of the race. So let's see how this pans out. We've had one green flag lap for them, and now they should be getting into formation order to start their race, their second race of the day. After this race, we will have our junior maxes taking to the circuit. Right, so through the final corner we go to start our formation lap. Well, to start the race start, I should say. Timas Rimas on the inside, Domus Norkus on the outside. Green flag is dropped, and away we go. Domus Norkus dropped straight down to third as Rems Balasundogrado is up into second position, and Marco Clavins on the outside. Little bit of wide bit of contact as well with Domus Norkus, and goes up the inside of Norkus. So Norkus from second drops down into fourth position, and coming under pressure from Mr. Lightning McQueen himself, Karim Kukutis, down in fifth place. And currently we'll see whether he can clamber his way up through the order. But the perfect start for Timas Rimas as he leads the field. Heading into turn number 8 and 9, and you can already see the gap that Timas Rimas has started to pull on the field. To come over the line, the gap is 0.6 of a second. Now let's see what Balasundogrado can do. A little bit wide from Lightning McQueen. Karim's Kukutis just going on that kind of AstroTurf on the exit of the corner. I forget what they call it, the Geo Block. There we go. Marco Clavins looking quite racy, keeping Balasundogrado honest. And to be honest, Balasundogrado, Clavins, Norkus and Kukutis all in this battle for second place. I say second because Timas Rimas just does not look touchable today. His pace is absolutely excellent. And there is Balasundogrado in the very nicely liveried Micromax. Hunted down. Well, the pace, 49.6 from your race leader, 49.9, 49.7. But fastest lap, Domas Norkus, 49.4. And it just makes you think, if Domas Norkus had a better start, what could he have done? Could he have maybe challenged Timas Rimas? I know it's still very early stages, but it's going to be very difficult for him to challenge for the heat win with two drivers in between himself and Timas Rimas, and a rather sizable 2-second deficit nearly. Well, it might be 2 seconds at the end of this lap. What can Timas Rimas do? Nose to tail as we head into this sweeping left-hander. Balasundogrado ahead of Clavins and Domus Norkus. Domus Norkus, the driver at the back of this train, is the one that you need to keep your eyes out on. The white car, white suit, white helmet. Out of turn 2 they come, and into turn number 3. This is where we could see the Kreaushina special, as I like to call it. The Migius Kreaushina's pulling off 2 overtakes into that corner in the previous race. No overtakes there for our Micromaxes, nor indeed into turn 5, although a little bit wide, I thought, from Marco Clavins. Not quite going to give the opportunity for Domus Norkus to make an overtake, but Norkus has got a very good run onto the back straight. Is he close enough to go for a send into the final corner? It's not really a braking zone, so you can't make a move, stick into that corner. You need to be in the juniors or the seniors to really have enough speed for that to work. But turn 1 is a braking zone, and here comes Domus Norkus. Oh, not quite fully confident on the brakes, and didn't fully get alongside Clavins. Had to back out of the move. At the front of the field, 49.3 for Timas Rimas, 49.4 for Balasundogrado. So the pace isn't that different between first and second, but I think it's just the consistency that Timas Rimas has that is allowing him to stretch out this lead and show his class over the rest of the Micromax field. It's promising signs for the likes of Baltic Nagrada, that he has the pace to stick with Timas Rimas. He just needs to find a little bit more of that consistency. Maybe find the pace in those opening few laps where Timas Rimas seems to be able to stretch a big lead on the whole field. Lock up on the rear as Klavins puts a wheel on the dirt. And as he jumps on the brake, the rear end squirrels like crazy. Has that given an opportunity for Domas Norkus? He's too far back heading into the Kriaušinas corner. And he sits back once more. He needs to do it into turn 1, which means that he needs to get a really good run out of turn 6 and 7, stick to the back of Klavins all the way through turn 8, so that he can get the run on the start-finish straight. So this is a corner that matters. Turn 6 and 7, he's right onto the back of Baltic Nagrada. Maybe a kart length between them, maybe a bit less. He needs to nail turn 8. Has he done it? It's looking pretty good. He's almost onto the back of Klavins. Once again, he looks to the inside. Nope, decides against it. But wide goes Klavins. That might give an opportunity for Norkus. Again, just too far back, not enough of a braking zone into turn 4 to make a move work there. He's going to try to go up the inside. No, has to slot in behind. 2 minutes on the clock. And Norkus cannot find a way through. He's looking left, right, and center. It also doesn't help him that Klavins is getting a distant tow from Baltic Nagrada. So that just makes it a little bit harder to get the overspeed. Again, a good run out of turn 7. That's the important corner. He's a bit closer than he was the last lap. He needs to make sure he gets the run here through turn 8. Not as close as he was 1 lap ago. And again, Baltic Nagrada is giving a nice tow to Klavins, heading down the straight with 1 minute on the clock. New personal bests across the board pretty much, but not quite able to beat the fastest lap set by Timas Rimas at the front of the field, which was a 49.181 back on lap 6 of the race. So the last lap he did that, or lap before last, I guess I should say. Through 5 once again, and I tell you what, Klavins is looking good through the kink of 7 on the brakes, through 8. That is where I think Klavins just struggles a little bit, especially compared to Norkus, although he seems to be very close. Norkus has dropped back a bit on that lap. We've got 2 laps remaining as we come over the line. There you can see Norkus really closing in onto Klavins under braking. A little bit of contact. Klavins getting impatient behind Baltic Nagrada. Has to be careful that he doesn't just push him out of the way, otherwise he might get a little penalty. Norkus, you can see the pace that Norkus has. He just cannot find a way through. He can't find a braking zone to put a move on Marko Klavins. Again, a good run out of 7. Which way? Who goes where? Up the inside goes Klavins. And he makes a move stick on Baltic Nagrada. Now maybe this is an opportunity for Norkus. Domas Norkus looking to the inside, decides against it. Oh, spin! Just a bit too aggressive on the brakes from Rems Baltic Nagrada as he gets going. He's dropped another position behind Kukutis. So he's down into 5th place, and it is the last lap of the race as well. So unfortunately for Baltic Nagrada, I don't know if he was trying to brake late enough so that Norkus couldn't overtake him, or if he thought maybe he could have a go at Klavins. But he hasn't locked up the rear. He's dropped through the field, and we've not really spoken much about Timas Rimas. Once again, the Lithuanian has been absolutely impeccable. From start to finish, Heat 1 and Heat 2, Timas Rimas takes another excellent victory in the Rotax Max Micro Max category. Second is Marko Klavins, then comes Domas Norkus, Karims Kukutis, and in 5th place will be Rems Baltic Nagrada, who I'm sure will be absolutely gutted with that, considering he was running in 3rd and 2nd for the majority of the race. Rodrigo Lapins in 6th, and rounding out the field in 7th will be David Vladson. So we're going to take another short break, and when we return, we're going to have one of our very spicy races, which is the Rotax Max Juniors. See you then. So out onto track come our Rotax Max Juniors. And well, we saw some really good racing in our previous heat. Patrikas Josius starts this one on pole ahead of Marcus Jauk. Then it's Jack Collinson in third ahead of Remy Rubin in fourth. Fifth is Emilis Josaitis ahead of Klaus Hans in sixth position. Then it's Martin Dreiber ahead of Adam Six in eighth. Then it is Keita Spike ahead of Joris Zigemantas Stankevicius, completing the top 10 with Joris Pluxna and Gustavs Narvais in 12th. Then is Marks Kononovs ahead of Hugo Kimons in 14th. With Sebastian Ninemeyer in 15th ahead of Oskaras Pitkovas in 16th. Rudolf Alexis ahead of Majas Maginus, but Majas Maginus doesn't seem to be racing today. Jack Collinson won race number 1 after what was an excellent battle. It was Jack Collinson trying to keep, who was it? It was Jauk, Vitus Jauk, trying to keep Marcus Jauk behind him the entire race. And then all of a sudden, on the penultimate lap of the race, who was it who just sent it round the outside of the pair of them? It was an absolutely incredible move. But then they lost the lead in the final couple of corners. So that was an absolute shame and a half. I'm trying to remember who it was. It wasn't Patrikas Josius. Patrikas had dropped down the field. Someone from further down the order, because they had Rudolf Alexis, who is starting this race in last. So let's see if Alexis can have another crazy drive like that from last to first, essentially. But Josius Jauk on the front row of the grid. And here we go. Good start from Patrikas Josius. Jack Collinson, will he follow through? Yes, he will. Marcus Jauk on the outside and down into a third position, which is what we tend to see. A bit of a moment lock up on the rear for Emilis Josaitis. Keeps facing in the right direction, though, but that could have ended very badly. Your top 3, though, have pulled clear, and Collinson is to the lead. So once again, Jack Collinson has found his way to the very front of the field. Aggressive send further down the order from one of the Tony Carlton Lando Norris carts. I'm not sure who that was, but again, we said this in race 1. This isn't a race that gets determined on pace. This is a race that gets determined on racecraft, and Jack Collinson has shown that he is very smart when it comes to racecraft. When to make a move, when to defend, and how to defend insanely well. Jauk up the inside of Patrikas Josius, and you know what's going to happen now? Jack Collinson is going to white line for the entire race like he did before. But there is one slight issue for him now. Everyone has seen how to overtake him courtesy of Rudolf Alexis. Go around his outside, full send around the outside. You can make it work. Marcus Jauk up the inside of Collinson. This time around, Collinson isn't defending, and Marcus Jauk pounces on the opportunity. What does Collinson do? Does he fight back? Does he try to sit with Jauk? Does Jauk try to defend? Or does Jauk try to push? Patrikas Josius down to third, and right behind him is the who is right Josius as we come over the line. Remy Rubin is right behind him. Josius goes a little bit wide into turn 1. Very unlike him, as it's nearly 3 abreast momentarily, as Remy Rubin trying to find a way through. Defensive from Josius, making sure there's no opportunity. And right behind Remy Rubin is Martin Dreiber, who is now going to push Remy Rubin through. The pair of them go through on Josius. Meanwhile, at the front of the field, Marcus Jauk gapping Jack Collinson, but the pair of them are able to pull away from everyone else. Now, maybe Jack Collinson is aware that even if he finishes second, he will start on pole for the A final, which is all that he cares about, because Marcus Jauk did not finish the previous race in second. So I think Jack Collinson might know he just needs to take second, but behind him he needs to be careful, because Remy Rubin is going to be hunting him down very quickly. So it's Estonia from Latvia, from Estonia, Remy Rubin, the second Estonian on this grid. The third being Sebastian Ninemeyer, who is towards the back end of the field. Here comes a move up the inside from the 2-1-3. That's Martin Streiber up a position and past Emilis Josaitis. As up ahead, Remy Rubin is flying. Let's see what the pace is when they come across the line, because this has been the first clear lap for our top three drivers, or for all of our top three drivers. 44.8, 45.0 for the top two last time round. This time round, 44.7 for both of the top two. 44.6 for Remy Rubin. Driver, 44.7, 45.1 for Jozaitis, 44.9 for Patrikas Josias. So Josias is struggling for pace comparatively, which is not what we expected from our pole sitter. In race one, he did drop down the order, but it was very clear how much pace he had. It was just that he couldn't find a way through on Jack Collinson. Here in race two, it seems that he doesn't quite have that absolute ridiculous pace that he showed in the previous race. Something else to remember as well, drivers keeping their tyres. You don't want to absolutely shred your tyres to bits if you can. So maybe if you're Marcus Jauk or Jack Collinson, you're also just trying to save your tyres, not trying to battle too hard. Don't go sideways too often, because that just might help to preserve your tyres slightly for the final race of the day. Again, I do apologise if I've gotten that strategy slightly wrong, but that's something that I do somewhat remember, at least from some of the karting that occurs in England, and I'm presuming it's same system if you get one set of tyres for your two heats and your final, and presumably for qualifying as well. But out of turn 5 we go, and into turn 6 and 7. And we were just seeing that Remy Rubin and Martin Driver pushing each other along. Last time around, 44.5 for Remy Rubin and Martin Driver. Excellent pace, 0.2 quicker than the leading duo. I'll tell you what, 44.5 for the top two, 44.5 for third and fourth, and up the inside goes the 2.48. Klaus Hunt in the Lando Norris car, a little bit onto the dust, and trying to go around the outside is the 2.89 of Jonas Zigemantas Stankovičius, who goes very wide, does the 2.09. Able to, I think, gain a place. Did he get through on, that's Rudolf Alexis, who's right behind him, the driver who almost won race number 1. Sadly for Alexis, he's not going to have that same unity here in race 2. But second and a 10th are two good results to head into the A final with, especially if Alexis can gain 1 or 2 more places. He'll be starting probably well into the top 5. Up the inside goes the 2.84, Oskaras Pitkovas. Pitkovas was one of the drivers involved in that lap 1 incident in race number 1. We said he's a driver to watch out for. He's quick. 2.48 though, going up his inside. That's Klaus Hunt. And following through as well was Zigemantas Stankovičius. And just behind all of them is Rudolf Alexis, just trying to stick with his group, waiting for an opportunity potentially. There is Klaus Hunt leading this quartet. As that is Rubin and Driver. 3 minutes on the clock. Jack Collinson will be happy with this second. He'll secure him a pole start for the final. I should say for the super final. Technically, this doesn't count as a heat. It's final 2. Final 1, final 2, super final. Now, that is Stankovičius ahead of Klaus Hunt. So, Jonas Zigemantas Stankovičius has made the move on Klaus Hunt, I'm presuming into turn 1. And now that's Oskaras Pitkovas in the red and white helmet. Right behind him, Rudolf Alexis. 44.3 for Remy Rubin, right onto the back of Jack Collinson. Now Jack Collinson, I think, will defend. 2 minutes on the clock. That might allow, though, Martin Streiber and co to close in. Good move up the inside from the 2.11. Opportunistic from Rudolf Alexis in the Sodi suit. Running, though, in a Cosmic Kart. So Pitkovas at the front of this train, followed by Alexis. Then it's Stankovičius and Klaus Hunt. And there are the hand signals to work together from Pitkovas and Rudolf Alexis. As up the inside goes Remy Rubin. Into second place, Jack Collinson, look over the shoulder. He's seen the gap to Martin Streiber. Now, is Collinson going to fight this one? I'm trying to remember, where did Marcus Jauk finish in the previous race? I think he finished in third place, which means that him and Collinson will be tied on points, and it's going to come down to fastest lap, which essentially means that at the moment Collinson's going to start in second, which is not something that Jack Collinson wants for the super final. So he's going to need to fight this. But first, he's going to need to close back in onto Remy Rubin. And he's got Martin Streiber just behind him as well. And Dreiber is looking quite racy. Dreiber might have a go up the inside into Krauschler's corner. Not this time, too far back. Still though. Dreiber all over the back of Collinson. Little finger forward from Dreiber. Well, Collinson is the master of giving the finger but not meaning it. And by giving the finger, I don't mean the middle finger, I mean the finger wag forward. Let's work together. 44-4 from Marcus Yao. And for Remy Rubin, but Collinson 44-3, 44-2 for Martin Streiber. Really, really quick pace across the board. Pitkovas and Alexis have been able to gap Klavs Hans and Stankevicius and Patrikas Josias. And indeed, Juris Buxner as well. We're all in that group. Keita Spike is at the rear end of it. 2 laps to go. We're about to head on to the last lap of the race. Rubin, Collinson, Dreiber nose to tail in the battle for second position. Out of the final corner we go. 1 lap to go. Who sends who? Well, no one into turn 1. The focus is on the exit. Remy Rubin starting to go defensive. We've seen how good Collinson is in racecraft. Can he find a way through up into second? Look over the shoulder from Remy Rubin. He'll see a small gap, so he knows he can take the racing line into turn 5. Collinson looks over his shoulder. He's got about a kart length to Dreiber. He won't have a kart length anymore. Dreiber is almost right there. Into the final corner we go. Well, your race winner then, Marcus Jauk, takes heat number 2 of the day. And a very good second for Remy Rubin to make it an Estonia 1-2. Jack Collinson in third position, ahead of Martin Streiber in 4th. Emilis Jozaitis takes 5th, ahead of Rudolf Alexis and Oskaras Pitkovas. Those two were separated by 1/10 of a second, and it was Rudolf Alexis with the fastest lap of the race. So watch out for him in the super final. Joris Sigemanta Stankevicius in 8th, ahead of Klavs Hans and Patrikas Josias in 10th. Then it's Juris Bruksna, Keita Spike, Gustavs Narvais in 13th. Then it's Adam Six and Hugo Kimont in 15th. Marks Kononovs and Sebastian Niedermayer in 17th. And that brings an end to our finals for the Rotax Max Junior class. We'll be back in a moment with our Rotax Max DD2s. Speaking of our DD2s, they are on to circuit. Let's have a look then through the grid. Edgar Vilkans and Romans Rodionovs are on the front row of the grid, ahead of Tonis Johannes Bolmingas and Joel Kasper Jopere in 4th position. Roland Julius Spruda and Noyes Gerolaitis are on row 3. And moving on to row 4, Andreas Aupkaup and Ricard Kalnsims in 8th position. And completing the top 10, Juris Zalitis and Rodrigo Frams in 10th. Now, we saw Joel Kasper Jopere very, very quick in race number 1. Can he bring that same level of pace into race number 2 and challenge Edgar Vilkans, who, if I remember rightly, did pick up the win in race 1? Either way, we should be in for a good battle. All Latvian front row, and then all Estonian row 2. And those top 4 were very close in terms of pace in race number 1. And then I think there's a bit of a gap to Spruder and Gerolaitis, Alpgaup and co. Well, tyres have been warmed and formation is now being achieved. So keep your eyes out. Edgars Vilkans and Romans Rodionovs on the front row of the grid. Vilkans on the left of your screen in the white and dark red suit. Rodionovs in the full red suit with the golden helmet. And of course, Jolkasper Jopere starting in 4th place. Away we go. Heading into turn 1. Good start as always from the inside of the field. Jopere is going to drop down into 5th position, and up a position is going to be Roland Juris Spruder. So Jopere needs to make some quick work up through the field if he wants to challenge for the race win, which we know he has the pace to do. Tonis Johannes Domingas up into 2nd place is the Estonian. You can already start to see Edgars Vilkans pulling out a little gap. We were talking as well in the last race just how much quicker Domingas and Rodionov seem compared to last year, that they are now almost fully matching Edgars Vilkans on pace, whereas last year it didn't seem that they quite had that advantage. Up the inside goes Jolkasper Jopere into 4th place. He makes a move on Roland Juris Spruder. Now he needs down and try to catch up to the leading 3. Domingas is definitely keeping Vilkans honest. 1, 2, and 3 into turn number 5. Using all of the curb on exit, and in the back shot you can just about see Jolkasper Jopere now in clean air. He's building a gap already to Roland Juris Spruder. Is he cutting the gap though to the leading trio? 8.5 minutes on the clock as we come over the line to start lap number 3 of the race. Lap time 42.6, 42.5, 42.5. Then Jolkasper Jopere, despite making an overtake, 42.7. This is the important lap. This is Jopere's first lap in clean air. And don't forget, the first 2, well, not the first 2, Domingas Rodionovs, they've got a little bit of a tow from Vilkans. They might be getting a bit of an aero wash, to be fair. 42.5, though, it's a fast lap of this race so far, which was set by Tonis Johannes Domingas on the last lap. Here we go, though, out of turns 8 and 9. And Edgars Vilkans will lead the field once again. What is his lap time looking like? 42.4, 42.4, 42.4. Jolkasper Jopere, 42.3. It's not much, but it is a tenth, half a tenth per lap. You might just be seeing that gap starting to come down. There is no doubt that Jolkasper Jopere has pace, but just didn't quite get qualifying hooked up. He wasn't able to show this pace in qualifying, and as a result, he has some work to do. He'll have even more work to do as well in the super final, potentially. If he can get to the inside of the circuit, if he can make sure he's in P4 out of turn 1 for the super final, that would be huge for him. The issue is starting in 4th. The chance is you're going to be in 5th at the end of turn 1. Rodionov starting to look racy on the back of Domingas. Domingas going defensive. That's going to allow Edgars Vilkans to pull away, and it will allow Jopere to close in, who is now just a cart length behind these two. Bumper to bumper, Domingas and Rodionov. Domingas looks over his shoulder. This is exactly what Vilkans needed. Has Rodionovs decided to battle a bit too early? It's almost like throwing in the towel and saying, you know what, we can't get Edgars Vilkans. Let's fight for second. Which I don't think is Rodionov's plan, but it's effectively what has happened, because Domingas now goes defensive around the outside. Rodionovs not quite able to make it work, and here comes Jopere. Rodionovs has to go defensive. Jopere follows him on the inside line. No way through that time around. And out of turn 4 they come, on the run towards turn 5. Rodionovs points in front of him. I don't think Jopere cares one bit about that. Work together? Absolutely not. Edgar Vilkans is long gone. This is the fight for second now. Through turn 8 and 9 we go once more to start lap number 6. Pardon me, lap number 7. 42.3 from Edgar Vilkans. The rest all doing high 42s. Now they're battling. Rodionov's up the inside. They make contact. That's one for the stewards. And Kasper Jopere says, thank you very much. This is disaster for Roman Rodionov because he's going to be starting well down the order now for the super final. Has he been able to get going again? I think he has. But he's very, very far down the order. There he is in the background of the shot. Into turn 8 and 9 now. Well, we'll have a look on the replay and see what we can make of it. But again, I think that's one that the stewards will almost certainly be looking at. Whether they decide it's a racing incident or not, that is yet to be determined. Well, Kasper Jopere, what kind of pace can he do? That lap time, 42.4, despite spending half of it, or a bit of it, behind behind Tomingas and Rodionovs fighting with each other. Rodionovs now, the next couple of laps are going to be really important. He is 3 seconds behind Juris Zalitis, and he's probably about half a second quicker than him. Can he bring down that 3 second gap? He really needs them to battle. .42.4 that time around for Rodionov. Zalitis, 42.9, so the gap is now 2.5 seconds. And it was a 43.2 for Rodrigo Frams. I think Rodionovs can realistically get 8th in this race. Anything more than that would require a bit of a miracle. There you can see Rodionov just in the corner of your shot, blinking into view. Right, let's see what the lap times are like for Vilkans and Jopere. Vilkans 42.2, Jopere 42.3, Tomingas 42.5, and Opkalp 42.6. There is the 407 of Opkalp, just ahead of Nojas Karolaitis, the only Lithuanian driver in this race. Onto the back straight and into turns 8 and 9 once again. At the front of the field, Edgar Vilkans 42.216, fast lap of the race, 42.295 for Jopere. He's matching the pace of Vilkans, but he is 2 seconds down the road. Meanwhile, Roman Rodionov is going to cross the line. And he's done a 42.286, so 7 tenths taken out of Juris Zalitis. He's 1.3 seconds behind with 2.5 minutes on the clock. I don't know if we can catch that battle. You can just see them in the background. Roman Rodionov starting to close in to 9th position. You see Andreas Opkalp ahead of Nojas Karolaitis with Richard Kansiems just behind. Then it's a bit of a gap to Roland Juris Spruder, who was at one point, I think he was in 2nd or 3rd on the opening lap, but he's dropped down the field since that point. The gap is now 8 tenths of a second, another half second gain by Roman Rodionov in the fight for 9th place. And indeed in the fight for 8th place, because Rodrigo Frans did a 43.1. So 1.5 seconds separating 3 drivers in the battle for 8th position. Again, there you can see, heading through turn 9, Roman Rodionov's right onto the back of Juris Zalitis on the start-finish straight. The 4.11 and the 4.56, nose to tail over the line, 1/10 of a second separating them. Another 6 tenths gained by Rodionov, and presuming he'll probably make the move heading into turn number 1 with Rodionov. And he might just about have enough time to close in onto Rodrigo Frams. There in the background, you can see Rodionovs is up into 9th position. And now has another second to close into Rodrigo Frams. 3 laps to go as we come over the line. New fast lap of the race? No, never mind. 42.399. 3/10 gained by Joppere over Edgars Vilkans. You know what? The battle for the win might not be over. It's down to 1.3 seconds. But I think Edgars Vilkans has this gap under control. Rodionov takes another 3/10 out of Rodrigo Frams. The gap is now 0.7 seconds. There you can see them in the background. Roman Rodionovs, red suit and the red helmet, who just peeks into view. There they come now. Rodrigo Frams, red suit and white helmet, currently in 8th position. Another 4/10 gained by Kasper Joppere. There's 2 laps to go. A second between them. Well, if Edgars Vilkans continues to bleed pace, there might be a chance, but I think it's too late. Here we go then, move up the inside from the 409. Callan Siems can't make the move on Noyes Gerolaitis. Meanwhile, Roman Rodionovs 2/10 behind Rodrigo Frams. Another 6/10 gained on that lap. Let's see them in view. Was there a change in position? I don't think so yet. We'll have another look as they come into view. Rodionovs is indeed through. So Roman Rodionovs up into 8th position. So damage has certainly been limited for the driver who was running in 2nd place at one point and started this race in 2nd as well. But he's now 2.7 seconds behind Roland Juris-Spruder, and even if he's half a second quicker, he needs well more than this one final lap. Joppere continuing to close in onto Edgars Vilkans, but too little too late. And well, if Joppere starts the final in 3rd place, right behind Edgars Vilkans, maybe he'll have a chance. But around the final corner comes Edgars Vilkans, another flag-to-flag for the Latvian. Kasper Joppere, though, he is looking good for that super final. Very, very good pace to end the race from Joppere. Tony Johannes Tolmingas in 3rd ahead of Andreas Alpkap. Then it's Noyes Gerolaitis in 5th ahead of Ricards Callan Siems in 6th. Roland Juris-Spruder in 7th ahead of Roman Rodionovs in 8th position. Then it's Rodrigo Frams and Juris Zalitis. Now it's time for a little break, a big, deep breath before we head into the extremely fun Rotax Max Seniors. Here we go then for our Rotax Max Seniors. This should be another excellent race. So let's run you through the grid order very quickly before we get this race underway, because it is a very, very big grid. Fernando Paimre starts on pole alongside Artyom Sestakov in second position. Watch out for Tom Strel in third and Alice Stolzermane. Those two were phenomenal in race number one. Rodrigo Kakers and Martin Wallström in sixth. The Finnish driver also very quick in race one. Timothy Vladimirov DNF'd in race one ahead of Dovidas Gudelevicius in 8th place. Kaspar Kiskuela in 9th ahead of Dalshust in 10th place. Then it's Marcus Papp and Linas Volungevicius. Papp was also quite quick in race one, if memory serves correctly. Adrian Stions and Oliver Kerg are on row 7. And then we move to row 8, which is Rafael Zernask and Marta Spike in the 337 MKC Motorsport car. Kimi Kumulainen in 17th ahead of Martin Zvalts in 18th. And then completing the top 20 is Endrik Pietz and Marius Karshauskas in 20th position. 21st is Karlis Kirikovs ahead of Tomas Karlevicius in 22nd. Then is Elisabetta Sulce and Kaius Petkus in 23rd and 24th, respectively. Laurinas Karlevicius and Jonas Liutkauskas are 25th and 26th, ahead of Hans Markus Narusk and Kevin Lanus in 28th. Then it's Rickard Keikulis and Maja Gomberga in 30th, but we're going to have to go to the actual feed because the race is about to start. Sumit and Tabo in 31st and 32nd. Paimre Sestakovs on the front row. Keep your eyes out on Tom Strel, who is starting in 3rd position, right behind Paimre. He's going to be wanting to be in 2nd out of the opening corner. Will he be able to do it? He absolutely will. Squeezes Sestakovs wide, and Kakers might have been able to take advantage of that and move up into 2nd himself. Let's see, I think that's Rodrigo Kakers up into 3rd, pardon me. Stolzermane is in 5th place, having started in 4th again on the worst outside of the circuit. Heading into turn number 5, Paimre leads the field from Toms Strel. Now this time, Strel wants to be able to challenge Paimre without having anything holding him back. Defensive from Paimre, who is setting the tone. This is going to be a defensive drive from Paimre. This isn't a head down trying to stretch out the lead. This is keep Tom Strel at bay. You can see Paimre early on the brakes. Strel going into the back of Paimre. You can see Paimre's helmet going backwards, but that's what Paimre is trying to set up early on the brakes. Bunch everyone up. The contact further down the order as one car goes over the wheels of another. Rodrigo Kakers is doing a really good job to sit on the back of Tom Strel, and Paimre will continue to defend until Kakers gets past Strel. As soon as Kakers gets past Strel, then Paimre will put his foot down and get his head down. If Kakers can get past Strel, having a look at the inside of Paimre, who shut the door very, very late. Stolzermane just behind them. Here we go, Paimre early on the brakes, and Strel finds the door open. Kakers goes through as well, and Paimre drops right down the field. So does Strel. Well, Strel got past Paimre, but they both lost a bunch of position. There goes Wallström, the Finn, gains their place as well, and Rodrigo Kakers leads. Well, new plan for Fernando Paimre. Tom Strel, look over the shoulder, sees Alice Stolzermane and thinks, okay, right, head down now. The question is, if you're Tom Strel, would you rather be in 4th place but not have... would you rather be in 3rd place with Sestakovs in front of you, or would you rather be in 2nd with Paimre in front of you? I think Strel would rather be here. I think Strel might see Paimre as a bit more of a threat pace-wise. Both of them like to get their elbows out, as that's a fence. No one's crashed into the fence, thankfully. Now, it is a big group. What does Kakers do? Does Kakers defend? Does Kakers put his foot down ahead of Sestakovs? Well, he's got a bit of a gap to Sestakovs, so I think it's going to be the former. Head down and push for now. Kiskuela doing a really good job. The leading Estonian now taking the baton from Fernando Paimre. Oh, I thought for a second he was going to have a look up the inside into turn 8. Decides against it. Well, we've got a completely different top 3 to what we had in race number 1. where it was Paimre Stolzermane and Tom Strel. Stolzermane up the inside of Martin Wallström, who had just overtaken her on the start-finish straight. Up the inside goes 1-2. Strel is through on Artyom Sestakov, who I think maybe made a bit of a mistake or just got caught out by the aggression of Kasper Kiskuela, who is up a position. So Sestakov's dropping down the field. Now he's going to have to deal with Wallström and Paimre, who are going to be quick to clamber up the order. I think Wallström finished the previous race in third, if I remember correctly, third or fourth. He had a really good second half to his race. Tom Strel, for a second I thought he was going to go for a send. Paimre, never mind, it's a really good send on Sestakovs from Wallström. And Paimre might be able to follow through, go up the inside for sixth place. I think he might have done it. It's a blur of colour and helmets behind. And indeed, Fernando Paimre is through on Artyom Sestakov. Tom Strel is pointing forward. I don't believe Tom Strel for 1 second. There you go, straight up the inside. And, Kasper Kiskuela retakes a position, and through goes Stolzermane. So Alice Stolzermane up into third position. Tom Strel, he gave the finger wag forward. Immediately then went for the overtake once the door was open for him. And, well, maybe you can call it karma, but Alice Stolzermane is through. It's a game of poker. It's someone says work together. It doesn't mean work together. You've got to see their poker faces. And it's very hard to see a poker face when everyone's wearing iridium visors. Through turn 4 we go. 3 we go, and Strel back up the inside of Stolzermane, who goes for the immediate switchback and says, no you don't, Toms, I'm going to retake that position. And Stolzermane is up into a third position. And all of this is working quite well for Rodrigo Cakers, who is continuing to pull clear at the front of the field. Well, Alice Stolzermane in third. How long can she keep Tom Strel behind for? Not very long, because Strel goes up the inside into turn 1. Stolzermane, will she fight this one back? I don't think she will. Strel got to defend it nonetheless. Does not want to take any chances, but that might have just given an opportunity for Stolzermane to really challenge him and bring Wallström and Paimre into play as well. Paimre is the old finger wag to Sestakov, saying, look, come on, let's go. Paimre, I think he's got some unfinished business with Tom Strel. He doesn't care about winning this. He just wants to beat Tom Strel out on circuit. Stolzermane right behind Strel. Strel goes defensive. Stolzermane to the outside. We'll have to slot in behind through the long sweeping left-hander of turn 8 and into turn 9. The top two are gone. Strel defensive. Stolzermane to the outside. We'll be trying to get the run out of the corner. Double switchback, maybe. No, Wallström is through. Finds the gap and goes through on Stolzermane up a position. Now, next to find a way through on Stolzermane is Fernando Paimre, if he can, as Stolzermane looks to get the run coming out of turn number 4 and waves the hand forward. I don't know if that's a wave of exasperation or a wave to say, come on, let's get Toms. And, I was going to say, it kind of reminds me a little bit of MotoGP. If any of you have seen a MotoGP earlier today, they were talking about how there was a Moto3 kind of covenant form, which was no matter what we do, we need to be one certain rider. It seems that we've almost got the same thing here. We just need to beat Tom Strel. We'll see whether they can do that. Tom Strel role-playing Max Kielers in this race. Martin Wallström is looking good behind Strel. Will he be able to find a way through? If he can have Alice Stolzermane pushing him along, it might make things a little bit easier. Also, Paimre has been re-overtaken by Artyom Sestakov, so not what he would have wanted. And this is going to make things very interesting for what the grid will look like in the super final. We've got less than 3 minutes. Here comes Sestakov. No, he's going to back out of the move. Doesn't want to go for the overtake on Stolzermane. Now, at the front, Kiskuela is closing in on Rodrigo Cakers. Wallström tries to go up the inside, almost connects Strel, who takes a wide evasive line. That's allowed Stolzermane to go round the outside. Tom Strel, he didn't make a mistake. He took evasive action. And Wallström's through, Paimre's through as well. Oh dear, Tom Strel, well, that wasn't his fault. I don't think he outbraked himself. I think he saw Wallström coming way late on the brakes and had to leave the door open to avoid an incident. And it's one of those where if you turn in, your race ends. If you don't turn in, you go wide and there's no penalty for the other driver. So unfortunately for Tom Strel, he has dropped massively down the order. Now we've got a few laps remaining. We're no longer going to look at this battle for third and fourth place because we need to focus on our race lead. Rodrigo Cakers and Casper Quisquela battling for the win with less than 2 minutes on the clock, about 3 or so laps remaining, 3 to 4 laps left in this race. And they've been putting in 43 ones, 43 zeros. The group behind, they've been doing 44s. That's how hard they've been battling, and that's how hard Tom Strel was white lining it. A second a lap they had been losing. Now, these two should have first and second in some order unless they tangle together. 3 laps to go. Stolzermane third ahead of Wallström and Paimre. Then it's Strel, Sestakovs, Kirikovs, Gudelevicius and Tions. Tell you what, Timothy Vladimirov down in 12th. Linus Volungs was so quick last year. I know he was doing some F4 testing as well during the winter with Linus Volungovicius, but he's just struggling today much more than what we'd expect to see of him. Laurin Naskaralevicius, another driver who's very quick, as that's the 370 or the 310. I think he's had an issue of some sort. I think that's Sara Tabo. Well, Alice Solsermane is gone and has gapped everyone else. Paimre is through on Wallström, so Paimre is up into 4th place. I think Paimre might be starting on pole for the super final as things stand. Tom Strel will be behind Alice Solsermane, behind Rodrigo Cakers as well. That's my thought of how the numbers are going to add up, but I'm not entirely sure. Tom Strel needs to get his head down, and right now he's coming under pressure from Gudelevicius and Sestakov. He tries to go up the inside of Gudelevicius. We're about to have 1 lap remaining. One more chance for Casper Quisquela to try to take the win from Rodrigo Cakers. Here we go then, on to the very last 1 and 2. Again, more 43s, 43-2, 43-1 for these two. Fernando Paimre, 43-1 now that he's into clean air. So there's no doubt that Paimre certainly had the pace. It's just that they've been battling so much, they've not been able to show it. Quisquela, not quite the run he needed through the first sequence of corners to have a go into turn 5. His opportunity is going to be heading into turn number 8. Here we go, through the kink of 6 and into 7. Is he going to be close enough? No, he's not. Rodrigo Cakers should have this one in the bag. He looks over his shoulder, makes sure that he's got the gap. It's going to be a Sodi chassis. 1, 2, 3. Rodrigo Cakers comes around the corner, fist in the air. He is delighted with that heat victory. Casper Quisquela in second. Alice Solsermane in 3rd place. Then it's Fernando Paimre in 4th, ahead of Carles Kirikovs in 5th. Tom Strel in 6th, ahead of Martin Wallström, Dovydas Gudelevicius, Matis Baltic, and Artyom Sestakovs in 10th. Timothy Vladimirov 11th, ahead of Martin Fitzpatrick, Oliver Kerg, Rafael Zernaska, Linus Volungovicius, Adrian Tions, Marta Spike, Endrik Pietz, and Martin Zvalts, with Kimi Komulainen completing the top 20. Kaius Petkus in 21st, ahead of Ginas Rimkus, Thomas Karalevicius in 23rd, Elisabeth Sulse in 24th, Laurinas Karalevicius in 25th, Richard Skeikulis in 26th, ahead of Marius Karshauskas, Jonas Lietkauskas, Robin Shemet, and Hans Markus Nars in 30th place. 31st was Kaur Jesper Sumet, Rem Smits, Christian Hiof Vein, Kevin Leines, Sara Tabo, and Maya Gomberga completing the field. So with that, we're going to take a short break before we return with our next race, which is the DD2 Masters, Amateurs, and Heavies. So our DD2 Masters, Amateur, and Heavies are out on 2 circuits. Ivar Zus and Ricard Kalensims are on the front row ahead of Mikolas Mašinas and Juris Zalitis on row 2. Karlis Brisis and Rudis Klavins on row 3. And they're ahead of Martins Rollis and Edmunds Zusevics on row 4. The top 10 is completed by Bruno Van Hanens and Armand Kanks. Then comes Markus Spikis and Andrei Kurg on the 6th row of the grid, followed by Kristas Smiltniks and Juris Spikis in 13th and 14th respectively. Endais Vaznis and Antonevics Dimitris are in 15th and 16th, ahead of Arturs Zenis in 17th and completing the field. I just want to check race control quickly to see if there were any penalties for some of those incidents that we've seen. Oh, there have been 15 steward decisions. That is a lot from this set of races. Nothing that I've seen. See, I need a nice little table of them. So there was one for Stankolavicius, but nothing that I'm seeing for any of the incidents that we had particularly noticed on the broadcast. Either way, Ivar Zuz and Ricard Kalensims on the front row of the grid. We are ready to go racing. Us on the inside and tries to get squeezed by Kalensims straight away. Kalensims might hold on to second. Mine Mašinas is through. Is Mikolas Mašinas up into second place. We've got a spinner as well into the grass. And there's contact down the order. And, well, one car just clips the front end of the driver, but nothing more than that. So thankfully no one has any damaged carts. That is Carlos Brisis in the 522, the leading amateur DD2 driver. We're showing really good pace in race 1, as Ivar Zus is stretching out his lead at the front of the field. So 2, 3, 4. Us from Mašinas, from Kalensims, from Zalitis. And that is your top 4. Then up the inside goes Kalensims on Mašinas, who tries to go for the switchback and then decides, actually, no, I'm going to defend from Zalitis. Otherwise, Mašinas would have certainly been dropping down into 4th position. There is Carlos Brisis, just behind Armand Kanks, who's behind Rudis Klavins. They are slowly closing up to this train of carts. It goes all the way up to Ivar Zus at the front of the field. And up the inside goes the 511. So that is Elitis up the inside of Mikolas Mašinas, who is slowly dropping down the order a little bit. As we head down into turn 6 and 7. Good run for Mašinas. He might be able to have a go. Defensive from Zalitis as Kanks continues to try to close in. Kalensims is closing in onto Ivar Zus. This time around 43.6 for us, 43.4 for Kalensims. And Zalitis is 43.8 that time around, 44.1 for Mašinas. So the top 2 just seem to be in a world of their own pace-wise. We'll see what Zalitis can do now that he's in clean air. Has a look over his shoulder. See the gap that he's already built over Mikolas Mašinas. The 520 of Ivar Zus makes his way out of the final corner. Oh, what's happened to Ivar Zus? He has dropped 8/10 somewhere, and Kansims is now leading. I don't think that was an overtake. I think there was a mistake from Iverzus that I missed on the broadcast. Apologies for that. I might have been looking at the timing tower when it happened. And there is the 595 of Armin's Tanks with Bruno Van Hannes and Carlos Brices behind. So Van Hanens now leading in the amateur class from Carlos Brices, and then they've got a 1.2 second gap to Rudis Klavins. Now, Juris Elitis last time around 43.4, almost matching the pace of the leaders. And here he is. He's really close, and he's got to go for a move. He's really late. He makes it work, somehow gets the cart stopped, and somehow the two don't collide with each other. That opens the door for Majinas, who goes for two for the price of one. And Iverzul says, thank you, I'll go back through. But Majinas is able to hold the inside. So, well, unfortunately for Juris Elitis, he goes from third to second and then back down to fourth position. And Majinas is now back up into second place. And all the while, Ricard Scalenstein says, thank you very much, as he starts to drive away with this race. Majinas now on the defensive and will be presumably defending at every single opportunity to hold on to this second place finish. I tell you what, though, it was a very, very brave move from Juris Elitis, and he just about managed to do it cleanly as well. Tanks has been overtaken by Van Hanens and Carlos Brices. So there is Van Hans in the white and red suit with a white and red helmet. Brices just behind him. As we head into the final couple of corners once again. Start lap number 8. Another low 43 by Kansims as up the inside goes Zelitis. But again, he goes wide, and, well, the geo block almost spits him back into Ius. .43.5 for Mikolas Majinas that time round. Through 6 and 7 we go once more. 4 minutes is the time remaining. And a very healthy lead now for Ricard Scalenstein, who can be very proud of this drive. He's driven phenomenally well to close in onto Iverzus and now put in some really good pace. Fastest lap of the race last time as well for Ricard Scalenstein with a 43.069. Majinas makes his way through 6 and 7. Can Iverzus fight this one back? Well, last time round, Majinas was 0.2 quicker than Iverzus. Let's see this time round. The gap was 0.4 of a second. It's now 3.9 of a second. Iverzus 43.294. Majinas 43.324. So 300ths gain, not exactly a huge amount. So out of turn 5 we go. I think Iverzus is close enough. 3 minutes remaining as well. That corner looks so much fun. That long sweeping left-hander of turn 8. Into the left we go. And still Iverzus with a good chance of taking the second place from Mikolas Majinas. Sorry, not Majas Majinas, Mikolas Majinas. Out of the final corner once more. with 2 minutes on the clock. And more quick laps being set, 43.2 for both of these two drivers. An attempted move for a second from Ivers Us, but not going to work. Because Mikolas Machines just closes the door. Still nose to tail. All the way through 7 and 8. And there is a gap that Ricard's Callan Teams has. 3 laps to go. Defensive from Machines. Iverzus looks to the outside, looks for the switchback. Will keep Machines tight heading into turn 4. And again, try to get a switchback coming out of the corner, but can't quite pull alongside on corner exit. So 30 seconds on the clock, which means we've got this lap and 1 more lap left. 4 seconds is the gap at the front of the field. 43.0 for Ricard's Callan Teams. Fastest lap of the race. As again, Iverzus trying to hold Mikolas Machines tight so that he can get the run coming out of the corner. On the grass for a second as Machines slams the door shut. Still nose to tail. Now Iverzus looking to the outside. No way through for a switchback there. As we head on to the final lap of the race, a 42.967. New fast lap of the race for Ricard's Callan Teams. And again, Machines continues to defend. Again, us on the outside heading into turn 4. And then we'll try to get the switchback on corner exit, but can't pull alongside. Machines holds it tight, forcing us to the outside. And again, us is going to get the drive. I've not seen an overtaking for turn 6 and 7 before, so he's going to have to sit behind. Machines will surely go defensive to the outside, looks us, but he just needs to hold it on the inside. Across the line comes Ricard's Callan Teams to take the victory in heat number 2. And a very good defensive drive by Mikolas Machines to take second ahead of Ivers Us and Juris Zalitis in 4th place. Then Bruno Van Hanens beats Carlis Brisis to the DD2 amateur victory. Armand Kanks in 7th ahead of Rudis Klavins and Andrei Kirk in 9th. Then it's Edmunds Zusevics in 10th ahead of Marcos Spikis in 11th, with Martins Rollis completing the 12-car field. So once again, we're going to go into a short break before we return with our final heat of the day, the Tillotson T4s. The Tillotson T4s are out on track. Daniel Speteris-Berstins and Maris Lazdans are on the front row of the grid, with Edvards Jimenez and Kirill Dimitrievs are on row 2. Then comes Ralf Leyens and Christian Lazdans on row number 3, with Rudolf Tomsbersis and Miroslav Novik are on row 4. Kirill Savins and Christopher Lakis are on row 5, completing the top 10. Dace Grossberger and Ingus Just are on row number 6. Then comes Oris Maris Revels and Artus Gorenko, with Ralf Igals completing the field. And I can say we are bang on schedule at the moment. These carts were meant to go out at 2:18 Latvian time, and they have indeed. We've not had any more stationary carts to be recovered in this set of heats. In the first set we had a few which pushed us back, but then everyone had a shorter lunch. Much to the dismay of marshals, I'm sure. But it does mean that everyone will still get to go back home on time. So, no more stranded carts. And then we can stay on the schedule. I think we are meant to start our final race, which will be the Tillotson T4 race at 4:43 Latvian time. So, Daniel Speteris-Berstins, Maris Lazdans on the front row of the grid. Keep your eyes out for Edvards Jimenez in that green helmet, starting in 3rd position. As we make our way through turn 8 and on to the start-finish straight. We're ready to go racing. The Tillotsons are very good with their starts. Look at them. They're all in the tram, well, almost all in the tram lines. Green flag waves, away we go. Very nice, no shenanigans. Up into 2nd goes Edvards Jimenez, which is what we kind of expected. And I think Kirill Dimitrievs in the 9:07. No, that's Maris Lazdans, who is in 3rd place. Lazdans was quite quick in the previous race and has Kirill Dimitrievs right behind in the 9:65. So here's Dimitrievs in 4th, but Berzin leads from Jimenez in 2nd position. Bit of contact as getting pushed a little bit wide was the 9.65 of Kirill Dimitrievs. I think has the position as well, as sent it straight back up the inside into turn 7. That looked aggressive, but a fantastic overtake nonetheless. As through turn 8 and 9 we go. And looking to the outside, it's the driver in 4th place, tries to go around the outside, pulls it off as well. What a move that was from, I think that was Ralf Leyens. It was Ralf Leyens up into 3rd place on the outside of the opening corner. Fantastic overtake to claim the final podium spot. Still though, plenty of time to go. 7 minutes remaining. And well, now Leyens is going to be searching for a way through up into 2nd and past Jimenez. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, pretty much nose to tail. Not much separating them at all. In fact, the whole field is in one big train of carts. As looking to the outside once again is Leyens. That's not going to work. And in fact, he's left the door open for Dimitrievs. So here a 1 lap and, well, didn't quite work out that lap. But I'm sure he'll try nonetheless. Right, okay, Ralf Leyens, you cannot do that every single lap. There is a limit to how many crazy overtakes you can do, and that limit is 1. He's now been sent up the inside by Dimitrievs, but he's going to hang it round the outside because that's where Ralf Leyens lives, on the outside of corners. He just loves the outside. Ralf Leyens, if he sees a driver on the inside, he will put his car to the outside immediately. He could not care less if another driver tries to overtake him. Ralf Leyens, what a guy. You have to love this, the attitude to racing that Ralf Leyens has. You know what? He's going to try it again. He's 100% going to try it on this next lap again. If at first you succeed, and then the second time you don't succeed, try again. Although this time he might be too far back. Ralph, do not do it, Ralph, he's got it, he's completely off a track. There's contact, and well, Jimenez is not too happy about that. Layens has made the move. He's then lost the position. We're now 3 abreast going into turn number 4. And, well, through goes Layens, down goes Jimenez, 2 positions. Someone's completely grass karting on the exit as well. Ralph did someone make a bet with Ralph Layens saying, I bet you can't make all of your overtakes round the outside of turn 1. And Ralph said, deal. I can show you how to do it. I never thought someone's signature overtake would be the outside of turn 1, but this is absolutely fantastic. Go on, Ralph. You know you want to... Well, actually, to be fair, he's behind Lazdans right now, and... sorry, he's behind Dimitriev, and Dimitriev has watched him attempt that overtake 3 times, so I don't think Dimitriev is going to fall for it. Now, I'm interested to see what Edvards Jimenez is going to do, because he's going to have a bit of a grudge, as that's a move from Lazdans up the inside of Berzins, who then gets the switch back very promptly coming out of the corner. And they're almost side by side heading into turn 5. And that's actually going to compromise Lazdans a little bit on exit. As here is the 909. That is Rudolf Toms Berzins, who started this race in... I forget where he started. He's got the same suit as Daniel Petteris Berzins, so... I think that was catching me out some. Here we go then, heading into turn 1. No defensive line from Kirill Dimitrievs. He knows that if he takes the defensive line, that's just what Ralph Layens wants. So he's going to take the normal line and said, well, Ralph, you know how to overtake on the outside. Do you know how to overtake on the inside, though? As we head through turn number 4. So last time round, 50.579 from Daniel Petteris Berzins, 50.4, 50.3 from Dimitrievs, Layens, and Jimenez. This is good work. If these 3 continue to lap like this, they will close in to the race leader. Then they can try to overtake. And to be honest, if I was Dimitrievs and I closed in onto Berzins, I would actually let Layens go past me. I'd happily take 3rd, just because it means I'd get to watch Layens try to overtake Berzins around the outside, as Orr trying to go up the inside, a little bit late. And now there's a bit of contact that's going to open up the door for Jimenez, possibly. Oh dear, a bit more contact, wide, open the door again, hand up from Dimitriev saying, what are you doing? We were catching up to the race leader. Round the outside goes Jimenez and says, how do you like that, Layens? I can overtake round the outside too. Now sit behind me and let's go catch up to Berzins, who is probably now gone from being about 8/10 up the road to about 1.5 seconds after all of the contact that these 3 have had in the opening sector of the lap. But Dimitrievs can now lead the charge from Jimenez, and then Layens in 4th position. And Berzins is just chilling, 50.2 that time around, 50.9 from Dimitrievs. They lost 0.7 of a second, and the gap is 1.5 seconds. Well, fastest lap of this race is actually done by Christopher Lakis, a 50.264. Where is Lakis? He is in 8th position now, and he's 0.6 behind Kirill Savins, who is in turn a 10th behind Lastan. So he's in this group that goes up to 5th position. So there you can see the group just in the corner of your shot. Now, Jimenez is pushing Dimitrievs. Will he continue to push Dimitrievs, or will he go for that thing that drivers call an overtake? Let's see. Well, he's going to sit behind. I think he's too far back to go for a move, even if he wanted to, into turn number 1. Little look over the shoulder as well. And, well, they have really pulled from Layens. I don't know what's happened to Layens, but his pace has dropped off like crazy. He's done a 51.1 last time round. That's slow, especially by Layens' standards. So I don't know if maybe he got some damage to the car or something in one of those incidents, but he is really struggling for pace. Meanwhile, your race leader, 50.294. Then the duo behind, 50.237 and 50.106. Dimitrievs, a little look over the shoulder. as I don't think he's trying to defend. I think he's just waiting for the push from Jimenez. But there's only 2 laps left, so there's no point trying to hunt down Bertelsins. It's every man for themselves. 50.198 that time round for Jimenez. But new fastest lap of the race for Daniel Pettelis Bertelsins at 50.090. Ralph Leyens has picked up the pace a bit with a 50.6. However, Jimenez is now searching for a way through on Dimitriev's. Good switchback coming out the corner. A little bit of a bump draft down the straight. Into turn 5 we go. No way through there. Into 6 and 7. This is where you need to get the run so that you can have a go into the final corner. He looks to the outside. Dimitrievs will have to cover the inside, so there's going to be no way through. It's near impossible to overtake into this corner if the driver ahead covers the inside line, that is. And now he's too far back to go for the send into turn number 1. Only about 2 more overtaking opportunities. Here we go through turn 3. This is one of the big overtaking opportunities. Defensive from Dimitriev. Still up the inside goes Jimenez. Has he got the drive? No, he's going to have to slot back in behind into the slipstream. Now looks to the outside, tries to get the run through turn 5 on Dimitriev. It is a good run. He is right on the bumper, but he needs to make sure he absolutely nails this corner. He's pretty much riding the bump of Dimitriev's out of turn 7. Dimitriev's, though, going to hold the inside. For a second, I thought he was going to leave a gap, but he does not. Over the start-finish line, though, comes Daniel Pettelis Bertelsins to take the race win. And it will be Kirill Dimitriev in second ahead of Edvard Jimenez with Ralph Leyens in 4th. Then is Maris and Christian's last dance in 5th and 6th place. Rudolf Toms Bertelsins comes home in 7th ahead of Miroslav Novik and Christopher Lakis. Fast lap of the race actually got picked up by Christian Zelazdans in the end. Dasi Grossberger in 10th place ahead of Kirill Savins. Then comes Ores Maris Revels in 12th. Rals Igals in 13th ahead of Artus Gurenko and Ingus Just in 15th place. So with that, once again, we're going to take a short break before we return with our super final to Micro and Mini Maxes. So let's go through our grid. Valters Vasnis and Andris Vasnis on the front row. Then it's Pia Samulionis and Valters Kursis on row number 2. Majas Norkus and August Majors are on row number 3. Toms Gruzin and Patrick Lapins are on row 4. Moving on to row 5, Dennis Norkus and Ralf Tietzen complete the top 10. With Emma Tietzen completing the field. We are now moving into our super finals. And our first super final is the amateur micro and mini maxes. Only 2 mini maxes, which is Valters and Andris Vasnis. Now, in each of our heats, we saw one of the Vasnises having a spin. Now, we've got one driver who has beached themselves on the curb at turn 8. So I think we might be getting another formation lap. Yellow flag is being waved as that car is recovered. So I'm not sure who that is. That's Majas Norkus. So Majas Norkus, something must have happened, as I don't think our drivers have realized that it's a false start, because the yellow flag was definitely being waved. This is the bit where I question myself and I wonder if well and truly it is a race restart or not, as we've got a spinner down below. So I guess we're racing, or at least these kids definitely think they are. No, and they have been calmed down. No, they have been told. This is why, boys and girls, no matter your age, always check for yellow flags. If there's a yellow flag at a race start, the chances are it might be for a full course yellow. So everyone will get gridded back up, and we will go racing once again. Attempt number 2. We didn't have any race restarts actually for the second round of heats. Ooh, bit of contact and a spin as well. Well, I'm going to say to the 16 of Toms Gruzins, who put his hands up to say, what are you doing? Toms, I think you have to be very careful with that, because you as a driver behind on the formation lap, as there's a red flag and a couple of them jump on the brakes, we've got another spinner. So red flag, very slowly go back to the start-finish straight and come to a stop. Or stop where you get directed to by the marshals. So yeah, red flag. We were saying how we were going according to schedule. Everything had been very clean and sensible. But our mini and micro maxes have been a bit too eager to get going. And we're going to have a red flag. So the organisers are going to have a chat with them. And I think that's Andris Vasnis saying to Valters, slow down, slow down. Well, it's a red flag. So you don't need to match the pace of Valters, Andris. If you think he's going too fast, just go slower yourself, as we've got another near spin further down the order. It's like one of those things, like, what do they call it? The Pantalona in Spain. They see red. They're like bulls. That makes them go aggressive. No, come to a nice stop. And hopefully they will, with no one spinning, as they come to a stop on the start-finish straight. I think they're going to get reordered. And then once they are reordered, we will get the race start back underway. I think the organisers are going to have a chat about what you can and what you can't do, and make sure the next start is going to be cleaner. And you can see the race officials just having a chat with the pole sitter, Valters Vasnis. Presumably going to be something about not to change the pace drastically, not to weave. I think there was something holding a steering wheel straight, no weaving. So just a chat here with Valters about how to control the race start so that everything can go ahead smoothly. So hopefully we will get underway racing next time round without any issues. And I think Andries is going to have a very similar conversation, saying to watch Valters, stay alongside, don't drop back too much or go ahead, and so on and so forth. And I think Pio Samulionis is very much enjoying the arms crossed to say no. And Ralph Tietzen had his hands in the air saying, I don't know. I think I'm just translating. I'm translating the random signs that some of the drivers were making. Although I can't claim to be an expert in translations, as I think a couple of drivers think that we're already racing under the yellow flag because we've immediately gone out of our 2x2 formation. Oh, they're going to get a very stern warning from the race organisers in a second. As okay, two drivers. I'm going to be honest. I don't know what's happening. We've got a bunch of drivers who are in formation. Two drivers have just hit each other on the formation lap, and two drivers have overtaken the formation group and gapped the field. So I'm not entirely sure why or what the reason for that was, but yeah, I don't know. There they are. They're very far ahead. They're now slowing down. I wonder if two of the drivers thought it was a standing start. I think that might have been the case. This is all a bit confusing. There's a green flag being waved. The tram lines have been completely ignored. And I think the race officials are just going to allow this start to occur. We've then got two drivers who are now going to get, I think, immediately overtaken. Tom's Gruzins is one of the drivers who overtook the whole field. So Tom Gruzins is now leading the race, I think. It's my understanding of this, as there is Pius Samulionis, as Gruzins has been now overtaken by Valters Vaznis, and Andrais Vaznis is next to try to make the move. Blue flags are being waved as well as the green flags. This is a little bit chaotic, I think, for this race start, for the super final. Super final, super chaotic. Two drivers side by side coming out of the final corner. As, was that a little mistake? The 20 is getting in the way slightly. That's Majas Norkus. And that has allowed... there's more contact going on. Who's that? That's the 81. That's Dennis Norkus. So Majas Norkus and Dennis Norkus, I think, are getting lapped. And Valters Vaznis still leads from Andrais Vaznis and Pio Samulionis. I don't know if there's been a change in positions, though. That looks to be Pio Samulionis. So at the front is Valters Vaznis from Andrais Vaznis. So it's Andrais who's now ahead of Valters. So Andrais Vaznis leads from Valters Vaznis. Now, Valters has looked to be the quicker of the two so far today. So this should be interesting to see how these two battle it out. Both of them running in the Energy chassis. And Pio Samulionis is now in third, leading in the Micromax category. As they head down into turn 6 and 7 once again. And there in the backdrop, you can see Pio Samulionis. We've got 7.5 minutes remaining of this heat. And Valters Vaznis going to go for a move up the inside. Don't lock up the brakes. He doesn't. He makes the corner. And that is Valters Vaznis into the lead. Now, can Andrais Vaznis keep up with, I'm presuming, his brother? But a little bit of a moment with the rear end for Valters. But that's not going to bother him too much. You can see Valter's just a lot gentler with the steering wheel. We were talking about that before when we were comparing Valter's driving to Pio Samuilionis's, or maybe it was to Andrai's, I can't remember. But you can just see those wheel inputs being slightly different between the two. And Valter's keeps his wheel relatively stable. Not many inputs going into it. So here they head down into turn 5. 8 tenths between them, then it is 7 seconds back to Samuilionis. And there is Samuilionis out of turn 7. Fair play to Andrais Vaznis. He is keeping up with Valter's. He's not falling back by a lot. Actually, that time around, he took a 10th out of Valter's Vaznis. Actually, that was Andrais' fastest lap of the race, possibly fastest lap of the day as well. Valter's Vaznis 49.2 on that particular lap. Just through 6 and 7 they go. And on to the start-finish straight. As they have one of the Titans up ahead to put a lap on, or a little bit wide. So that time around, 48.6 for Valter's Vaznis, 48.9 for Andrais Vaznis. So Andrais still improving and gains a lot of time through the traffic on Valter's. You know what? Andrais Vaznis could pull off a bit of a dark horse victory here, because Valter's has looked quicker than him all day long, and presumably yesterday as well in practice and qualifying. But right here in the super final, he's finding a little bit of extra pace, is Andrais Vaznis. And maybe enough to challenge Valter's, especially when they reach the next set of back markers. 49.5 for Valter's, 48.9 for Andrais. So Andrais consistently putting in these high 48s right now. Very, very impressive. But will he be able to close in onto Valter's? And then will he be able to have the confidence to go for an overtake? I think in these cuts, you've only got a couple of real braking opportunities. One's there into turn 5, and then the other one is turn 1, really. Maybe here as well, you could go for an overtake, but I don't know, it just doesn't look like enough of a braking zone. Tom Gruzins has also overtaken Valter's Cursis. And that is up into 4th place, which is 2nd in the Micromax category. A really good job that from Tom Gruzins. 48.6 for Valter's, 48.7 for Andrais. And Piers with a 50.2. Samuilionis is really quick out there, 50.8 there for Samuilionis. So he's only about a second a lap off these guys, despite being in the lower category. So here's Samuilionis, driver to watch out for in the future. Well, the gap is staying relatively constant between these two. We have seen both of them make mistakes before, and here are the back markers, and aggressive goes Andrais and through, and you can see the hand movement for Valter's, not happy about it. Well, we saw this in race number 2 when Valter's came up to traffic. He was very tentative and always made sure he did his overtakes very carefully. Andrais has seen that opportunity and has struck at it brilliantly. And there's more back markers coming up, so this could be an opportunity for Andrais to actually pull clear of Valter's. That time round, Valter's 50.8, Andrais Vaznis 49.8. Here are more back markers. Andres cuts to the inside. Is he going to be able to get the next one? Or maybe he tries to go around the outside of the Micromax. No, he's going to have to sit in behind. He does so, goes past. Valters follows through. Will they have any more back markers to overtake? Well, we'll have to wait and see. A little bit wide from Andres. This is a big, big opportunity for him. He has capitalized on Valters' indecision, let's say, his extra carefulness to take this lead. He's shown really good pace in this race to get quick enough to keep up with Valters and take advantage of that mistake. But in raw pace alone, Valters is the quicker driver. Not by a huge amount, but he is quicker. And you can see that right now. Valters is all over the back of Andres, searching for a way through. We are going to have 3 laps left. And here comes Valters once again on the brakes. No, he backs out of the move. Andres is a little bit better on the brakes now than he was at the start of this race. Just goes to show how much quicker Andres has got as this race has progressed, being able to sit behind Valters and just practice his lines, learn where he can go faster, whether it's on the brakes, carrying speed through corners and so on. And Valters is going to get frustrated. I have a feeling that there might be a bit of contact between these two. Not intentional. Now, Andres, where do you go? He's going to go up the inside of one, inside of another. Beautiful stuff from Andres. And Valters just a bit too timid through the traffic. And now all of a sudden, Andres has a big, big lead with 2 laps to go. Here they come over the line. Penultimate lap of the race has started. The gap is 0.6 of a second. Valters will close this gap down. You can be certain of that. But there are more back markers coming up. There's 1, 2 more back markers. And that could make the difference. That could be what wins Andres this race. There's no defensive driving from Andres at the moment. He's just driving his own race. Now, we've seen Valters overtake Andres once before into turn 1. We've not seen him go for the move anywhere else. Here we go, round the final corner to start the last lap of the race. Vaznis versus Vaznis. Andres versus Valters. 3 back markers coming up. Well, Andres got the lead from back markers. Might he lose the lead from back markers as well? Valters almost runs it into the back of Tietzen. And now can't get through on the 37. Ends up sitting behind. And that's a Valters Kursis. Well, a Valters holding up a Valters. And Valters Vazin is trying to get through. He's got through, but Andres has streaked clear. Well, we talked about races today where it's been determined not on pace but on racecraft. This is a race that's not been determined on race. It's a race that's been determined on getting through the traffic. Andres, he is going to be absolutely ecstatic as he comes over the line. Have a look at this. Here he comes. Andres Vaznis wins the race from Valters Vaznis in the Mini-Max category. What a drive from Andres to make that win happen. Fantastic through the traffic. Meanwhile, in the Micromax category, Pius Samoulionis will take the micro-class victory. And then it will be Toms Gruzins in second place in the Micromax class. Valters Kursis will finish in third in the Micromax category. Then it's August Majors, followed by Patrick Slapins, Majas Nordkus, Dennis Nordkus, Emma Tietzen, and Ralph Tietzen to complete the field. And that brings an end to our amateur, micro, and mini max race. And we'll be back in a couple of minutes' time with our Rotax Max Mini Max. So back out on track then go our Rotax Max Mini-Maxes for the final time today. Martins Lapins and Carlis Bensons on the front row of the grid. Then comes Remigius Kraushinas and Karl Korkekuhi, pardon me. Ivo Os and Michelis Zube in 5th and 6th place, both for SM Racing. Then comes Tauras Zimnikas and Emilisa Kapkauskas on row number 4. Jokobas Juozaitis and Dominiks Dargis are on row number 5, followed by Kasparas Adamonis and Henris Lapse. Now, we have seen some really good racing from these guys so far today. Don't forget, Carlis Bensons has been very, very quick, but Martins Lapins has a habit of overtaking Bensons through turn 1 of the race. And as a result Bensons has always been behind Lapins and then ends up in a battle with Kraushinas and Korkekuhi, and that has affected his races a lot. This time round, it is Lapins who starts on pole with Bensons on the outside. Can Bensons do what Lapins has been doing to him all day long? And don't forget to keep your eyes out for some of our other drivers as well. Emilis Kapkauskas, we've talked about him before, having made his step up into Minimax this year. Remigius Kraushinas, very quick. Tauras Zimnikas has had some good races as well. That's a 199. Remigius Kraushinas starting in 3rd position. The Estonian Karl Korkekuhi has also been very quick today. And Karl is starting this race in 4th place. Here we go then. We are green and away we go. Benson's on the outside, but he's been swallowed up by a number of drivers. He's stuck in the middle. Can he work his way back through the field? Martins Lapins leads the way, and his biggest competitor, Carlis Bensons, is right down the field. This is a perfect start for for Martins Lapins, but he needs to be careful because Remigius Kraushinas is behind him, and Kraushinas was looking very, very quick in heat number 2 of the day. So this race is not done yet. And then we've got Ivo Os, who is in 3rd ahead of, is that Tauras Zimnikas or Karl Korkekuhi? We'll have a check once they come over the line. This race is 10 minutes plus 1 lap. So as they come over the line, 9 minutes and 10 seconds to go. Lapins from Kraushinas, then it's Os, Zimnikas, Bensons, and Kapkauskas down in 6th position. Actually, I'm trying to think, has Bensons made the step up as well to Minimax this year? I think he might have as well. Him and Zimnikas, I think they were all racing together along with Kapkauskas. But I can't fully remember. Either way, leading the way, Martins Lapins. Doing a very good job as sideways is Bensons as he chucks the kart in to turn 8. On the brakes, Martins Lapins still leading from Kraushinas. Lap times 47.0 for Lapins, 47.2 for Kraushinas and Os. Here comes Bensons up the inside of Zimnikas. Quick, effective, clinical from Bensons, and he gives a finger forward, saying, look, I'm not here to race with you. I want to get the guys up ahead. Come on, let's go. Well, the top 3 are starting to spread out. What does Remigius Kraushinas have in store for us? Can he challenge Martins Lapins? As on to the start-finish straight, they come once more. Start lap number 4 of this race. 47.0 for Lapins, Kraushinas 46.9, 46.9 also for Os, Bensons 47.1, despite having made an overtake. Karl Korkekuhi 46.918, fastest lap of the race so far. Lapins being reeled back in by Remigius Kraushinas. Kraushinas in the Gillard for NSL Racing. Lapins in the Energy. It's Energy from Gillard, from Tony Kart. Carlis Benson's also running in the Energy Kart, teammates with Martins Lapins as well in the Rotax Max Latvia team. through the final corner they go once more. Let's have a look at these lap times. Over the line comes Martins Lapins, 46.9. Klauschinas, 46.9. Ivor Was, 46.7. Bernsen's 47.1. So Bernsen's doesn't have the pace to match these top three at the moment. And Ivor Was the quickest of all three of them. But we've seen it before. It's one thing to catch up to drivers. It's another thing to be able to overtake. But Os is going to go for it up the inside into turn 5. Has to decide against it. Klauschinas just takes a nice wide line, slightly later apex than he would have. And Ivor Os is left with nowhere to go but to back out of the overtake. Also 47 zeros by Karl Korkekuhi, Emilis Kapkauskas and Michaelis Zuber. So all matching the pace really of the leading three. This time around 46.9, 47.0, 47.1. Carlis Bernsen's 46.895. He's taken nearly 2/10 out of Ivor Was, who did have a bit of a slow lap because he went for that overtake on Klauschinas that didn't quite work out. But it seems like the pace at the front is 46.9s. 46.9s, 47 zeros. That is the lap time that is required. Karl Korkekuhi, 46.863. 46.8 also from Michaelis Zuber as well. So some very good pace further down the field. Onto the start-finish straight once more to start lap number 7 of the race. 5 minutes on the clock. Still plenty of time left. 46.8 for Lapins, 46.7 for Klauschinas, 46.8 for Os. Bernsen's 46.6, fastest lap of the race. Carlis Bernsen has started to get a move on. The only issue is he's going to run out of time. 2/10 a lap is not a lot when you've only got 7 laps left in the race. He really needs these two up at the front to start battling, but there's not enough of a pace difference between them for a battle to really occur. Onto the start-finish straight once more. Now we're starting lap number 8. What the lap time's like? 46.7, 46.8, 46.8 for the top 3. 46.608 for Carlis Bernsen's. Bernsen's has really got things going. And it's looking very, very fast now. But Lapins is pulling clear at the front of the field. I think Martins Lapins has this race in the bag. The question is, who's going to come in second? I think Lapins is showing why he was the Latvian representative last year at the RMC Grand Finals for Latvia. And Carlis Bernsen's, I'm sure, will be very eager to take that spot away from Lapins come the end of this year. That time around, 46.8 for Lapins, 46.9 for Klauschinas, Os 46.7, Bernsen's again 46.6. Down into turn 5 once more. As they absolutely chuck the karts in to turn 8. $46.7 for Lapins. 46.6 for Klauschinas, 46.6 for Os. Carlis Bernsen's 46.5. Carlis Bernsen's does not know how to hold back. But again, the issue is we are running out of time. Lapins looks over his shoulder, so does Os. Well, there's a big gap to Bernsen's. If you're a neutral, you really want to see these top 2, top 3 fights so that Bernsen's can get involved and then see what happens. But I think Martins Lapins, again, he's won the race on the first lap. Here comes Ivor Was up the inside of Klauschinas to take second place. Now, can he lead this charge? Oh, he's going defensive. No, it goes back onto the racing line. last time around. 46.7 for the top 2, 46.5 for Carlos Bernsons, and Bernsons is pretty much there as well. Well, he's raced against Kriaušinas many times before. He's going to have to wait, though, for an opportunity to present itself. As we head down through 6 and into 7. Look over the shoulder from Kriaušinas. That looks to be a really good run for Carlos Bernsons. He might be able to have a go into turn 1. He's going to look late on the brakes. Contact, no! He taps over Was, and he spins himself. Well, Carlos Bernsons bangs his steering wheel. If any driver was going to go for that overtake, it was always going to be Carlos Bernsons. And well, Bernsons, that's his chance of winning down the gutter. He's going to have to settle for 4th. And, well, when you go for an overtake on a driver and there's another driver in front, that can always happen. And Bernsons has learnt that the hard way. So that'll be one of the many learning points for him as he grows as a driver and gets quicker and quicker. We know he's got that raw pace. Martins Lapins, though, just quick and consistent, staying out of trouble. Very smart driving from him. And it's all been accomplished from 2 incredible starts from 2nd place, where he overtook Bernsons into turn 1 both times, starting in 2nd. Martin Lapins has shown that you can win a race, you can win an event on the first corner. Yes, there was a lot more to do after that point, but the hard work, 90% of the work was done in turn 1 in races 1 and 2. The rest of it was just putting in quick, consistent laps, which I'm sure Martin Lapins will say that was easy. I think it was anything but easy. He's shown really good pace, really consistent pace. It's another 46.8 for him. Ivor was 46.7, 46.7 for Kriaušinas as well. Carlos Bernsons 46.8. Well, I don't want to be the person who has to console Carlos Bernsons after this race. It's also affected Kriaušinas as well. He had to avoid the incident, which meant that he's fallen back from Ivor Was. But we are on to the last lap of the race. Martins Lapins has led every single lap of this race. He might not have crossed the finish line in first at the start of the races, but from the end of every lap 1 to the end of every race, he has been leading. Martins Lapins, absolutely flawless today. Fantastic victory for Lapins as he takes the checker flag ahead of Ivor Was and Remigius Kriaušinas. Carlos Bernsons in P4 ahead of Michaelis Zube and Emilis Kapkauskas in 6th. Tauras Simnikas in 7th. Karl Korge-Kuhi in 8th ahead of Dominik Dargis. Then comes Kasparas Adamonis and Henrys Lapse with Jokubas Juozaitis in 12th. And with that, fastest lap was not a 46.8, it was actually a 46.547 set by Carlos Bernsons. So with that, we are going to go into a short break, and when we return, we're going to have our Rotax Max Micro Maxes. So, Timas Rimas and Domus Norkus are on the front row of the grid for the Rotax Max Micro Max Super Final. Then it's Marco Clavins and Karim Kuktis. Mr. Lightning McQueen in 4th place. Rems Alod Nagrado in 5th ahead of Rodrigo Lapins in 6th with David Vlansson Vladson in 7th position. I think we're pretty much ready to go racing. We've seen some good battles between them. Rems Balosnagrado has been right up there for quite a few of the races, mixing it up alongside Timas Rimas. But Timas Rimas has been untouched for the most part. He's just kind of led from start to finish. The question is, can the likes of Tomas Norkus really challenge him? Or indeed, Rodrigo Lapins and Balosnagrado. Karim's Kuktis has been hovering around that kind of 4th, 3rd place. Maybe he can find a little bit more pace to challenge for a podium today. So we're pretty much ready for our race start. So no Lithuanian front row with Rimas and Norkus at the front. Can Domas Norkus do a Martins Lapins? Let's wait and see. Here we go. We are green and we are racing. Very good start from Timas Rimas. Norkus drops down into 3rd position and up to 2nd. I think that was Marco Klavins in the 22. Indeed it is. So Klavins up into 2nd position. And in 4th place is Rems Balods Nagrado. So Nagrado, who started down in 5th, is now up into 3rd, tries to go up the inside of the 22 of Klavins. That doesn't work. Look over the shoulder from Klavins thinking, what on earth was that? Oh, well, that was Balods Nagrado going for a Hail Mary, to be honest. Sorry, not Balods Nagrado. That's the Marco Klavins going for a Hail Mary. Someone going very wide. Coming onto the back straight as all potential overtake. Door slam shut in Balosnagrado's face. That's Klavins ahead of Balosnagrado. So Balosnagrado in 3rd. Klavins is in 4th. No, sorry, Klavins is in 2nd. Then it's Norkus. Then it's Balosnagrado. I apologize. But it is Timas Rimas who leads this way. Tomas Norkus, can he find a way through on Marco Klavins so that he could try to hunt down his fellow countrymen? There's Lightning McQueen in the background. Karim Kukutis trying to stick with Balosnagrado and indeed search for a way through. But the front team of Rimas is starting to pull clear. Again, having a little look is Kukutis up the inside into the final corner, but that's not going to work. Your nose just gets chopped off and then you lose so much pace through that final sequence. But to be honest, with the Micromaxes, we tend to just see them being nose to tail for a large portion of it. Overtakes don't come very frequently, unless they can force one of the drivers into a mistake just by applying that pressure. And that's exactly what the 67 of Tomas Norkus is trying to do. Pile the pressure onto Marco Klavins. And he's got a really good run out of the final corner. This could be an excellent opportunity for Tomas Norkus. He moves to the inside. Surely he's going to do this on the brakes. He is. There's a bit of contact between them. Hanging around the outside is Marco Klavins. Norkus just needs to be a little bit more aggressive on the brakes. Give Klavins a bit more of a squeeze to pull that move off. And this is allowing Timas Rimas to pull clear as well. As they head into 6 and 7 again. Really good lap that from Marco Klavins. Takes 2/10 out of Timas Rimas. Fastest lap though was Tomas Norkus with a 49.2. Not that time round though. On his last lap, that was a 50.1. But Marco Clavins definitely has a pace to close in Timas Rimas, which we've not seen earlier today. Down the straight into turn one once again, and the gap has really closed down. Timas Rimas 1.5 tenths clear now of Marco Clavins. Clavins bringing that gap down. 49.3 last time round for Clavins. 49.2 from Domas Norkus. 49.4 from your race leader Timas Rimas, with 5 minutes to go. But again, it's through that first sector. Marco Clavins just dropping back by a tiny, tiny bit. And Timas Rimas has extended his gap back out. Palos Negrado and Karim Skukitis have been dropped at this point. It's a three-way battle for the win. But Norkus needs to put in some good laps. Let's see over the line this time round. 49.3 for Timas Rimas, his new personal best of the race. 49.4 for Clavins. Domas Norkus, 49.2. So it is swings and roundabouts. This time round, looking better from Clavins through sector 1. You can see they're all taking slightly different lines. Whose line is better through a corner? I don't really know. I would assume Timas Rimas is the quickest through that sequence of corner, at least visibly. But they are running on different chassis, so sometimes what's quick for one car might not necessarily be quick for another car. Normally they are all fairly similar. But there are some subtle differences with how stiff each kart is. And the flexibility that it offers just means that it can spring out of corners better. So sometimes you can get away with a tighter line. Timas Rimas in the Falcon, 49.4 that time round. 49.3 for Marco Clavins in the Energy kart. And Domas Norkus in the Paralin kart with a 49.6. So a pretty slow lap by Norkus' standards, who had been putting in 0.3s and 0.2 as well as a little attempted move from Marco Clavins going for the tighter line. Well, he might not have passed Timas Rimas with that, but he certainly let Timas know that he is right there. Really good run coming out of turn 5 as we head into 6 and 7. And the battle is well and truly on. But again, Rimas just seems to pull that little bit out of the corner onto the back straight. Through 8 we go, and then into 9 again, a little bit wide from Marco Clavins mid-corner. He needs to be on his tail so that he can go for the send here into turn 1. 49.5, 49.4. Domas Norkus, 49.180. Now that is a lap and a half from Domas Norkus. 3 minutes on the clock. This is the closest these three have been all race long, I think. 4 tenths separating the three of them. But again, Marco Clavins' mistake through that first sector causes him to drop back by a lot. Whereas Timas Rimas just consistently putting in these times, whereas the drivers around him seem to sometimes go faster than him, sometimes slower. Whereas Rimas just being that little bit more consistent. Well, here comes Domas Norkus. He's going to go for the move, surely. All this contact, it was a late, well, it wasn't a late move. He had been lining it up, but he just didn't fully get alongside at the apex. We'll see what the marshals say, or the stewards say. Presumably just going to get put down as a racing incident, but that's pretty much handed Timas Rimas the race win. It was another 49.1 from Domas Norkus that time around, but Timas Rimas did a 49.2. So Rimas certainly has a lot of pace under him, and he found it on that lap. Clavins 49.4 on that lap. Well, this is the battle for second. Rimas is gone, and that's the thing. You make one mistake when you have a driver like Timas Rimas who isn't putting a footer on, is being ultra consistent, then that one mistake will cost you the chance to go for the race win. Here comes Domas Norkus again, going for the move up the inside. No, he's not got the confidence now. A little bit wide though from Clavins. I think that little knock between them has kind of shattered Norcus's confidence to go for a move, to go for a send. Rimas has just put in another 49.2. So his pace has just improved as this race has gone on. Oh, very wide. That's given an opportunity for Norcus to get right onto the back of Clavins as they head into 6 and 7. Norcus, again, just going to sit behind. It's all about getting the run out of this corner. If you get the run out of here, you can go for the send into turn 1. And he has definitely got the run. This is the closest he has been. Domas Norcus, you have to go for this overtake. You have to go for it. But he sits behind once again. I think his confidence just got shattered from that little bit of contact. He doesn't want to risk another incident, but he has to go for it. If you've got that good of a run, you need to go for the send. We're going to get 2 more laps. There will be more opportunities. Here comes Norcus, maybe going for a move, but no, again, you go tight into that corner. It's going to compromise you on the exit. Marco Clavins using all of the geo block on corner exit. Right, here we go. Domas Norcus might get another opportunity. He's a kart length behind. If he can get the run through here, maybe once again, he can go for it. Again, it's a really good run. He's right on the back. He's looking to the inside. Come on, Domas. You've got to go for the send. He goes for it. This time he gets fully alongside, and he has gained the confidence to go for the move. Domas Norcus takes 2nd place from Marco Clavins. But this race is not done yet. Can Clavins fight this back? He's going to look for a move up the inside, but no, can't quite make it work. I think Domas Norcus knows that the lead is too far gone. Timas Rimas 49.4 on the last lap. Again, it's all about these learning experiences for these younger drivers. So for Domas, you know, having that little incident into turn 1 and then regaining the confidence to go for that overtake a few laps later is a big moment of growth for him to improve as a driver, to improve his racecraft as we head on to the last lap of the race. 49.2 from your race leader, 49.4 from Domas Norcus. A bit of a mistake from Marco Clavins, a bit hot into turn 1. That's going to cost him, and just trying to carry too much speed into corners now, running a little bit wide on some of the exits. Baltic Nagrado has just overtaken Karim's Kukitis, so those two have been having actually a little scrap because Kukitis was behind Baltic Nagrado to start with, but he's dropped back, or he got past him and then re-lost the position. So fight going on for 4th position in the back of your shot. But Timas Rimas, he has been unstoppable today. He has not done anything wrong at all. What a drive for Timas Rimas. 3 out of 3 as he takes a win in the super final. Domas Norcus in 2nd ahead of Marco Clavins. Then comes Rems Baltic Nagrado ahead of Karim's Kukitis. Those two separated by 0.3 of a second. And completing the field will be Rodrigo Lapins as David Vladson had a DNF. So with that, we're going to jump into another short break before we return with our Rotax Max Juniors. on to track we go for our Rotax Max Juniors. And let's run you through the grid. Marcus Jauk and Rudolf Alexis are on the front row of the grid. Then comes Emilis Juozaitis and Jack Collinson for MRG Racing. Oskaris Pitkovas in 5th ahead of Patrikas Josias. Then comes Martin Streiber ahead of Adam Six in 8th position. Klaus Hans and Juris Pluxna in 9th and 10th. Then on to row 6 is Joris Zigimanta Stankevicius and Gustavs Narvais. Kate Spike and Hugo Kimont are 13th and 14th place. Marks Kononovs and Sebastian Ninemae in 16th. And Majas Majinas and Remy Rubin in 17th and 18th place. Now, Majas Majinas, I've not seen him today. So how Remy Rubin is starting behind Majas Majinas, I don't know. Right, bit of housekeeping. Marcus Jauk has been really good today, but Rudolf Alexis has been fantastic. He started his races down in 18th, so to be starting second in the super final goes to show how well he's been driving and the pace he's been showing. Same for Oskaras Pitkovas. He actually had a DNF in one of his heats nearly. He had a big incident, fought back through, so keep your eyes out for Pitkovas. Patrikas Josias was your pole sitter for the heat. He's starting well down the order. In 6th place, you can see him weaving in the 251. Jack Collinson, we've talked about his racecraft, what he can do coming through the field, but I think raw pace-wise, to take nothing away from Jack Collinson, he's been lacking a tiny bit compared to the likes of Jauk and Alexis and Patrikas Josias. But let's see. Jauk and Alexis on the front row of the grid. Everyone is in their tram lines. We're ready to go racing, and away we go. Clean start from all. Jauk up the inside. Jack Collinson on the outside in 4th place. He's going to hold on to that position. In fact, he's going to go up into 3rd. So Jack Collinson from 4th up into 3rd position. Josias tries to go up the inside of 2 drivers as someone goes a little bit sideways. Josias swings back over to the inside, tucks in behind the 213 of Martin Streiber. And now Dreiber's trying to find a way through. I think that, no, that's Pitkovas in the white car just ahead. And someone goes wide. That allows Patrikas Josias to go through. So Josias in the 251 now ahead of, I think, Martin Streiber. I think that's the order. However, at the front of the field, Marcus Jauk leads from Rudolf Alexis. Those two have got their heads down and are trying to go through the... Wait, no! Marcus Jauk is in 3rd. What has happened there? So Jauk is in 3rd. Collinson is up into 2nd. Rudolf Alexis leads this race. Well, I was not expecting that. In 4th place, Oskaras Pitkovas. He's had a really good day clambering up the order. And then Patrikas Josias down in 6th behind Emilis Juozaitis, who's behind Pitkovas. Pitkovas going up the inside of Marcus Jauk into turn number 5. And he has not quite made that work. But your top 2, Rudolf Alexis, Jack Collinson. As Marcus Jauk goes defensive, attempted move on Pitkovas from Emilis Juozaitis, but that's Pitkovas actually getting through earlier on in the lap, if I'm not mistaken. Now, I might have to eat my words, because before I said that's a big move up the inside. Pitkovas gets run wide. Is that going to open up the door for Patrikas Josias? And no, it will not. Josias now has to go defensive, but he doesn't go defensive enough, because straight up the inside goes Stankevicius to claim the position. So Joris Stankevicius up a position, and well, it's all going crazy all around this midfield. Positions changing left, right, and center. Marcus Jauk still running this race in 3rd place, and I was going to say I need to eat my words, because I said Jack Collinson might not have the pace to kind of match the likes of Alexis and Jauk, but he's doing exactly that. So apologies, Jack, you are proving me wrong, because he's showing more pace than what we saw, at least in Heat 1, because Heat 1 he was just parking the bus the entire time. And Heat 2, well, he got overtaken by Marcus Jauk, he got gapped by Marcus Jauk. And we've almost got 3 abreast. That's Patrikas Josias now on the inside of all 3. This could end really badly. And it does end fairly badly, as the 273 comes off worst. Or the 213, that's Dreiber. Martin Dreiber has dropped down the field. Well, you could always see 3 into 1 corner wasn't going to work. I think they knew they were 3 abreast, but they pretended that they thought they were only 2 abreast. And then it went a little bit badly. Nobody backed out. Patrikas Yossi is now leading this group of karts. Who is he ahead of? I think he's ahead. I don't know. As outside for Collinson, searching for a way through. Jauka's also closed in as well. Alexis now needs to defend. He's not going to defend hard enough. Collinson goes up the inside to claim the race lead. Well, Collinson's just been going upwards and upwards in this race. 4th to 3rd through turn 1, then 3rd up to 2nd after Marcus Jauch dropped through the field. And a great move on Alexis. Now Alexis is defending from Marcus Jauch, and this might allow Jack Collinson to streak clear at the front of the field. 9.5 minutes left on the clock. We are about to complete the 5th lap of the race. Keep your eyes out for Emilis Jozaitis and Oskaras Pitkovas in 4th and 5th place. They're dragging along Stankovičius, Joris Zigimanta Stankovičius as well. And then it is a huge gap back to the likes of Patrikas Josias and Juris Pluksna. 3.5 seconds. Well, at the start of this day, Patrikas Josias started on pole for both heats. He would not have thought he would have been 7th in the super final, over 3 seconds down from the lead train. And Jack Collinson is breaking clear. Oh, big crash further down the field. Who's involved in that? That's the 256 and the 217. The 217 is Keita Spike. 256 is Adam 6. So a 4-car incident further down the field. Meanwhile, it's a Jack Collinson 1-car train up ahead as we're almost going to go 3 abreast. Oh, dearie me. Super final things happening, and returning to the track rather aggressively is Alexis. Well, he kind of had to. He had nowhere else to go. But he's dropped right down the field as Marcus Jauch had Oskaras Pitkovas on one side of him, and then on the other side was Rudolf Alexis, who started this race in, what was it, in 2nd place? And all of a sudden, Jack Collinson is now leading by a huge amount. Well, we saw him defend like crazy in race 1. We saw the insane racecraft. And now in the super final, we're seeing the insane pace. I did not think we would see such pace from Jack Collinson in this super final. He has absolutely turned a switch on for this race. 45.0 that time round. I think Pitkovas might be quicker. We've seen Pitkovas do a 44.6. We've seen Stankovičius do a 44.4. But these guys are all battling like crazy. And Jack Collinson is just driving off. He has just left everyone for dust. So now it's Marcus Jauch ahead of Pitkovas. Then it's Stankovičius and Jozaitis, with Rudolf Alexis at the back end of this train. 1.3 seconds was the gap last time around. Jack Collinson, he's about to come over the line to start lap numero 9. His lap time is a 45.0, 45.1, 45.1, 45.0 for Jauch, Pitkovas and Jozaitis. It's not looking great in the let's catch Jack Collinson battle. Well, Jack Collinson leading then as we go through 6 and 7. What's the gap now? Well, it's coming down. It's 1.3 seconds. 44.7 for Collinson. Jauch, a 44.492. So 2/10 is the amount that Jauch has closed in. So I don't know what you do if you're Pitkovas here. Do you think, right, let's sit behind, let's try to hunt down Collinson? Or do you think I can go faster than Jauch? Let me make this move. That decision could change the course of this race drastically. Oskaras Pitkovas has been so much quicker in these races than he was in qualifying. Parallel driver is Pitkovas. Marcus Jauch in the Tony car, Jack Collinson in the Gillard. 3 different chassis and 3 different nationalities. Latvia, from Estonia, from Lithuania. Into 6 and 7 they go. Very late on the brakes is Oskaras Pitkovas. Let's see the gap. It was 9/10 of a second over the line. 44.5 for Collinson, 44.3 for Marcus Jalk, and 44.3 for Pitkovas and Juozaitis as well. The gap is 7/10 of a second. The pace is good, and the hunt is on. But we've seen Jack Collinson defend before. We've seen him defend like crazy. And surely we're in for another defensive masterclass from Jack Collinson. He's looking behind him, and I think this lap's now going to be even worse because he's got it in his head that he's being reeled in. And there's going to be a distant toe as well for Marcus Jalk that he could benefit from, especially on this start-finish straight. 4 minutes as we cross the line. Race on. 44.5 for Collinson, 44.2 for Jalk, 44.1 for Pitkovas. The choo-choo train is about to start. 4/10 is a gap between these two. At the end of this lap, Marcus Jalk will presumably be onto the back of Jack Collinson, and Collinson will be white-lining it. All of a sudden, Juozaitis will be back into the picture. So will Stankovičius. Hans Fluxner maybe a bit too far back to get involved in this battle. But any one of these top 5 could win this race. And no, I'm not joking about top 5. Joris Stankovičius is within a shout because Collinson is about to start defending. Just a bit too far back is Jalk to go for it into turn 1. Jack Collinson won't defend until he absolutely has to. Can Marcus Jalk maybe spring a little surprise overtake on him before Collinson fully realizes that he's there? As that is Narvaez ahead of Ninemai. Here we go, down into 6 and 7. Marcus Jalk is there. He's almost touching Collinson. And now the defense starts. Collinson, defensive. Jalk looks to the outside, trying to get the run, and Collinson's going to go immediately to the left-hand side of the circuit. He's going to make sure there is no way through for Marcus Jalk. Little bit of contact. Jalk looks to the outside. Pitkovas now trying to follow through as well, side by side between Pitkovas and Jalk. And Jalk is still on the back of Collinson. There's a 44.5 for Collinson. The lap times are going to be well into the 45s, and now that the defensive driving has started. After every corner, Collinson looks over his shoulder, looks to see exactly where is Marcus Jalk. And can Jalk go for a move? Again, defensive, even here into turn 7 from Collinson. Still defensive, almost hugging the white line is Collinson. Heading into turns 8 and 9. Still no way through from Jalk. I said this lap's going to be a 45. It might even be a 46 as we come over the line. Jalk trying to dart over to the inside. Collinson completely sideways on the brake. He's got a little bit wide. There's contact between all of them. Round all 3 goes Emilis Juozaitis. You didn't expect to see that, but it's happened. Emilis Juozaitis takes the lead. I said anyone from the top 5 could win it, and that's exactly what has happened. Jack Collinson late on the brakes. Marcus Jalk trying to pull off the old bait and switch, and then bait and switch again. Sideways was Collinson, went a bit wide, and while Pitkovas and Jalk were never going to let him back onto the circuit, so Collinson had to go grass karting, and that gave the opportunity for Juozaitis to come back through. Now, does Juozaitis have the pace? Collinson can't defend, because if he defends, he won't be able to go for the win. Oh, he almost runs into the back of Juozaitis. He was caught out on the brakes. And while Collinson, with 3 laps to go, has dropped down to 3rd position. That was the first real mistake you could say that Jack Collinson has made all day long. And now Marcus Jalk is right behind him. If you're Collinson, surely you can't defend. You've got to get your head down, try to work through the field, but then that's going to allow Marcus Jalk to, send a move on you. Juozaitis, Collinson, Pitkovas, Jalk. Any of them could win this. I think Stankovičius is out of this. Collinson didn't really get a chance to defend for long enough. 2 laps on the clock. Collinson goes for the move. It's aggressive. He just rolls off the brake. He didn't do that late on the brakes. He did it early on the brakes. Roll off the brakes. Centered up the inside of Pitkovas. He is up into second place, and Young is going to try to follow through. Pidkova, as you saw the aggressive steering as he opened it up to make sure he didn't run into the side of Marcus Yolk. Now, Jack Collinson, do you have the pace to close in what is nearly a second to Uozaitis? He's going to need a lap of his life as we've got a driver out of his car, very upset. I think, I don't know who that is. That might be Rudolf Alexis, who's dropped down to the back of the field. Oh, that is heartbreaking for Rudolf Alexis. Collinson's going to have to go defensive. Emilis Uozaitis has won this race. Who takes second? Round the outside tries Young. He's completely off. He's on the grass. He's going to rejoin. He loses 1, 2, 3 places. Well, the outside line did not work this time round. Jack Collinson saw it coming. And Joris Stankovic is up to 4th. Now he's up into 3rd place. I bet no one saw this happening. Uozaitis to take the win. Stankovic is in 3rd place. Well, what a race this has been. We knew it would be good. And, well, hopefully we see more Jack Collinson in future races. Pitkovas up the inside. That was a fair move. Stankovic, yeah, you can't turn in there, buddy. Race 1 by Uozaitis. What a way to win the race. Jack Collinson takes 2nd. Oskaras Pitkovas in 3rd ahead of Joris Zigamanta Stankovic, with Marcus Yolk in 5th place. Wow. Klaus Hans down in 6th ahead of Joris Pluxna. Then it's Martin Streiber, Max Kononov, Gustavs Narvaez, and Patrick Kasiosias. Patrick Kasiosias down in P11. That is absolutely crazy. Sebastian Ninemeyer in 12th ahead of Katie Spike. Then it's Remy Rubin in 14th ahead of Adam Six. And Rudolf Alexis down in 16th place, a lap down. That is gutting for Rudolf Alexis, who was momentarily leading this race. Heart goes out to him. Rudolf has been an absolute star today. But yeah, wow. Wow, wow, wow. What a bunch of races we have had for our Rotax Max Challenge Juniors, the super final, the creme of the crop of those 3 races we've seen for them. We're going to head into a short break, and when we return, we'll have our Rotax Max DD2s out on circuit. So out onto track we go for another super final. Edgars Vilkans and Joel Kasper Jopere on the front row of the grid. Then it's Tonis Johannes Domingas and Andreas Alpgaup on row number 2. Row 3 is Roland Juris Spruder and Noyes Karolaitis. in 5th and 6th place, respectively, with Ricard Kalansims and Romans Rodionovs in 7th and 8th. Romans has a lot of work to do from down there. Yuris Zalitis and Rodrigo Frams are 9th and 10th. Well, Rodionovs has been battling for 2nd place for his 2 races today. Had an incident in one of them which dropped him right down the order. So he'll have a lot of work to do. Jopere has looked very, very quick. I've been saying this in each heat. Is he quick enough to beat Edgars Vilkans? And starting from 2nd means that he'll likely be in 3rd out of the 1st corner. If Joel Kasper Jopere can be in 2nd out of the 1st corner, I think we have a race on our hands. If he's not, I don't know if Domingas can lead that charge to Vilkans. And I've been saying, as well, Domingas looks quicker this year than last year, I think. He just looks that little bit better, that little bit more dialed in. But Edgars Vilkans is a very tough cookie to crack. We are pretty much ready to go racing. And again, keep your eyes for Roman Rodionovs. He had that incident with, I can't remember who it was with. I think it was with Jopere or Domingas that dropped him down the order in race number 2. And now he's got a lot of work to do. There is Rodionovs, the red suit with the gold helmet on the outside of the circuit. If the leaders battle, maybe he can close in, but chances are that he'll maybe have to aim for a 3rd place or something. Vilkans, Jopere on the front row. Oh, Vilkans has gone early. Oh, yellow flag is out. I thought Vilkans had absolutely caught Jopere napping, and maybe he did, but we do have a race restart. And that just goes to show how important the race start is going to be. You cannot be caught napping, because that can be the race pretty much done then and there. However, if you're Tonis Johannes Domingas, you'll be hoping that's exactly what happened, and that you can follow Vilkans through and up into 2nd place. If Domingas is up into 2nd, I'm interested to see what he'll do, whether he'll try to hunt down Vilkans or just try to hold off Jopere. These two are countrymen, both Estonian drivers. Don't know if that means that they'll try to work together more than they otherwise might have. Here we go, nice and slow this time from Edgars Vilkans. When does he go? We have gone. How's the start from Jopere? Jopere's start is okay, but it's not great. Can he hang around the outside? He can, but it's only hanging around the outside for 3rd position. And we are green, we are racing. Opkab has lost the position to Roland Jurissprude. 1, 2, 3 out of turn number 4 as we head into turn 5, and you can already see the leading group beginning to form. There is Romans Rodionovs. He's gained a couple of places. He started this race in 8th position. And I think he's in 7th and now up into 6th place. So 2 positions gained on the opening lap from Romans Rodionovs. And there is Edgars Vilkans. He's already pulled out a lead. Jopere has to go for the move. He goes for it immediately at the end of the opening lap to reclaim 2nd place. Question is, has the damage already been done? I know it's a small gap, but it could be enough for Edgars Vilkans. Can he get his head down and maintain this gap? What does Jopere have in store for us? He's only about half a second behind. We'll see what the gap is when they come over the line. Still within touching distance is Jopere to get a slipstream from Edgars Vilkans, which is what you need to help you reel in Mr. Domingas. Oh, pardon me, not Mr. Domingas, Mr. Vilkans. So the gap was 4.99 tenths of a second. Bang on 5 tenths, essentially. And Edgars Vilkans, again, we talk about how good Edgars Vilkans is. The Latvian representative for RMC DD2 last year ended up finishing the pre-final, I think it was in 5th or something, started the overall final in 10th, had a DNF unfortunately, but he is a very, very quick driver in these DD2s. Well, a little bit wide, bit of contact, the 407 ends up losing 2 positions, so Opkaup drops from 4th down into 6th place, hand in the air, and you can understand why. because he got pushed by Spruder into the corner, went wide, 2 people went past him. Rodionov going to say, thank you very much, I'll take the position up into 4th place, which is, to be honest, where Rodionov should have really been starting this super final at a minimum, had it not been for that incident in the second race of the day. Now he needs to close into Tormingas. So last time round, Vilkens pulled nearly 2 tenths on Joppere. Let's see what the lap times are like this time round. Over the line then for Vilkens, 42.4, 42.5 for Joppere. Another 10th gain by Edgars Vilkens. Romans Rodionovs though, 42.447, despite having to make an overtake on Roland's Joris Spruder. Spruder in the yellow helmet with the white and yellow suit. We've got 5 different chassis at the front of this field. Edgars Vilkens in the Sodi, then it's Jolkasper Joppere in the KR, then it's Energy Gillard and Birole RT. Edgars Vilkens continuing to extend that lead, 42.414. Joppere 42.444. Are we getting to this crossover now? Rodionov's 42.389. One thing to remember in these is also, your tyre wear, when you kind of get the most out of your tyres. I think you can really kill your tyres in the early stages of this race if you're too aggressive. You can maintain your tyres a bit more. Who was nicer to their tyres in the heat to save a little bit of life for the final? Looks like a good lap from Joppere. 42.284 for Joppere. He's taken over a 10th out of Edgars Vilkens that time round. 42.336 for Rodionovs. So I think we've got to the point where Joppere is now getting in those quick lap times. He's 6 tenths down on Edgars Vilkens, but he's got nearly 10 minutes to try to close that gap down. Even half a 10th lap would be enough to bring the gap down to the race leader. Rodionovs is very close to Tormingas, and if not on this lap, I think at the start of the next lap, we'll see Rodionovs going up the inside of Tormingas here into turn 1. 42.5 for Vilkens, 42.44 for Joppere. So another half a 10th gained. Rodionovs 42.313. He's gained 1.5 tenths on Tormingas that lap round. But he started this lap 3 tenths behind Tormingas. He needs to find a couple of tenths so that he can be right on the back of Tormingas to start this next lap and go for a nice move up the inside into turn 1. Too far back though. He's going to have to wait yet another lap. So 42.35 for Vilkens, 42.39 for Joppere, 42.35 for Tormingas, 42.33 for Rodionovs. So all of our top 4 putting in 42.3s on that occasion. Rodionovs looking really quick through turn 5. And Rodionovs is right onto the back of Tormingas. Watch out for the move into turn 1. Here comes Rodionovs. He's got the slipstream. Tormingas going to go defensive. Rodionovs looks to the outside. Can he get the drive out of the corner and the move into turn number 3? No, he's going to have to sit behind. He's going to keep Tormingas tight so that he can try to get the run out of turn 4. But Tormingas just lifts off a little bit at the apex. Here comes Rodionovs up the inside. Tormingas going to go for the switchback. And makes it work as well. This is going to be really frustrating if you're Romans Rodionovs. As you can see, the lead is getting away. Rodionovs looks to the outside just to make sure he can get the drive through this long left-hander. Tormingas will go defensive again. Tormingas just wants to make sure he can hold on to 3rd place. Rodionovs again to the outside. Tries to cut back with a switchback, but here comes Spruder, and he gets both of them as a result of their battling. And now what do you do if you're Tormingas? You've got to go for the move, otherwise you're going to lose third position. And if he goes for the move, that's going to open up the door for Rodionovs. 5/10 is the gap at the front of the field. Another 10th gained by Joppare, who put in a 42.269 that time around. So Spruder up into third position, and Spruder is certainly going to be white lining it now. What does Rodionovs do? Tormingas going to defend. No, he's not. He's leaving the door open. Here comes Rodionovs up the inside. To be fair, if you're Tormingas, I don't know what you do. If you defend from Rodionovs, Spruder pulls away. If you don't, Rodionovs gets through, and then Rodionovs will probably overtake Spruder. I think if you're Tormingas, you're just hoping that Rodionovs can challenge Spruder, and then while they're battling, you can then take advantage of that. So I think Tormingas not defending is the sensible decision. At the front, another 300ths gained by Joppare. The gap is now 5/10 of a second. Spruder, though, looking to put in a really good time. Let's have a look at what this lap time is from Spruder. 42.488, Rodionovs 42.5. The leading duo, 42.322, 42.373. So Vilkens gaining another half a tenth. You can see that gap that they've pulled, bordering on 4 seconds now. Rodionovs looking quick. Will he be close enough coming out of turn 8 and 9? I don't think so. He won't be able to go for a move into turn 1 this time round. Maybe, actually. He is close. He's going to go up the inside, and he's caught Spruder out. Spruder didn't see it coming. He left the door open, and Spruder has given away a chance at a podium, I think. He's going to fight back, though. He's got to run. He's going to hold Rodionovs tight and try to go for a switchback. Rodionovs keeps it firmly on the apex. Look over the shoulder from Spruder to see Tormingas just there, or a little bit sideways. That's not good, because Tormingas is going to be all over the back of Spruder now, and Rodionovs has checked out. Joppare just needs to find a couple of tenths over Vilkens. Here comes Edgars Vilkens then over the start-finish line. 42.3, 42.3 for Joppare. They're just trading times. Edgars Vilkens almost playing with Joppare here. Just making him think that maybe you can catch him, but you can't. Let's see what the pace is looking like for Rodionovs. He won't be able to catch the leading two unless they start fighting, and they start fighting really aggressively, which I don't think is going to happen. Edgars Vilkens just seems to have a slight measure of Jolkasper Joppare, and keeping this gap at half a second. I don't know if he's intentionally trying to keep it at half a second. I'm sure he's pushing as much as he can, but he just gives the vibes, the energy of someone who's just watching that gap, making sure it's nice and calm. 42.3 for your top two once again, 42.4 for Rodionov. I think if you're Rodionovs, your entire aim now is just to hold on to third and make sure you don't get closed in by Spruder. Over the line, 42.237, fast lap of the race for Edgars Vilkens. Joppare 42.326. Again, it's just that when Joppare got past Tormingas, the gap was already, what, half a second? 6-7 tenths of a second? It was, I think it was half a second, and then the next lap, Edgars Vilkens pulled another tenth or two out of Joppare. Then Joppare started closing him in. But Vilkens has just had the measure of Joppare. Maybe with a bit more of a toe, Joppare could have had a chance, but Vilkens showing his class. And in fair play, Joppare also showing just how good he is to be able to stick within a second of Vilkens that time round. Joppere taking a 10th out of Vilkens, the gap back to under 6/10 of a second. Stormingas still searching for a way through on Spruder. He's gotten pretty close to the back of Spruder. Look over his shoulder. You'll see his fellow Estonian of Opkalp behind him. Rodionov's last time around 42.5, so he's lost 3/10 to the top two. Over the line then come your leading duo. 42.3 for Vilkens, 42.5 for Joppere. So a bad lap for Joppere, and the gap is now 7/10 of a second with 3 laps remaining. Again, we say it's a bad lap for Joppere, 42.5. I mean, he's still quicker than everyone else out on circuit. But if you make those little mistakes, that's all Edgars Vilkens needs to be able to take a super final win over you. Hopefully, we see Joppere in more races this year, and I'm sure he'll continue to grow. And I'm sure there'll be a point where he gives Edgars Vilkens a really good challenge for a race win. 42.4 for Vilkens, 42.3 for Joppere. The gap is back to pretty much dead on 6/10 of a second. But there's only 2 laps remaining. Onto the final lap of the race we go. At the front of the field, 42.5 for Vilkens, 42.4 for Joppere. The gap is 5/10 of a second, but I think now on the last lap of the race, Edgars Vilkens might just take this a little bit easier. Stormingas still not close enough to go for the move on Spruder. He'll have to sit behind Stormingas, who was second in this race at one point. There are your leading two, Edgars Vilkens and Kasper Joppere. Vilkens heads through the final sequence of corners for the last time today. Edgars Vilkens will take the checker flag. Fantastic victory from him. Kasper Joppere in second place. He can be very proud of that drive, can Joppere. Romans Rodionovs in third ahead of Roland Juris Spruder. Then comes Tonis Johannes Stormingas and Andreas Opkalp in sixth position. There was a bit of a gap back to Nois Karolaitis and Ricard Kalnsims. Then it was Rodrigo Franz and Juris Zalitis completing our 10-kart field, and a nice little fist bump between Vilkens and Joppere. And it was Vilkens who got the fast lap of the race, a 42.237, 300ths quicker than Joppere and 200ths quicker than Romans Rodionovs. We're going to go into a short break, and when we return, we're going to have the big event, the Rotax Max Seniors out on circuit. I can hear carts heading out onto circuit, which means I think it is time for our Rotax Max Senior race. We have had some really good races from this group so far today. Fernando Paimbre and Rodrigo Kekers are on the front row of the grid. Then it's Tom Strel and Alice Stolzermane on row number 2. Row 3, Martin Wallström, the Finn, ahead of Karlis Kirikovs in 6th position. Then it's Artyom Sestakovs and Markus Papp in 7th and 8th position. Linus Volungevicius in 9th ahead of Rafael Zernask in 10th place. Then it's Matas Balchus and Oliver Kerg in 11th and 12th. 7th row of the grid is Adrian Tions and Kimi Komulainen in 13th and 14th place. And then we have Kaspar Kiskuela and Martins Waltz on row number 8. Row 9, Marius Karshauskas and Dovidas Gudelevicius in 17th and 18th. And completing the top 20 is Robin Shemet and Timothy Vladimirov. Vladimirov, who had a DNF in race number 1 of the day. Endrik Pietz and Ricard Skeikulis are on row number 11, followed by Jonas Liutkauskas and Kaios Petkus in 24th place. Laurinas Karalevicius and Ginas Rimkus are on row 13, followed by an all-Tony Kart row 14, Marta Spike and Domas Karalevicius. Moving on to row 15, Hans Markus Narusk and Kristen Hjovaen completing the top 30. Kevin Lanus and Elisabeth Sulse are on row 16, but we're ready to go racing. This should be big. Paimbre on pole, Kekers in second, Strel in third. Strel and Paimbre have had a coming together already today. And don't count out Stolzermane and Wallström. They've shown really good pace. We are green, we are racing, and it is not a full start. Strel tries to go up the middle, but he gets contact with Wallström, I think. Paimbre is through at the front, and he has a gap. It is the perfect getaway for the young Estonian at the front of the field. I'm seeing, I think that's a blue helmet of, I forget name. But either way, Paimbre is leading the way. Tom Strel was up to second over the line, but he has dropped down the field. There's a big plume of dust heading into turn number 6 and 7. Now let's see where everyone is at the end of this lap, because I think it is crazy. Fernando Paimbre might have just been given a free ticket to win this race. Fernando Paimbre then leads over the line ahead of Artyom Sestakovs and Linus Volungevicius. Volungevicius, where is he showed up from? Alice Stolzermane and Tom Strel are in 4th and 5th position. And Strel will not be wasting any time. Up the inside of Stolzermane he goes. And following through is Rodrigo Kekers. Kekers now on the inside of Stolzermane, has to back out. Stolzermane, I thought for a second was going to go for a move on Tom Strel. But Strel is up into 4th place. Now the question is, can Sestakovs and Volungevicius close in onto Paimbre? I think the answer is yes, they can. Now, I think it was Volungevicius and Paimbre who had that incident on the last lap of the race when battling for the win, and it was Stolzermane who then inherited the win as a result last year. As defensive goes Tom Strel, with Stolzermane directly behind. But no crazy moves. Coming back up the order is Martin Wallström. He's on the outside in the black and gold suit. And now he's looking to the outside, heading into turn 5. We'll see whether he gets a drive. Stolzermane just sitting behind Strel, wanting to work with Strel to close into this leading trio. Now, Paimbre, what do? You've been closed in by these two who have really good pace, and I think have been working together as well, pushing each other along. It's not going to be an easy win for Paimbre, which, to be honest, I thought it might have been after the incident into turn 1, or a bit of a move going up the inside from one of our Estonian drivers. I think that might have been Rafael Zernask, but not 100% sure. I saw Timothy Vladimirov fairly far up the order. Markus Papp sticking with Stolzermane and Tom Strel. Martin Wallström not that far back. Paimbre has been overtaken by 2. So Sestakovs and Volungevicius working together have been able to overtake Paimbre. Now the question is, can Paimbre close back in? Because Volungevicius is flying. This gap is ridiculous from Linus Volungevicius. Well, I did say earlier on that Volungavicius, he was really far down the order in qualifying. He was down in 17th or something. He managed to pick up some pieces in race 1 and race 2. Started this race, I think, down in 9th place. And now he's leading. Linas Volungavicius, who I think was looking to get into Formula 4. He was doing some Formula 4 testing at the end of last year. I don't know where that has got for him, if we will be seeing him in car racing soon. But he's now leading this race, and it looks like the two behind him might not have an answer for this pace. How Linas Volungavicius has done this, I do not know. But it is a really, really impressive performance from him so far. Last time round, 43.5 for Volungavicius, 43.4 for Sestakos, 43.3 for Paimre, 43.3 for Strel as well. And Pap has overtaken Stolzermane. Vladimirov started in P28 and he's in P9. Sorry, P20 to P9. Okay, a little bit more reasonable. Still, an incredible start to this race for Timofey Vladimirov. And out, is that Wallström? I hope that's not Wallström. The 311. Who is in the 311? That is Robin Schemet. So Robin Schemet, who was running in 19th place, has dropped down the field. Martin Wallström still in 8th place, can still be a heavy hitter in this race. Strel is closing up to Paimre, and I think very soon we're going to be seeing almost a 6-car kart battle for the lead, stretching from Volungavicius down to Alice Stolzermane. And this could be really good. There is Stolzermane at the back of this train. And actually, Kirikovs and Wallström aren't too far back. Neither is Vladimirov and Gudelevicius. It's then a bit of a jump to Oliver Kerg. So it might actually be a 10-kart train coming up, as here comes the move up the inside from Artyom Sestakov on Linas Volungavicius to reclaim the lead of this race. I say reclaim the lead, to take the lead of the race from Dovydas Gudelevicius. Now, what will Paimre be able to do about this? He's going to be defensive from Sestakovs, and I think we're getting into the choo-choo train moment of this race. White lining, defending, make sure you can hold your lead and, well, leave everyone else to their own fortune. Tom Strel trying to find a way through on Paimre. A little bit of contact between the pair of them on the exit of turn 5 led to Paimre being a bit sideways. He gives a finger forward, but to be honest, I don't think Tom Strel wants to work with you, Paimre. I think he just wants to send you and put the move on you. But let's see what these drivers do. Here comes the move on Tom Strel from Marcus Papp. So Marcus Papp through Stolzermane follows through as well, and down the field tumbles Tom Strel down into 6th position. As Volungavicius right on the back of Artyom Sestakov's Paimre, just a little bit further back. As Strel goes straight back up the inside of Stolzermane. Strel up into 6th place, but these top two, they are looking really, really quick. Fernando Paimre needs a couple of laps to close back into them. Sestakovs and Volungavicius, Gillard and Cosmic. In fact, I think one of the only Cosmic drivers on the field is Linas Volungavicius for the GS Racing Club. But the top 4 have broken clear. So Sestakovs, Volungavicius, Paimre and Papp. Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia and Sweden. 4 nationalities all at the front. As that's Stolzermane on the outside of Tom Strel. Now 2 karts following through, which was, I think, Kirikovs and maybe Vladimirov. Vladimirov really coming alive in this super final. Martin Wallström dropping back a bit in 9th. Gudelevicius, Dovydas Gudelevicius, he's doing a really good job. He's climbed up the order to 10th place. We still have just under 7 minutes to go. Here comes a move. Vladimirov trying to go up the inside. Almost catches Tom Strel. Goes wide. Now it's 3 abreast. He's going to have to relinquish 1, 2, 3, 4 places all the way behind the Finn of Martin Wallström. As Stolzermane tries to hang around the outside on the geoblock. Falls back behind of Vladimirov. Well, it's really crazy in the battle for 5th. However, the top 4 have been very sensible. They've just got their heads down. They've not tried to battle. Tom Strel is all on his own, about 2 seconds behind this group. He really needs them to battle so he can get involved. But Artyom Sestakovs and Linas Volungavicius are being really sensible and just not fighting. They're getting their heads down and they are working their way clear of the 5 or 6 carts behind them. Tom Starrell last time around 43.5. He's lost a tenth or so to this lead group. The question is, Sestakovs and Volungovicius, they're working together, but will Paimda or Pap ruin this kind of synergy that the lead two have got going for them right now? All it takes is one of them to go for an overtake, and then they'll all start getting defensive, start fighting with each other. But for now, they have reached a kind of nice diplomatic ceasefire almost between them. But all it takes is one bullet to be fired for everyone to go gung-ho, as we've had a spinner. And there is a move up the inside. That's Pap on Fernando Paimre. That time around, Tom Strel, 43.3, takes a tenth out of the leading quartet. Marcus Pap looked very quick at the end of race 2. And he might be carrying that through into this super final. Honestly, who wins this race? You could see any of these top 4 winning it. Even maybe Tom Strel is not, that crazy of a bet. However, you know what? I'm going to say I think Marcus Pap wins this. He's been showing some really good pace today. Whether he's got the pace to win it, sometimes you need a little bit of fortune to fall your way in these kind of multi-cart battles at the front of a field. As Tom Starrell continues to close in. Everyone putting in really good times, 43.3s from pretty much all of the top 5. Fastest laps was Timothy Vladimirov and Alice Stolzerman, who put in 43.1s. There is very, very little to separate these drivers. There is Linus Volungovicius. I bet he wasn't thinking that he was going to be fighting for the super final win at the start of the day, having qualified outside of the top 15. And here comes Pap going up the inside, cleanly done. Volungovicius will slot in behind, will give him a push as well, so that they don't fall too far back from Artyom Sestakovs. Now, if you're Volungovicius, you have to work with Pap, because if you go for a move on Pap, all of a sudden you start fighting and Sestakovs pulls away. So you need to push Pap back up to Sestakovs, and then once you've closed into the race leader, then you can go for a move. You have to be in a position that once you make an overtake, you're still within kind of touching distance of the driver ahead. So our Rotax Max Senior Super Final. Artyom Sestakovs, Linus Volungovicius and Marcus Pap at the front. Marcus Pap in second now. Fernando Paimre down to 4th ahead of Tom Strel. Dovydas Gudelevicius up to 6th. Denis Vladimirov, Stolzermane, Kalis Kirikovs and Martin Wallström. Your top 10 separated by just under 5 seconds. 43.1 for Sestakovs, 43.0 for Pap. Fastest lap of the race is actually Rodrigo Cakers down in 11th place. 43.042 is the lap time that he set. 2 minutes 30 remaining, not many laps. And we're getting to the point where Linus Volungovicius is going to have to decide whether he re-overtakes Marcus Pap or whether he continues working. 43.1s for all of our top 6 drivers. Vladimirov with a 43.037, fastest lap of the race. All of the top 9 are just putting in incredible, incredible laps. Artyom Sestakovs, he's broken them. Sestakovs is gone. I don't know how he's done this, but he's just pulled another couple of tenths over Marcus Pap. I don't know if Pap made a mistake, but he is gone. Sestakovs has one hand on this super final race win, and he might just about be able to hang on to this, I think. Well, I say hang on, he's gapping them. 43.033 from Artyom Sestakovs. Marcus Pap that time around a 43.2. Also, 43.035 for Dovydas Gudelevicius. So Gudelevicius missing out fastest lap of the race by 0.02 of a second. Now, is that a one-lap wonder from Sestakovs, or can he keep on putting that in? I mean, we've barely spoken about Artyom Sestakovs today, but in the super final, he has come to life. And that's a 393 in the tyre barriers. Who is that? I'm not entirely sure. But let's focus on this lead group. Through turn 1 we go. 3 laps to go in this race. And that time round, Sestakos 43.1, 43.2s for the trio behind. Tom Strel also a 43.2. He's not closing into them. And they aren't closing into Sestakovs. We're going to have 2 laps left. Sestakovs has this. Lungevičius now needs to just fight for second. So does Paimre. Paimre is going to be too far back. Actually, maybe he could go for a move into turn 1. He's fairly close. He is indeed. He's looking for it. Up the inside he goes. Paimre up into 3rd position. Fernando Paimre up into 3rd. Has that given Pap enough of a gap? And Volungevičius is pointing forward. He's saying, come on, we can still do this. We can still fight for second. Don't worry about me. Now the question is, does Paimre believe him? Because if I was Volungevičius, I'd go for the overtake if it even appeared. Second just seems to be too far gone at this point. Artyom Sestakovs, though, starts the final lap of the race. And he's taken another 200ths out of Marcus Pap. He's got this. Artyom Sestakovs out of nowhere today. As Volungevičius now challenging Paimre, who has to go defensive. Volungevičius takes a wide line, looks to get the switchback out of the corner. Paimre will surely have to go defensive as he looks over his shoulder. Volungevičius looks to the outside, looks for the switchback coming out of turn 5. They're side by side. And Volungevičius might have done this. They're going to be side by side again, heading into turn 6. There's contact between them. Paimre, though, on the outside, not happy about it. But Volungevičius is through up into 3rd place. But forget about Volungevičius for now, because Artyom Sestakovs wins the Rotax Max Seniors Super Final. What a drive from Artyom Sestakovs. Marcus Pap in 2nd place. Linus Volungevičius right at the death takes Fernando Paimre. There's a little bit of contact between them, and look at what it means to Artyom Sestakovs. Still fist pumping. What a drive from him. And the most impressive thing is, once he took the lead, he gapped them. He actually gapped them. When Paimre was in the lead, he couldn't pull out a gap. When Volungevičius was in the lead, he couldn't pull out a gap, but Artyom Sestakovs did. Fantastic driving from him. Fernando Paimre in 4th. Timothy Vladimirov in 5th, having started down in 20th. Dovydas Budalevic is also a great drive to 6th. Tom Strel in 7th, ahead of Alistol Sermane in 8th. Dennis Carlis Kirikovs and Martin Wallstrom in 10th. Rodrigo Kakers, Oliver Kerg in 11th and 12th. Dennis Rafael Zernaske in 13th. Marius Karshauskas in 14th, ahead of Adrian Stions in 15th. Dennis Guinness Rimkus in 16th. Ahead of Martin Svalt and Endrik Pietz in 17th and 18th. Martin Spike and Kasper Kiskuela in 19th and 20th. Dennis Ricard Keikulis in 21st, ahead of Kaius Petkus and Kristen Hjovaen. Kevin Lanus in 24th, ahead of Matthias Balchus in 25th. Rem Smits in 26th, ahead of Elisabeth Sulse. Then it was Hans Markus Narusk in 28th, Kimi Komulainen and Kaur Jesper Sumet in 30th. So again, we're going to take a short break before we return with our penultimate race of the day, the DD2 Masters, Amateurs and Heavies. onto track come our DD2 Masters, Amateurs and Heavyweights. And starting on pole is Ricard Kalnsiems ahead of Mikolas Mažinas in second. Ivers Us is in third ahead of Rudis Klavins. Carlis Brisis is ahead of Bruno van Hanens in sixth. Then comes Aramans Kanks and Martins Rollis. Juris Zalitis is in ninth ahead of Edmunds Zusevics. And that completes the top 10 with Andrei Kurg and Marcos Spikis in 11th and 12th position. Juris Spikis is ahead of Endis Vaznis on row number 7 with Antinevics Dimitris and Christas Smiltnevics ahead of Artus Zenis in 17th. Our penultimate race of the day. After this, we've got our Tillotson T4s to cover. Now, just going through the grid, I do not remember Ricard's Kalnsiems being that far up the order. So maybe I'm misremembering something here, where he'll be starting ahead of Mikolas Mažinas. Oh, yes, he did win. Yes, he won the second race. I think I was getting him mixed up with someone else. Keep your eyes out for Klavins, though, as well as Iverzus. Both of them have been very fast. And then it is Brisis versus Van Hanens for the amateur class victory. Mikolas Mažinas, the one Lithuanian in this event, running with the Lithuanian suit combo. Here we go, it is green. Good start from the pole side of the grid. Mikolas Mažinas slots into third position, heading into turn number 1. And leading the way is Ricard Kalnsiems ahead of Iverzus and Mikolas Mažinas. Iverzus are pushing Kalnsiems all the way through turn 3 and now into turn 4. Carlis Briss is also with a really good start up into 4th place. We saw really good pace from the amateur driver in heat number 1, but then he had a bit of an incident with one of the other drivers and that dropped him down the order. But right now we're seeing excellent pace from Brisis fighting with the Masters. We head into the long left-hander of turns 8 and 9. Then hard onto the brakes into turn 1. Kalnsiems ahead of Us. With Mikolas Mažinas starting to fall back a bit into the clutches of Carlis Brisis. And Brisis needs to be careful because he's got Rudis Klavins right behind him. And then just behind those two, we've got Kanks and Van Hanens. We'll see whether they can close into this quintet of karts at the front of the field. But Us is just a little bit further back. Too far back to go for a move into turn 1, which we saw a lot in our Rotax Max Juniors and Seniors. Through 3 again they go, and into 4, still being led by Kalnsiems, all of them doing 44 3s, 44 4s that time round. In fact, Bruno Van Hanens had the fast lap of a 43.2 on that occasion. Through 8 and 9 once again. That gap at the front of the field looking bigger and bigger. Ricard Kalnsiems 43.9 that time around, the only driver in the 43s. Everyone else 44.1 behind him. And Van Hanens is now ahead of Kanks as he tries to hunt down Brisis for that amateur class victory. Carlis Brisis looks like he's just starting to drop back a tiny bit from Mikolas Mažinas. Not by a huge amount, but there's a couple of kart lengths between them at this point. And here comes a move on Brisis from Klavins. So Klavins up into 4th place now. And Brissis drops down to 5th. And right behind him is Van Hannens. He needs to be careful because Van Hannens will be eager to put a move onto Brissis. Last time round, 43.8 for Kansims. And Us was a 43.9. All of them did 43.9s apart from Rudis Klavins, who did a 43.8. Kansin just keeps on extending his advantage, and now it looks like Us is extending his advantage over Masinas. 43.6 for Kansims, and Us 43.7. Then it's a 43.9, 43.8 for the likes of Masinas and Klavins. 43.8 as well for Van Hannens. And Brissis is starting to fall back by a small amount. There are your top 6. 7th and 8th. You can just see in the corner of your shot, that's Armand Kanks and Martins Rollins. Your leading heavyweight at the moment is Marcus Spikis, ahead of Yuris Spikis, with Antonevics Dimitris in 3rd place in class. Rudis Klavins is looking very quick on the back of Mikolas Masinas. We head out of turn 5 into 6 and 7 once more. 9 minutes on the clock. Plus a lap as well, let's not forget. A big group of karts up at the front of the field, just not fully congested together. Onto the brakes into turn 5. Masinas still holding on to 3rd ahead of Klavins. Personal best being set at the front of the field, 43.3s for all of our top 4. Carlos Brissis 43.6 though, being reeled in by Bruno Van Hannens. And now Mikolas Masinas under pressure from Rudis Klavins. Can't quite get the run out of turn 4. Through 6 and 7 they go. Now into 8 and 9 once more. Klavins surely has the pace to make this move. Can he do it into turn 1? I think he's too far back. Still imagine us trying to keep Klavins at bay. As Kalsins extending his lead at the front of the field. 0.613 is the gap at the front. We'll see what it is next time they come around. It's looking bigger than that. It's looking like it's nearly 0.8 of a second. .43.2 for Kansims. And he gains another half a tenth on Ivers Us. Imaginas now has to go defensive. Klavins with a good exit out of turn 4. Got a white flag out, but that has now been removed. So, yeah, the slow vehicle has made its way into the pit lane. That's usually what it means. Clavins into turn one, not able to go for the move. I thought he was close enough to go for the send, but decided against it. Did Rudis Clavins. This is the fight for the final podium spot in the DD2 Masters category. Now, Carlis Brisis in the amateur class has been reeled in by Bruno Van Hanens. There is only a couple of tenths separating them. And that is the battle for the class victory. You can just see them in the background of this shot. There they are, Brisis and Van Hanens. So we have just under 5 minutes remaining in this race, plus an extra lap and a bit. Because once the timer hits 0, they have to complete that lap, and then they get one bonus lap. Nicolas Magines still just checking over his shoulder as he gets onto the start-finish straight. And Clavins searching for a way through, but just cannot find anything at the moment. Down through 6 and 7. The gap has come down at the front of the field to just under half a second. So Ivar Zus last time round took half a tenth out of Callan Sims. This time round, Callan Sims 43.3, Ivar Zus 43.3, but loses 0.08 of a second. Magines also 43.3, Clavins 43.291, fast lap of the race. Clavins is searching for any way through. Just keeps on piling the pressure. But Magines is not budging. Again, hard onto the brakes into 6 and 7, 3 minutes on the clock now. Brisis still ahead of Van Hanens, and Martins Rollis has closed in as well. Finding it so hard to overtake, especially Rudis Clavins, who seems to have a lot more pace under that cart. But he just can't extract it because he's stuck behind Nicolas Magines. And the gap is half a second between the leading two, 43.2s from all of the top three. New fast lap, Ivar Zus 43.248. 100th quicker than Ricard's Callan Sims. Now Brisis has been overtaken by Bruno Van Hanens, and Martins Rollis has closed into the duo. We'll see whether Van Hanens can break clear. Gap at the front still hovering at about half a second. A little bit wide that time round for Nicolas Magines, but again, not going to be enough to really allow Clavins to have a proper go. Keeping Nicolas Magines tight here. But will the exit be good enough? No, again, a cart length between the pair of them. With 1 minute remaining in this super final. I think that's going to be 4 laps, give or take. The gap is now 0.6 of a second. New fast lap for Ricardo Seems 43.175. Nicolas Maginès 43.188 that time round. So Maginès has put in a really good time. And Martins Rollis was pretty much alongside Van Hannens. Might have made a move into turn 1 that time round. Could have opened up the door for Brisis to maybe get involved. You can see that trio just in the corner of your shot sometimes. As once again defensive from Maginès. Really good exit from Clavins. Maginès will just go defensive into this final corner sequence. And there is no way through for Clavins. Onto the penultimate lap of the race then. Still Maginès defending with everything he can. A little bit of side-to-side contact as round the outside tries Clavins this time. Again, can't find any way through. And Rollis is now ahead of Van Hannens, who is just ahead of Carles Brisis. Well, last lap of the race then. And Ricard Callen leading the way and looking to take a very, very good victory. Just a couple of corners then remaining. As we head into the final corner then. And Ricard Callen will come across the line to take the checkered flag. An excellent victory and a well-maintained lead over Ivar Zus, who comes home in second. And did we miss an overtake? Because Nicolas Maginès has dropped down to fourth. Rudis Clavins is in third. So Clavins has taken Maginès right at the end. I think we missed it when we went to look at the leading two. Martins Rollis is in fifth ahead of Carles Brisis, who wins in the amateur class. Van Hannens has dropped right down the order. He lost 10 seconds on that last lap. So Van Hannens, with a mistake, has dropped to third in class. Armand Kanks in seventh and Juris Zalitis in eighth. Then it's Edmund Zusevic, who is second in the amateur DD2 class. Bruno Van Hannens, who presumably maybe actually had an incident with Carles Brisis on the last lap. Then is Andre Kirk, and winning in the heavyweight class is Juris Spikis. Second in the heavyweight class is Antonevics Dimitris, and third is Arturs Genis. And we're going to jump into a short break before we return with our final race of the day, the Tillotson T4s. We are on track for our final race of the day, the Tillotson T4s. Daniel Petris Berzins on pole ahead of Kirill Dmitriev in second position. Then it's Ralph Leyens and Rudolf Toms Berzins in third and fourth. Row 3 is Edvard Skimenis and Christian Lastans. And then moving on to row number 4 is Miroslav Novik and Christopher Lakis. Row 5 in completing the top 10 is Maris Lastans and Kirill Savins. And in 11th position is Dace Grossberger, ahead of Ingus Justs in 12th place. Then we've got Oris Maris Revels and Artus Gorenko in 13th and 14th, with Ralf Igals completing the field. So we are pretty much ready to go racing. Daniels Petteris Berzins has been pretty much untouched so far today, if memory serves correctly. Let's see if he can keep it nice and tidy and quick for one final time. Thank you to everyone who has joined us for the broadcast today, the opening round of the Rotax Max Challenge Latvia and Estonia, and also the opening round of the Latvian Karting Cup. Round 2 of the championship will be on the 29th and 30th of May, so in 2 weekends' time. We hope you will join us for that event. Right, we are all into 2x2 format, and Daniels Petteris Berzins is ready to lead the field away ahead of Kirill Dimitrievs. Ralf Leyens, we've seen some really good driving from Leyens, who likes to go around the outside of everyone. So Leyens starting in third has got a really good chance to be second coming out of turn 1. And that has to be the target for him. Can he win this race? Away we go, we are green. It is a good start from the inside. Round the outside isn't Leyens. It's, I'm not sure who that is. I think that's Jimenez who has tried to go around the outside. And we've got a bit of an incident. We might have a full start from that. I'm not seeing any other yellow flags waving, so I think we are all good. But Daniels Petteris Berzins has broken clear at the front of the field, which is exactly what he needed to do on this opening lap. And in second place is Ralf Leyens, followed by, I think that is Kirill Dimitrievs with Edwards Jimenez, possibly in fourth place, but we will check shortly. Green flags are being waved as we head through turns 8 and 9. And, well, Petteris Berzins is very, very close with Ralf Leyens. Petteris Berzins leading this race. Dimitrievs in third, then it's Rudolf Toms Berzins in fourth position. And here comes a potential overtake. Ralf Leyens looking to the outside. Will it be a switchback, send it around the outside, or he's looking to the outside? And he's going to have to sit in behind, as it is a big cluster of cars. This is the first time that Daniels Petteris Berzins has had to defend today, as he goes a little bit wide coming out of turn 5. Nose to tail for about 6 Tillotson carts as we head into turn number 6 and 7. And onto the back straight now, heading into turn 8. There's no way through on the inside. And it's almost like a NASCAR oval going through that particular corner. So here they come then, onto the start finish straight. 2 of our spinners are at the very back. You can see they're not going to be part of this battle, unfortunately, for them. But it is Berzins from Leyens, from Dimitrievs, from Berzins, and then Lastans. Those are your top 5, separated by 7/10 of a second. It is very close indeed. Ralf Leyens, though, is the driver. I'm really interested to see what can he do. And can he keep this, can he really challenge for the lead? Goes a little bit wide. That's not how you want to challenge for the lead. And that's allowed Daniels Petteris Berzins to just pull away slightly. And up the inside, now goes Dimitrievs on Leyens. So, well, Leyens left the door open. Dimitrievs went for it, but I think Leyens has still come out ahead. I don't quite know how that one's worked. Through turns 1 and 2 they go. And then onto this short straight. And there's a little finger point forward from Kirill Dimitrievs. He's saying, let's hunt down Berzins. I think that's going to be a lot easier said than done. We'll see whether they can manage it, though, because the gap at the front of the field is nearly a second. Daniel Pettelis-Berzins has got onto the pace really, really quickly. Out the final corner, and look at that gap. It is absolutely huge at this point. It's fight for second, and up the inside goes Dimitrievs on Layens, and that's going to give an opportunity for Lazdans to get involved. Lazdans in the 985 on the outside. You're going to get eaten up here by Edvards Jimenez in the green helmet. A bit of contact front to rear wheel. Jimenez has to leave the door open as a result. The 985 of Lazdans drops back a position. Jimenez trying to work his way back up through the order. He was right up towards the front in one of the races. I can't remember what happened in the other one. Well, Daniel Pettelis-Berzins is gone. It is all about this battle for second, being led now by not Ralph Layens, Kirill Dimitrievs. Ralph Layens is in third, and then comes Edvards Jimenez in that green helmet. Quite easily distinguishable is Jimenez. And then it's Lazdans just behind him, followed by the other Berzins, who's running in that Tillotson suit. Up the inside, very nice move from Layens, but it's going to be almost three abreast. And cutting to the inside, contact, big contact. Well, it's not huge, but unfortunately the two cars can't unglue themselves together. And I think a little bit hurt is the 965 of... 985 of Kirill Dimitrievs, because he had, unfortunately, Edvards Jimenez going over his shoulder when the cars were glued together. So that has taken both of them out of contention for the second place. And now it is Ralph Layens who is in second place ahead of Christian Lazdans in third place, followed by the other Berzins, Rudolf Toms Berzins, and then it's Christopher Zalakis. So that's unfortunate. Might have to come down to a steward's investigation. I wouldn't be too surprised if Dimitrievs actually comes into the pits after that one, because he did look like he was in a bit of pain. But I think at the moment he is going to soldier on. So Dimitrievs down to 13th, Edvards Jimenez down to 14th. And they're only separated by half a second when they came over the line. So Layens ahead of Lazdans. These two seem to be breaking clear of the group behind them, which is being spearheaded by Rudolf Toms Berzins. And at the back of the picture you can see Dimitrievs and Jimenez trying to work their way back through the order. And they put in a 50.4, Jimenez 50.0 last time round. Actually, fastest driver on circuit was Edvards Jimenez. Fast lap of the race, so Mr. Green Helmet flying along. Although I did think that Jimenez was ahead of Dimitrievs, so I don't know how he's behind him now, because he did get going from that incident before Dimitrievs, but that is the order according to the timing screen. We'll see the next time that they come over the line. Daniel Pettelis-Berzins leads with 6 minutes on the clock. Then it's Lazdans and Layens, 50.0s for the pair of them. They've taken a 10th out of Berzins, but that is not going to be anywhere near enough. And here comes the move from Christopher Lakis up the inside of Berzins, who goes for the switch back, and behind the pair of them is Miroslav Novik. And there is the 936. Who is that? That is Kirill Savins, who is presumably going to retire from the race after that. Dimitrievs and Jimenez on to the back of Lazdans and Revels. Whether they can work their way through, we'll have to wait and see. But at the front of the field is Daniel Pettelis-Berzins. Through turn 1 and 2 we go once again. Berzins trying to keep the 953 of Christopher's Lakis at bay. Further down the order, Jimenez has gained a couple of places. Kirill Dmitrievs has actually dropped behind Jimenez, Lazdans and Savins. Fastest lap of this race currently with Ralph Leyens, 50.013. The driver currently in third, trying to hunt down Christian Lazdans once again. Well, new fastest lap, Daniels Petteris Berzins, 49.902. Beat that, he says, to the rest of the field. Very, very quick lap. Over a tenth quicker than anyone else, who Christian Lazdans has just done a 50.013. So he's matched the personal best that Ralph Leyens set a lap ago. And they have identical personal best times, and they are pretty much nose to tail. There is Lazdans ahead of Leyens. They head through the kink of 6 into 7 and onto the back straight with 4 minutes on the clock. Lazdans started this race down in 6th position. And now trying to hold on to second. .0s, 50.1s from our top three. Spin and almost collected. That's going to be a couple of points going the way of Edvards Jimenez. As that is the 999 kart, which is Ralph's Igals. That's had that spin into turn 1. I don't know if there was a bit of contact that caused that or if he just locked the brakes up himself. As Berzins trying to defend at 4th position. And onto the back straight once again for Lazdans and Leyens. We know where Leyens likes to do his overtakes, around the outside of turn 1. I don't know if he will have that opportunity though. This is going to be a potential move, a very late attempt from the 908 of Miroslav Novik. Through turn 5 once more. Does Ralph Leyens have enough to really challenge Christian Lazdans? He's been sat on his bumper for so long, but he just can't get enough of a drive to go for the overtake. Been really good stuff from Christian Lazdans. The gap over the line, 3.3 seconds to the race leader. 49.9 for Lazdans, 49.9 for Leyens as well, but not enough to beat the fast lap set by Daniels Petteris Berzins. As there is Rudolf Toms Berzins. Edvards Jimenez up into 9th place now. Kirill Dmitrievs still down the order. Oh, Kirill Dmitrievs has retired. He did retire from this race. Apologies. I did miss that. So Dmitrievs retired, presumably in a bit of pain. Edvards Jimenez up into 9th, but is 3 seconds now behind Ores Maris Revolts. Well, we've got just over a minute remaining. Can Leyens throw anything at Lazdans here? I thought for a second he was close enough to go for a move into turn 1. In the background you can see the green helmet of Edvards Jimenez. Up into 9th place. He's just put in a 49.9. 49.8 for Christian Lazdans. 49.6 for Ralph Leyens. Well, that last lap was absolutely incredible. I don't think that fast lap is going to get beaten. Although, despite that lap, Ralph Leyens is still about half a kart length behind Christian Lazdans. These two are putting in really good times, especially Christian Lazdans, who doesn't have a tow or anything to drag him along. Daniels Petteris Berzins is about to start his penultimate lap of this race. Let's see the time, 22 seconds on the board as he came over. 49.7 for Berzins. Well, he really thinks he can beat that 49.6. Absolutely incredible pace. Let's see what Jimenez is able to do further down the order. He's just done another 49.939. So Jimenez still putting in really good laps. Leyens has 1.5 laps to make something happen here. And to be honest, I don't think he has it. I think Lasdans has just had the measure of him. He's just got enough pace that Lanes cannot go for an overtake anywhere. On to the start-finish straight for the final lap of the race, final lap of the day as well. 49.8 from Lasdans, 49.7 for Lanes. Again, the gap is just too big. Edvards Jimenez has closed in onto Ingus Just and might be able to take P7 come the end of this race. There was only half a tenth between them as they came over the line. So Just might have thrown away 7th and indeed 8th place here. Don't know if there was a mistake or contact. However, this is the final chance for Ralf Lanes, and he's going to be too far back to do anything into the final corner. Rounding the final corner, Daniels Petteris Bertesins will make it 3 out of 3 today and take the win emphatically. Christian Lasdans clearly delighted with that second place. 49.729 on the last lap from Lasdans, 49.7 from Bertesins and Ralf Lanes, who takes 3rd place. Lanes can console himself with a fast lap of the day. Rudolf Toms Bertesins takes 4th ahead of Christopher Zalakis. Then it comes Miroslav Novik and Oris Maris Rivels just ahead of Edvards Jimenez. Ingus Just in 9th position ahead of Dasi Grossberger and Ralf Igals. Lasdan, Savins, Dimitrievs and Gorenko all had DNFs. And that brings an end to not only the Tillotson race today, but all of our racing here at Kandava's Kartodroms. Thank you ever so much to everyone tuning in, and of course to all of our teams and drivers for putting on fantastic racing for us out on the circuit. A big thank you to all of the marshals and the event organisers for making sure that all of the racing has gone smoothly and on time. And I hope to see all of you guys in 2 weeks' time for round number 2 of the championship here at the Kandava's Kartodroms. And for those of you who are watching online, you can watch in the exact same place on this channel. So make sure you have subscribed to the YouTube channel so you don't miss a thing. I've been your commentator for the day, Yusufin Sahel. Thank you very much and see you all in 2 weeks' time. Goodbye.